our third instalment of the 24-hour virtual series. I'm John Hindhoff, and the Barcelona, or Montmeló actually, track playing host to a 12-hour race this weekend with an absolutely packed field. We'll take you through that in a wee while. This has been an adjunct to the full metal racing that Creventic arrange throughout Europe and indeed normally the world in different circumstances this odd 2020 season. We have had a fabulous event at both Monza and Spa. Coming up later on, Bruce Jones and Ben Constantiouros will be taking us through the later hours, along with Nick Damon, who is double duty today, not only speaking to me in our global broadcast centre, but also driving the RSL Cayman GT4 MR in the race itself, and qualified second, I hear, Nick. Well done.
Well, I didn't qualify second, but we've had a number of changes in the team since our, let's be honest, less than successful trip out in Spa a few weeks ago. Which we can go into later. But yes, there's a bit of a frisson about the team here. We are quietly confident that with a clean run, there could be a podium at least here. And, with a bit of luck, it could be even better than that. We have been talking about what we're going to do with 4 hand-cooked tyres, because we don't know what we're going to do when we win them.
Ah, good point. I could give them a home, probably. I think your sponsor, I could still give them a home. Bradley can tell you a story about that. As your sponsors, I presume that Radio Show Limited get first dibs on any prize money.
Well, we haven't got an officially signed contract. I have to check the small print. But yeah, we are getting ahead of ourselves. So we are very, very chuffed to have qualified so well. And it's down to some, as you can probably imagine, it's down to some team changes.
Right. Okay. We'll go through the sharp end. Moving to GT4 for you, which is a small but perfectly formed class. And I think it's all Caymans in there. There's no...
There's 2 BMWs.
Oh, there are 2 BMWs, are there?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. I've just scrolled through to that part. Now, the BMWs for Lippert and Tibbet Racing, they are getting quicker. We had a very close run thing at the Nürburgring, the DNLS powered by VCO at the last weekend. The best result I've seen by a BMW. In the longer races, people do seem to be getting the handle on the handling of those cars and tuning them rather well. So was it just sponsor pressure that put you into the Porsche?
Well, we kind of felt that, given the fact you are king of the Porsches, we really have to go one. No, in fairness, the Cayman actually, for Barcelona, the received wisdom is it is quicker, even though it's received a 10-kilogram penalty. The fact is the BMW is faster, so that's why I think it works. It's probably working particularly well at the Nürburgring. We need a lot more flat-out stuff. On tight and twisties, people are still saying the Cayman's a bit better because it just turns a little bit better than the BM, but the BM is quicker in a straight line, absolutely.
And fabulous new livery, which we've unveiled now on the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. There's a thread on there. You can get in touch with us at RSL_studio throughout the day. What are you expecting to, and where do you think your main, let's start with that GTFL category, your main competition is going to come from?
Well, there's effectively, there are five really good teams, and I can now include us in it. And then you've got Tibbet Racing, who are good but not at that top level. Where basically where they're actually ahead of where we were before we got our new driver. And then there's usually one guy team back at, but those the Sim RC, SERIES Esports, Motorsport Sim Racing Blue, and Lippert. It's all really, and this is where it comes to worrying me. It's all really about the rest of the drivers, not the bloke or woman who just qualified. It's about that overall team. And we're concerned by the duo team may have nothing but great sim racers, but we do know the other teams also have hacks like me in the team as well, so that kind of evens it up a bit.
So in point of fact, Nick, and I'm not being nasty to anybody on your team or anywhere else, but this is rather like a Pro-Am setup in full metal racing, where the team is only going to be as good as their least good drivers. There's no bad drivers here. So it's about consistency as much as it will be about pace.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a really good point you made, John. What we have now we've got ourselves a decent lead driver. We do have an absolutely nailed-on, typical gentleman pro-am endurance team. You know, we've got a very, very quick pro. We've got a very good am, and then we've got a couple of gentlemen. And it's and all we've been practicing, which is Simon and me, who are the slowest. We've just been trying to get consistent and just trying to get. We have got quicker thanks to Lee, but we've been trying to get consistent as well, and just knock out the laps and not have those wasteful 3 and 4 second mini errors, which are pointless. It doesn't matter. It's really all about especially with the GT3 class. There's a lot of them. You're going to be. I worked out on average, you'll be lap 3. You'll have 3 of them going past you each lap, with the difference in speed. So it's really about how you manage that and how you manage the track, but just keeping on and not making any silly mini mistakes, and absolutely settle it down, keep it going. We've got a driver rotation that's going to see our star go in 3 times, Darren going twice, and me and Simon going once, provided we're having accidents, because it's long stints, hour and 40.
Is Bradley not racing this weekend?
Bradley's had technical issues. His steering wheel broke.
Oh no.
So he was all up for it, and then he had a technical failure on Thursday. So yeah, unfortunately, otherwise Joe would obviously be a key member of the team. But yeah, he's actually technically unable. So he's done that kind of. He's basically kind of slipped over in the bath and can't race.
Yeah, he tripped over the wall going to the drivers' parade and dislocated his shoulder. Because that would never happen.
Never happen, Lorraine Carthagena. Yeah,
no,
it's absolutely. We were scurrying around yesterday. He was even trying to borrow Gary Dodds' wheel until Gary told him the reason he's not been racing recently because he's got a problem with his rig as well. So
doesn't that tell you a little bit of something about how much stress they are putting into their equipment? If you'll pardon the. Oh.
Absolutely.
Turn of phrase.
So they've both been racing for years, so probably those. I mean, I did say to Joe, the plus point about all this is it now means you can absolutely justify the upgrade to the £2,500 direct drive wheel, so that's fine.
I think that might be more difficult. I think he's not coming to his sponsors for that as well. 17 and a half minutes before the green flag. We've had qualifying. We'll run.
We've still got GT3 qualifying just gone out, John.
Right, I'm
lucky enough to be able to watch the stream through because I'm connected to the game, of course, so I can see what's going on there. I can tell you
who qualified where in TCR and GT4 991, please.
So in TCR, in pole, it's Williams Esports BenQ, and then it's the Legion of Racers.
Who's in that then? What car? You give me the car numbers, and I'll shout them out.
It's 34.
34 is a GT3 car.
Oh, sorry, no. I've made a terrible mistake. Sorry, I've got my colours wrong, which is a bad sign. It's 111 MSI Esports TCR who've qualified first in TCR.
Panic me, I've been doing my research.
No, what happened there was I suddenly looked at the colours and then realised that they're in the bottom because they hadn't actually got a lap in yet. So the purples, if you can see the colours, that's MSI Esports TCR in pole.
Right.
On a very, very good time for a TCR of 56.2.
Right.
Then on 56.4, it's Duo by SimRC, Duo in all the classes. That's a 176.
That's the Dylan Pereira, Tom Valentini, Marcel Fassbender, and Marcel Schroger car. And then third, it's the 188 AC Sim Motorsport car. Oh, sorry, no, I've just given you Duo in your class there, sorry. Yes, 188 ACC Sim is Frederick Longcar and Steen Ledger, who is very, very good. Frederick Seaver, that is, in Longcar, and Steen Ledger, who again is a name that I recognise. Duo by Sim RC in the 176 is Felix Luding, Jürgen Frank, and Charlie Collins. Felix Luding and Jürgen Frank won at the Nürburgring last time out last weekend. I'm glad the markers. So 476, which is is Duo by SimRC GT4, who are probably a very, very quick team, and realistically we're going to need them to have problems. Dylan Pereira, real life racer, Tom Valentini, real life racer, and very good on the sim as well. Marcel Fassbender and Matej Shoga, as we mentioned. And then second, it's a fantastic 462, mighty 462, Team RSL powered by Mofo. Hey. So Bradley's not in that. So that's you, Darren Wood, Simon Herring, and Lee Morris, yeah? That's the team as it is now. And then in third place, it is the 466 Simsa Esports GT4 car. Which is Riley Thompson from the States, Timu Toika from Finland, and Tim Greven in that, the Belgian driver from memory. I've got a colour printout of the list. Moving up into the 991 class, the hardest cars to drive on the grid. The 914 is in pole. That's the MSI Esports Cup car. Right, that is Salvatalens, Alex Ardinsana, and Alvaro Romero, all Spanish team. on
Now,
home
letting
ground.
the side down entirely for Duo, because they've not got pole in this class, is Duo by Sim RC Cup 2, 9.76. So they haven't got the pole in that one.
9.76 then is René Osterkamp with Patrick Kessler, Hop Swiss, and Stefan Hermann. So the Swiss-German trio there. Although Luxembourg entry for that, that's because of Duo. And at the moment, with 14 minutes to the green, we've got the GT3s out. And the GT3s, keep an eye out for Team ABBA Racing. Adam Christodoulou, fresh from his win last weekend at the Nürburgring in virtual. Tom Onslow Cole and Sam Nieri in the number 8 for Team ABBA Racing. Are they... how are they doing at the moment?
They're in 8th. They're 7th at the moment. Everyone's done one flying lap so far, one fast lap. Now, of course, a lot of people will be looking out for the Doug Henson Racing Red Team, Car 88, because that features streaming legend Jimmy Broadbent, who's taking part in the event this week. So he carries his own legion of fans with him.
And what car is he in, sorry?
He's in a Mercedes, the 88 car. He was unnumbered on my entry list, but I now see he's on the 88 machine.
Right, let me scroll down to
He's
that.
the top.
Oh yeah, you say I haven't got that on my list
because he's actually the top with no number. So you go to the top of the numbers, and he's on that list with no number next to his car name.
Oh yes,
so he's showing
I
with.
See. So that is now the 88. Is it? Let's make a change to my printed. So I know we're in the digital virtual world, but I do like a printed entry list.
Oh no, you need a printed entry list. And I'm sure actually, really, Paul Trustwell is chuffed to bits when making entry adjustments on air. I mean, fantastic for him.
That's page 1 of your programme there, ladies and gentlemen. So how long to go in that qualifying, Nick?
We are now down to 8.5 minutes.
Right. Now, we see plenty of racing and plenty of qualifying and plenty of practice on Barcelona because it is the place of choice for all the Grand Prix teams, of course. Are the action areas, are the key areas here, Nick, as we would expect them to be? So the first 3 corners at the start of the lap, insanely quick entry to turn 1 in a Formula 1 car, braking at 50 metres. I presume in a GT car, it's not quite like that.
No, it's not 50 metres. You're braking at about 100 and something. Yeah, I mean, I think it does translate pretty well. I think the real chance to get past is drag out, get a step down the main straight and get up the inside of turn 1.
It is a downhill braking area, though, and that does kid things, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the interesting what I've been doing throughout my time and with the coaching I've been receiving is actually bringing my braking back, not forward. I was braking too late.
Good.
So I've been going back and back and back, and that actually you lose a few hundredths going in, but you gain so much more going into 2. There's also a really nasty curb on the inside of 1, kind of a sausage curb, and if you hit that, the thing's not coming down again. And then I think one of my favourite quotes of your RC world was when you said it's 4-wheel drive, but with no wheels on the ground, it's not going anywhere.
True enough. We'll do the rest of the lap with Nick in a moment after we can talk to the sporting manager of the Creventic 24-hour series organisation, Ole Dolleman. Hello, Ole. Can you hear us here? Hello, Ole. Can you hear us? Well, can't go to...
Hello?
Dolle, you are there.
Yeah,
Good morning.
John.
How are you, sir?
Good. I'm fine. Thank you very much, John. And how are you?
Very well, thank you. We're looking forward to this busy weekend. Sporting coordinator for Creventic in both the real world and doing a bit of the virtual stuff as well. This is the 3rd round of this extra set of competition in the virtual world. And great to see, Ole, so many of the 24H series real world teams coming to have a go in this as well.
Yes, it's great to see now for the 12 hours of Barcelona virtually that we still have quite an amount of actual teams and drivers of our real world partaking in this race. And of course, some drivers are now committed to real world racing again. But it's great to see that we have now 44 cars on the grid for this race again. And thanks to Neil Hackens, who does an outstanding job in organizing these virtual races together with us. We're happy that this is the 3rd and penultimate round of our first ever virtual 24-hour series.
You've got a little bit quiet on me, Ole, but we'll push on. opportunity here. I know we're in the virtual world at the moment, but an opportunity here to talk about, I know there'll be plenty of people watching and listening, to talk about Full Metal 24-hour series. It's been a, let's be honest, I'm not going to mince my words here. It's been a hell of a year for you guys, having to rearrange and then rearrange again the calendar. Extraordinarily, you have managed to keep a calendar going, and a couple of very exciting announcements to talk about with Sicily and Germany coming on stream.
Yes, it has been, as you say, a heck of a year, and quite a challenge on all of us, but not only on us, especially the teams and drivers. They're under the suffrage of the current situation as well. But we managed to cope with it. Need to stay flexible. So by a few twists, we will have our first race in Germany just coming up in 2 weeks at Hockenheimring instead of Barcelona. And in October, the big announcement, we will arrive the Coppa Florio in Pergusa on Sicily. It's a 12-hour race, and that is a special event just by itself. I've been at the racetrack myself a month ago, and you can really feel the history there and the passion for motorsports on Sicily, especially now that we got the chance to revive the Coppa Florio. It's an honor to be able to give out such a trophy to our teams and drivers there.
And I hear that there is a design at the moment which is being enacted, and in real life we will have a new Coppa Florio. Is that correct?
We are working on it. I have to say we are trying to hunt down the actual original trophy. We have experts, historians, working alongside us to find the original trophy. Somewhere it lost its tracks in Torino in 1973. And it looks good that we will find the current owner. And the plan then is to make a 3D scan of the original Coppa Florio and hand out replicas to the overall winners of the TCE and GT division. We've got to go from Chico Florio, the grandson of Vincenzo Florio, to go ahead with this plan. And we're working also on Nino Vazzarella, a Sicilian legend and a 3-time Targa Florio winner, to wave the starting flag at the race. It's going to be a racing festival, really.
I love that. So a bit of detective work as well as the motor racing excitement. Ole, I've got to tell you, and I said this to Ivo Breukers when we first heard the news, and he broke the news on Midweek Motorsport. 2020 has been, as we've said, an extraordinary year. A race rained off in the middle of the desert. A flood in 15 minutes at Monza that was so deep we couldn't even drive the safety car through it. From virtually blue skies 20 minutes or so beforehand. You go to Ennepegusa in Sicily, and in this year of years, with what we've had, with COVID, the plague, with the rain, and you do know that in 1996, a Formula 3000 race there was stopped because there was a plague of frogs from the lake that the track runs round. You're tempting your fate here, man. You're tempting your fate.
Well, we've been quite on the playfield with the weather this year. You're correct with that. Let's hope the frogs stay out of the race this time and stay safe in the water. But no, we're looking forward. October is a great time to be in Sicily. The landscape is brilliant. We also managed to secure a sponsor for the race who actually enables every competitor to take a ferry from Genoa to Palermo, included in the entry fee, and save a lot of mileage on their trucks that way. And it's just set to be an amazing event. We secured the deal to hand out the Coppa Florio for the upcoming 3 years, and but we're happy that this year, in the difficult circumstances that there are, to have a good field of cars and extend that into the future as well.
Ole Dolleman, thank you very much indeed. Sporting coordinator for the 24H series from Creventic. Ole, have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, John. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ole Dolleman, then the voice of the sporting side of the 24-hour series, joining us live here in our build-up with just under 4.5 minutes to go before green. Nick Damon will be on the first stint. We will be joined by Bruce Jones and later by Ben Constant-Juris, as well as we have a full day on this Super Saturday of racing, of real world and virtual racing. VIR IMSA racing over on RS2 with some sound and vision, and it is the WeatherTech race later on today as well. That's been moved to the Saturday, and more again on Sunday with the Michelin Pilot Challenge race and a couple of the other challenge races tomorrow, again in sound and vision via radio-show.co.uk. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us for now. Nick Damon, I interrupted you there to get a quick word with Ole. Cool. Let's go through the rest of the lap quickly. So out of 1 and 2, it's the long sweeper uphill at turn 3. Got to be careful of the left-hand front tyre there. You don't want to overheat that. Then a short run to turn 4, which is a super corner. Lots of different ways of getting around that. Some people hug the curb on the inside. I prefer to take the first apex and let the car drift out on the second apex as you come across the line, cut across to the right for the tricky, really tricky downhill hairpin at turn 5. Very easy to lock up an inside front wheel there, rather.
Yeah, I mean the absolute key into 5 is to brake in a straight line. That's in these cars which are a bit heavier, they don't brake and turn that well. The Porsches, they're a little bit better actually than the BMWs. And certainly I've done some laps in the GT3 as well, and obviously that you can slam it a little bit harder on that because they've got a higher level of grip and downforce. But still, braking in a straight line is the key. Squaring off the corners to make the most of the grip, and then powering all the way down through the little kind of out through 5 and then down the very gentle corner in 6 before it's the absolute key corner of 7, because you brake there and turn left. It's Worth, I think. I didn't know how the official name. It's Worth. And then, of course, you power up the hill through 8, which is just a kink. And then you hit 9, which is the corner everyone knows. That's the corner which is flat out in F1, Kamsa. Going on, what if you watched last week, it's the second DRS part, but obviously in a GT4, GT3, it's a little bit of a breath. But yeah, carrying speed around that corner is incredibly important because, of course, you're carrying it all the way down the second longest straight into 10. 10 is, brake hard at the point where you feel you can get the car to turn. It's a really interesting thing because these cars, as you lose downforce on these cars of various different models within iRacing, it's much more you only do one thing at a time. You don't turn and brake. You brake and then you turn. Whereas when you've got some downforce, you're obviously turning as well, and actually bleeding off the brake as you turn, because obviously you lose downforce, you slow down. And then you get around 10, and you power it up through 11, up the hill. 12, again, it's hugging tight, then you just drift out into the chicane, which is really basically just a pain in the backside, to be honest. Braking hard into 13, trail braking into 14, which is the bottom of those brakes, and then as fast as you can turn the wheels in 50, and then of course you've really got to try and get lined up as well as possible, because you're again the corner of 60 is important because you're carrying that cornering speed all the way down the straight, the main straight. So there's and things you may have watched last week them saying that the max amount of grip was on that big yellow sausage curb on the outside of 15. Well, that's not the case in this car. You don't want to it's just the maximum unsettlement.
So that's a lap with Nick Damon. Here's how they're going to line up then for the 24-hour esports 12 hours of Barcelona. It is the Williams Esports BNQ bank. Daniel Fuente, that's a strong team, as he has Sami Mati Trogan, real world racer, as well as a pretty handy sim racer. And same comment for Agustin Canapino, the Argentinian. They're on pole position from Modena Motorsports in the Ferrari. So Audi versus Ferrari on the front row. And then in third, Williams Esports Chill Blast. That's the 33 team in third place. That's Arthur Lahouk and Josh Thompson from the UK. Simsa Esports GT3 have another Audi on the front row. Barely a tenth of a second between some of those times. Duo by Sim RC, they'll not be happy. They're not on pole in all the classes then. That's 3/4 of a second further back for the 76, Philip Weber, who did the qualifying there. Bastian Dobbitz for T3 Esports is on the outside of row 3. On the inside of row 4, it's an all Ferrari, all Scuderia fourth row with Satellite Racing 64 on the inside and Pekka Saarinen for the 21 Open Road Racing Ferrari team on the outside. Inside of row 5, Aidan Fruith has qualified the EFP car collection by Teke Black. That's an Audi, and Funner Motorsports with Simsa Esports have their Audi on the outside of row 5. On 6, it's RSR Abruzzi Esports. That's got to be a Ferrari, hasn't it? With Atlantis Racing Team, the 27 car on the outside of row 6. We give you the pole sitters in the other categories, but that's how it is gone through the GT3s. Jan Santowski has been pulled into Team ABBA Racing. Jan did a brilliant 8-lap run at the Nürburgring to win the race for Team Heusingfeld last weekend when he was paired up with Adam Christodoulou, who's also in Team ABBA Racing. Or is he? I wonder who he's taken over from, whether it's Tom Onslow Cole or Adam Christodoulou, Christo. Leipert is in 14th position. Atlantis is in 15th with the 28th car. Endurance Team Romania on the outside of row 8. Speed Monkeys and Legion of the brilliantly named Legion of Racers, 18th for the 18 AMG GT3. Lestrup rather farther down than Alfred Nelson and his teammates would like. Durner Motorsport Club EV on the outside of row 10. That's your top 20. Doug Henson with Jimmy Broadbent qualifying and starting the 88. Mercedes, Team Viper Nisa, Freddie Ang in 22nd position, and their teammates, the 56 car, in 23rd. ESAM Racing is in 24th. Lots of AMG GT3s towards the end of the GT grid. Starting grid 4991, all Porsches of course, with the MSI Esports 914 car leading out on the front row from Duo by SimRC 976. René Osterkamp qualified there. Alexandra Janka for Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue 988 and 911, all starts with the 9 with Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing on the outside of row 2 for the 991 Cup car class. And behind them is the GT4 category. Tom Valentini will start the Porsche GT4 Cayman. Lee Morris in the Team RSL, powered by Mofo Porsche GT4. Simsa Esports, Tim Greven, and the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro Michael Finkbanner, who was also very quick at the Nürburgring last week. Note we do have BMWs. Leipert and Tibbet are on the third row of that GT4 mixed grid. So that's Sandro Petroziello and Simon Tibbet starting the 451 or 410 and 451 respectively. Energy Driven Motorsports, James Burke with the car at the back. In TCR, all Audis of course. MSI Esports, David P. Perez in the 111 Duo by SimRC, Jürgen Frank. That'll be almost certainly that will be a black and yellow car. Jürgen will be in front. He likes starting well. Steen Ledger, see above comment in the 188. T3 Esports Alpha, Oliver Ackerman in fourth place for the 171. Ferry Monster Esports, Marvin Julian Amants will start the 120, and Davy van Lingroot for Spa 05 TCR Racing Team. Spa A05, the people who do the very clever number panels that tell you where the cars are in the real world racing. So that's how they start. Nick Damon is with me, John Hindhoff. Any predictions, Nick, for the sharp end of the field?
This isn't me going crystal balling it, but both those Williams teams look very, very strong. And I'm interested in what you said about the replacement into the ABBA Racing team, because the entry list I had didn't have Sam Neary on it, but I thought I saw Sam Neary join the event. Let me just check what ABBA have got on the official entry list.
I think Tom Onslow Cool, who was listed in that car, isn't here this weekend. I think it's Sam, Jan Santowski, and Adam Christo.
And they've also got a guy called Jeremy Cross in the team as well.
Oh, okay.
So those are 4 entries. Now, he's from Michigan, and I've never heard of Jeremy, whether he's so it is Jan Santowski, Adam Christodoulou, Sam Neary, and Jeremy. They've all entered the actual event and logged onto the car.
Thank you, Nick. So we have got the cars rolling behind the Porsche safety car, or pace car as it is now, coming to the line. And it will be, they are lined up in class order. The Porsche will try and clear off without clobbering the curbs too much and taking what is known as the Bradley line through there for reasons we won't go into now, because the statute of limitations hasn't run out on it, because there's no statute of limitations with the responsible adult. Pole position then for the Audi of Williams Esports Chill Blast. That's the 33, the purple car, and we are racing down towards the first corner. The red and white Ferrari goes to the inside for Modena Motorsports and Joshua Anderson. Arthur LeHoux trying to go around the outside in Chill Blast, the Audi R18, and he's going to go off the track. No, he's managed to pull it back to the apex. Very well done. Simsa Esports is the orange car in fourth position at the moment. And then Duo behind those guys sitting in as well. Looks like Duo might have just gone down a position. I think T3 have come up a spot as well. The Ferraris going very nicely early on through turn 3, up the hill. 12 hours on the clock has started, and
it's a very good clean start. I've also been able to watch the events further back, and absolutely, the GT4s have started cleanly as well, as had the Porsches, which is a big improvement from Spa, John, where actually on the run up to the bus stop during the warm-up lap, 3 of the Porsches hit each other and clipped the 4th one. 3 of them basically eliminated themselves in competition straight away, and the 4th managed to repair to full speed. So a 6-car class was in down to 2.5 before the race started in Spa.
That's Nick Damon. And TCR 188 in second place. That, of course, is the AC Sim Motorsport car. Frederick Seaver, Ian Longcart and Steen Laker. And Steen it is who is starting that race. But meanwhile, at the end of the first lap, through the chicane, the very distinctive Williams Esport BenQ team just about staying on the red and white curbs at the end of the lap and going down the front straight. No DRS here, of course, so down towards the first corner, unencumbered by having to worry about the Ferrari drafting up too much behind, although there will be a drafting effect, and the Audi does make a decent hole in the air, but that's not the longest straight. It's not the Dottinger, is it? Modena Motorsport in second. Top 3 made up with the second of the Williams Esports Chill Blast cars, with Arthur LeHoux behind the wheel. Then Ramez Azam in Simsa Esports has made a decent start. Then Duo, then T3, then Satellite, Open Road Racing. Then it's EFP Car Collection. Atlantis in the top 10. Team ABBA, Jan Sintowski making up positions ahead of Brandon Roseborough for RSR Abruzzi's Ferrari. Then the second of the Atlantis Racing team. Then Lipod, that's the next to the Lipod, the number 10 cars. Fun M Motorsport, Speed Monk, East West, Jimmy Broadbent, I hear you ask. 19th position in Doug Henson Racing Red. Salvatallens leads MSI Esport Cups Challenge in the Porsche 911, number 914 from the 976 of René Oosterkamp in second, and Duo by Sim Racing Cup in third position. Through the rest of the classes, GT4, it's Valentini, Duo from Team RSL, Lee Morris, then Tim Grevin for Simsa Esports, Liper Esports Black, Lucas Cowper and Simon Tibbett from Tibbett Racing making up the field. Perez leads for MSI on Audi. Meantime, in second, it's AC Sim Motorsport from Duo from T3 there, and already a problem for energy-driven motorsports in the BMW. James Burke has dropped all the way to the back, and I'm not sure, Tim, Nick rather, but you might be able to tell whether that car is actually running right at the back of the field. James Burke. Yes, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Sorry. Good spot by our... I think it's Hugo who's cutting the pictures for us today. This is the car with the Motul logo on the front, dark colours at the front, and a sort of a flip paint and yellow down the side. It looks fantastic, but clearly some problems with that white-wheeled M4 G4 in the early running. And by the way, in the real world, if you do follow real world racing, the new BMW GT3 version of the M4 was revealed earlier this week in the real life, with a highly disguised version of the new road car that is coming at the Nürburgring, a BMW M Sport continuing, and we've seen this before at Nürburgring events, and indeed in Creventic Racing they had the GT4 version testing, didn't they, Nick, at the Dubai 24 Hours, 4 years ago now?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting actually, could you talk about the new BMW GT3, because what we don't have here are any of the BMW Z4s. In fact, if you remember the 24 hour of Spa, we were it was all about the BMW Z4 and the McLaren. They were the cars to have. Well, we have none of this event. So obviously the pros have decided the cars to have here this time in the R3 class are the Audi, the Ferrari, or the Mercedes. So it's a really interesting chop and change these teams make depending on what the track's doing and where the particular level of performance is, because the two cars which are standouts at the Spa 24 only a few weeks, completely rejected by all the professional teams who are taking part here. So an interesting spread of cars, and and they have different performances. I would think personally, looking round here, I'm not sure the Mercedes is the best choice. So I think some of the Mercedes guys have actually chosen it because that's what they drive in real life.
Yeah.
Being very popular in the Creventic series, but the Audis are going away at the moment, and certainly looking particularly strong with the Williams team. But you'd expect that. But it's not all about the first drivers. It becomes about the other drivers. One thing I will say, so far, it seems to be an incredibly clean start. We've not had, apart from that problem with the BMW, which would have been a spin on cold tyres, getting yourself stuck in the pack and then having to let the whole of the TCR pack go through. Everyone else has been keeping it pretty much straight. I've seen no real people with damage or accidents, and so a nice sensible start. But these are of course all the best drivers in every individual team, so the carnage tends to start after the first session.
Well, we are off and running, and as Nick said, it's a bit like the early rounds of a heavyweight boxing match this at the moment. A bit of sparring, a bit of jabbing and waving and dancing around a little bit, everyone trying to get into their groove. Nick, what are we thinking in terms of stint lengths here? That's going to be key. We don't have yellow flags, we don't have a safety car situation, so in terms of stint lengths, that's the thing that everybody wants to know about.
Well, the GT3s are going to try and do an hour because that is what they want to be on to obviously bring it down to 10 stops. If they can do it in an hour, they'll be able to do a 10-stop race for a 12-hour event. So that's what they'll be trying to do. My guess is, because normally on a relatively fuel-hungry circuit, which it's in the middle, you're normally around about 57 minutes. They might have to do a bit of fuel saving to get there to do that hour. The Porsches don't do what Porsches do in real Creventic races. They only run a bit longer. They haven't got the endurance tanks that keeps them going till Christmas. So they're probably going to run about an hour and 10. With the GT4s, we're pretty confident it's about an hour and 35 to an hour and 40, and to be pretty similar on the TCRs as well. So it's long stints for the GT4s and TCRs, short stints, but with perhaps a bit of fuel savings for the GT3s, and the Porsches will run the class event, but they probably won't get that major starring role for half an hour they normally get in the Creventic races, because they'll come in quite soon afterwards.
Yeah, we quite often see about hour 3, don't we, at Dubai, after the off strategy just a little bit. Battle through turn number 3, heading up the hill under the bridge to, heading down the hill to turn 5. God, come on, Hindhoff. Get your brain in gear. Only had the 1 cup of coffee this morning. This is the battle for 6th position. 3 cars in line. Satellite Racing sitting in 7th, looking at the back of Philip Weber's duo by Sim Racing Audi. So that's Audi, Ferrari, with Pekka Saarinen for Open Road Racing sitting in behind there. And that, as I say, 6th, 7th and 8th as Philip Weber for duo leads that little battle out. In fact, actually, it's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, because that's Batia Dubbis for T3 Esports, Peter, just ahead of the black and red Audi in the mostly yellow Audi. Coming towards the end of the lap now, to the right-hander before the chicane. Deceptively difficult corner, that, because you go over the top of a brow, it unloads the left-hand side just when you need that grip.
Yeah, you trail into 14 because you need to try and actually bite hard and get the first part of the turn to the left, so you can sweep back to the right as quickly as possible, get the power on through the last corner. But it's nasty, as you're quite right. For me, it's 50-50 if I get it right or not, depending on what's happened prior. Obviously, these drivers are getting it right every time.
Down to the first corner. Hello to Motorsport Matty, who's tweeted at RSL Studio, one of our real world and virtual fans. Big weekend of racing, he says. I think this track is way more suited to endurance racing than the F1 as we had in full carbon racing last weekend. I'm not going to disagree with that. Every year that we've been to Barcelona for real, or indeed here at virtual racing, the endurance of this the endurance racing at this track, Nick, has always provided entertainment, and the locals, I know we're in a behind closed doors, Port Fermé at the moment in terms of elite racing, but the locals love their endurance racing at this track, and bizarrely seem to come out at about 10:30, 11 at night.
Yeah, it becomes a good old Spanish party, doesn't it? They'll come in and watch it as it gets into the gloaming and into the dark and have a great time. But absolutely, the 24-hour Barcelona is a fantastic multi-class event with a history spreading, of course, before Creventic started running it in conjunction with the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia, and always gets good. I think we had 78 entries a couple of years ago. The Catalonia Club tends to run a TCR and Porsche sort of race, whereas of course we added the GT3s with Creventic. But it's a great event. In fairness, though, I mean, much as you see with the F1, this is not the easiest track to overtake on, even with with a sports car. I mean, obviously it's no problem lapping, but actually getting past someone in your own class is very, very tricky. Whilst back at Spa a few weeks ago, there's a couple of if you can get a good run through Eau Rouge, you can then easily set slipstream at the Kemmel Straight.
Looks
just
like
not place here now.
Sorry, Nick. Looks like we've had a problem for Porsche Lorient Racing in the 911. They've dropped down just a wee bit, and now they've got the leaders in TCR behind them. Now, the thing about these TCR Audis, they are very, very quick indeed through the twisty bit. They're a little bit blocky and draggy in a straight line, but that's because they've got a whole heap of downforce from the bodywork. And through the latter part of the lap, and then not the main straight itself, but the early part of the following lap, these Audis are going to be very quick indeed. The problem is, for our TCR leader, David Perez, in the MSI Esports, he's got Pontes Mathieu for Porsche Lorient right ahead of him, and he is struggling just a little bit at the moment.
Pontius had a bad lap last time. He did a 2:01, so he obviously had some sort of half off, I think. So if he didn't prang it, theoretically he should now pull away.
Look at the left front. Look at the left front of the Porsche ahead of the TCR BAL. I think there might be a tiny bit of visible damage there. And as we say every time, Nick, there might not be visible damage. That doesn't mean there isn't damage. But if there is visible damage, there's certainly going to be damage that the driver will feel. Yeah.
Let's see what lap time he puts in this time. It was a 2:01 before. I was waiting for an update and see what it's going to say.
Across the line now for Lorient.
2:01 again. So yeah,
155.
155. Back.
All right.
Again,
Okay.
so
yeah.
It was slow to change. Yeah. So he's back up and running again.
Is that damage on the left front, or is it just? No, I think that's damage around the left front wheel arch. I think he's clipped the. Yeah, it is. I can see the top of the Hankook tyre on the left front there, and he's clipped the barrier at some stage on the left front. So he's had a bit of excitement very early on.
Well, yeah, 155, John, is compared to the other Porsches who are doing 49s and 50s. So he's he's had a right old clump there.
Now, if we can see that, he's feeling that, and that's probably giving him the steering's not going to be right at that point. He might even have a steering wheel on his rig, Nick, that isn't pointing straight ahead when it should be.
That's very annoying, and that does happen when you get those side-by-side impacts.
Do you know, Nick, I feel your pain there, because the way you said that with real feeling. I suspect that may have happened before.
I was doing an hour race in an HPD at Road America this week, and it had gone brilliantly. I was running second, which is ridiculous, and everything was going great, and I ran wide and managed to have a coming together with a GTE car, which was mostly my fault, to be honest, and it seemed like a very innocuous bang, but suddenly I had the steering wheel at a ridiculous angle. Have you ever tried to drive a track when you're in a rhythm with your wheel not where it is? It's remarkably difficult to get anywhere near the speed, even though virtually nothing else is damaged apart from the wheel pointing. You're going, hang on, I'm going turn left, not that much. And it's amazing how much on instinct. Yeah, it is a nasty little thing to happen, and it's incredibly off-putting.
So, battle for 10th position. 9th, 10th and 11th, pretty close. The Black Atlantis Racing Team, Black and Gold Atlantis Racing Team, Ferrari. Right in the middle of a pack, we've got Audi, Ferrari, and then AMG. That must be Team ABBA Racing, I think, behind Miroslav Nastalach. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Well, Nick.
Okay, something key has just happened off screen. We've taken the lead of class.
Right, okay.
So Lee Morris now leads in the 462 in GT4.
In the beautiful livery with the Midweek Motorsport helmet on the front, the Radio Show Limited Team 462. I'm having my Racing Cayman in that. Can I have that livery for my Racing Cayman, Nick?
Yeah, well, I can certainly provide you the livery. Well, Darren can provide you the livery. He's still down MT, just taken through. I mean, in fairness, we can talk more about Lee, but Lee's a really, really interesting character who I managed to find thanks to Midweek Motorsport, really.
Fabulous livery on that car. I love the chrome effect on that.
Yeah. So basically, he's on camera now. So Lee basically he's coming back to iRacing. He's coming back from a ridiculously high level. He was actually one of the finalists of the first World's Fastest Gamers, one which
you commentated on.
No, the first one. Years
right.
ago.
Okay.
Back with just lost the name. The Spanish guy won. What was his name? They completely lost the name.
Oh, you don't mean World Fastest Gamer though, do you? Do you mean?
I mean PlayStation.
Do you mean GT Academy?
Yeah, sorry, which was also same sort of gang. So GT Academy.
Do you mean Lucas?
Lucas, he was in Lucas Ordonez's year, yeah.
Okay.
So he apparently had a bit of bad luck during the qualifiers and didn't make the final shootout, and then he kind of got a bit disillusioned with iRacing, despite having a 7,000 rating. And he's slowly come back to it. But he's a full-size motorsport fan. He got in contact with me ages ago. Blimey, let's get back to the multi-class racing 4 wide.
Yeah, and here comes Team ABBA on the outside of Atlantis, the black and gold Ferrari going through the TCR battle over and out, round the outside. Fantastic run for Team ABBA Racing. I'm sure that was them coming round the outside, just on the excerpt of the top 10. Or was that? Yes, it was. Jan Santowski confirmed now in the number 8 car that went past Miroslav Naslicic. I'm probably completely mullering that, so Miroslav, I really, really apologise for that. The two Atlantis racing teams have names that Nick Damon is going to stay well away from, because it's Marcel Milniak in the second car, which is sitting in 12th position. That's the second of the two Ferraris, dark coloured Ferraris with the yellow on them. Now behind the dark green and black, that is Team ABBA and their traditional colours. Jan Santowski in for Tom Onslow, Cole sharing with Sam Neri, who races in real life for Team ABBA with his dad Richard, and Adam Christodoulou, also real life racing. TCR. Now, is that a TCR? Is that a BMW? I think that's the BMW GT4 car that was going slowly there down the hill into turn 10, keeping out the way of the
5, 6, 7, 8, 11 cars past.
Yes, I think that was very wise.
And it looks like, there's quite a major incident going on now on the race, John, which I think you're aware of.
Yes, we've got a red flag. We have a red flag on the race. Now, this is not for an accident that needs immediate intervention, but we are being told there's a red flag on the race, so everyone will come into the pit lane, and presumably they'll have to park up, not at their garages here.
I think they'll all get into their garage spots. I'm watching the pit lane now. They're coming in and just parking up and then disappearing, so they are going back into the server. So this is an interesting situation. I think
we have an issue with the setup of the event here, and that is causing... Oh, somebody hasn't come into the pit lane. That's going to get them told off.
Of course, some problems. They have to get reset. They'll have an extra lap.
Yeah,
they can get forced out of the track, obviously.
So it was Daniel Lafuente who led everybody in for Williams Esports, Ben Q. So red flag for a quick reset on the session. There's an issue with tyres, and the tyres is what I'm being told.
It's always the tyres.
It's always the tyres. So an issue with the tyres, somebody reversing up pit lane. Again, that's the same Motul BMW. Well, they've had a right difficult time, haven't they? That's James Boken, the energy-driven motorsports BMW M4 GT4, who can't find somewhere to park in the pit lane.
I suppose he'd be quite chuffed, actually, if he gets to start again, because things haven't been going great. So everyone's getting a full service. They're back with full fuel and new tyres. I'm
hearing that the Lightput car was off at turn 5, lap 1. That may have caused the damage that we saw on the left front of the Leipert. Now, this is red flag, and what was happening here is we will go back out. It looks to me as though we're going to go back out behind the safety car and restart, is my guess for this, because the Porsche safety car is already, the 911 is already sitting at the end of the pit lane. So let's get everybody back into the pits, and I've just seen La Fuente come back in now. He's completed 11 laps already to everybody else's 10, so we're going to have to do a bit of a reset on the timing as well. I'm going to rely on you, Nick, because you clearly are in the game at the moment, to as well in the sim, to hopefully tell me what is going on. The clock, as far as I'm aware, is running,
and but everyone has gone in and got new tyres and fuel, so. Right. This is going to be an interesting reset. If this does pick up from half an hour going, this is going to be interesting for the GT3s, because this is going to give them effectively an 11.5-hour race, which makes it very, very easy. So I think the fuel saving will not be in the equation anymore. So we might see a little bit more gung-ho action from our GT3s. So they won't have to worry about making the hour anymore, will they? It'll be effective. They have to make 58 minutes, which they can do quite easily.
Well, so yes, good point. It's going to change the strategy massively. So what I presume, Nick, then, is they can't just reset the sim and then pull out the pit lane. We will have to do a complete restart. Is that what we're seeing?
That's what I believe. I don't have the exact knowledge of what you do. Normally, once you've set every parameter for a race, that is set and can't be changed. So you are set doing that, and that is all it is. If it's a completely new race, then all the cars will go back to being completely repaired. If it's not a completely new race, then they will carry on carrying whatever they're carrying, and most of the cars are fine, and they will trundle out of the pits and roll around. But I'll be absolutely honest with you, I've not been involved in a red flag situation on iRacing.
The pit lane's being cleared. The pit. No, sorry, it hasn't. My apologies. Everyone is still sitting in the pit lane at the moment. As soon as we get some news, we will let you know. The safety car is at the exit of the pit lane, and what I can give you at the moment is how they were standing when the red flag came out. Now, a couple of cars went through and did an extra lap, but let's not worry about that at the moment.
You might, actually, John, I'm going to warn you. You actually probably might get some wrong numbers here, because it's going to depend where they are in the pit lane.
Where they're in the pit lane, yes, you're absolutely right.
The reason that some people have got 9 laps and they've got 10, just because they are actually pit stalls
10
before
and 11.
you start finish straight.
Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't go through a rundown.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that the 34 William BenQ car was leading the race from Modena in 6th, from eSports Williams Chilplast in 3rd position. Those were the top 3 in GT3. They were line astern when they came into the pit lane. In the 911 class, it was Salvatalens for MSI, from René Oosterkamp for Duo in 2nd place. It was Lee Morris for Team RSL, powered by Mofo, from Tom Valentini and Tim Greven, respectively, for Duo by Sim RC and Simsa Esports, as they came in to the pit lane. And it was David Perez in the 111 Audi leading TCR from Jürgen Frank, Duo by SimRC TCR, from Steen Ledger in 3rd for AC Sim Motorsport. Now, if this was a full metal race, you'd go back to the last green flag lap before it came out. Whether we can do that.
No, I've just been listening to the instructions. They're going to start a completely new race. Really? There is going to be
good news for Leipert.
Yeah, so it's a completely new race. They're going to start with an open qualifying session, which no one's allowed to go out on, because I think they have to go through a qualifying session to set the race running. I'm not sure how long that was. I missed that, but I think it might be 15 minutes. Then they're going to have a standing start where they're going to shuffle people around to be in the correct order.
Excellent.
So basically, we're going to end up with a 45-minute or hour longer broadcast, which is all fun, isn't it?
And the resetting the 12 hours.
I think so. Yeah, I pretty much think so, because they are going to start again. So this is an interesting and now no longer tactical affecting because it's going to start at 12. I need to quit this one and actually join the new one, and I'll tell you what the numbers are when I get there.
That's Nick Damon, who is joining me, John Hindhaugh. Well, this is a first for me. We have seen all kinds of issues in racing down through the years, both virtual and indeed full metal racing. But it looks like we're going for a full reset. Nick Dame is on the case and will bring us the news as quickly as possible. Sorry, just trying to take in an awful lot of what's going on, and we're waiting to hear from Race Control about how the restart will get underway and whether it'll be a full 12 or it comes down to 11 hours and 20, which is about where we finished. We did 12 laps at just under 2 minutes a shot. So what, about 149, 150. Nick, what have you got?
Well, I'm just about to rejoin the session again, so I found the correct one. But it takes a while because obviously it's got probably the best, right, 120 or 140 people trying to join this as now, so that'll take a little while to come through, and then we'll find out. But yeah, so there's going to be a blank qualifying session where no one's going to run, and they're going to shuffle everyone into position, and then they're going to start. And I assume they're going to run the whole 12 hours at that point, which is going to be interesting. So,
well, as I say, this is great news for Leipert, who had damage early on. It was the only one. Red flag conditions. The timer will restart with 11 hours and 20 minutes on the clock, I'm being told by Curry, thanks Kes Cobb, in London.
Interesting, but everyone's going to be on full... Well, it does change all the tactics. It doesn't change the end point.
Well, let's... Thanks to Hugo and to Race Control, they're working their way through that. Motorsport Matty says, on a scale of 1 to the Nürburgring 24 Hours 2016, stopping due to hail and snow, where does this sit? It's a good point. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about the Plague of Frogs to Ole Doleman beforehand this race. All we need is a squadron of amphibians on a track this year.
Well, it's just the next thing, isn't it, really? Let's be honest about it.
The good news is, of course, there will be timing for the first part of that race. It looks like there's going to be a few driver changes. We're not affected. We're not in Parc Fermé, it would seem, in the pit lane as everybody pulled into their pit boxes. What I thought might happen would be everybody would sit in what is effectively the fast lane, but at that point, I presume you can't reset everything.
This is a whole different session now,
right.
As far as iRacing is concerned. So you'll be able to go out with full fuel and everything else. So everything is fine. They're going to restart it in some... I think the shuffling around is going to be interesting because they're going to try and get everybody into the correct order from qualifying again. And then at that point, they'll get underway. So I assume there'll be a couple of laps under the safety car while they shuffle.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They'll release everybody. And hopefully we'll get as clean a start as we did last time, and then we'll get on with it. And then the GT3 cars now are unleashed because they'll have a lot less time to do, so they won't have to worry about fuel saving. Yeah.
Well, so you say that, but with yes, I say what
right.
you mean.
I have the officials now.
Go ahead.
We're now in a qualifying of 15 minutes, which no one's allowed to go out in, which is currently 5 minutes and 42 seconds down. So there's 10 minutes more of qualifying. The race, when it starts, will be 11 hours and 20 minutes.
Right. Okay. 11 hours and 20 minutes. Right. Okay. So that's going to put us about back to normal time with the time that we've lost.
Yeah.
So 11 hours and 20 minutes. That is going to be interesting. If you say that the GT3 cars can all do just under an hour, that means somebody somewhere is going to do a short stint, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then get in first at the end and go at the end.
Do extreme fuel saving and try and get to the end. I don't know. It's it's interesting.
Well, we'll have to see when we get the first green flag stop. So this is going to mess up all of my strategy overview. We may have to do a reset here of what's going on. And I take it driver times, etc., will be reset as well. So that those first 12 laps, although that was effectively a qualifying race, those first 12 laps. But those first 12 laps, do they disappear now then, in terms of...
Yeah, they disappear. I think they're going to go back to the original qualifying. So it's not a qualifying race, I don't think. I don't think they're going to take it back from 2 laps from the end. I think that's probably too difficult. So I think they're going to try and get everyone back into qualifying order again. So it's quite a little complex method. I mentioned they've gone for 11 hours 20 because effectively we weren't 40 minutes into the race.
No, but we will be by the time we've done this session.
Right.
This is burning up race time at the moment. So effectively, if the race clock was still running, Nick, that's what we're doing at the moment. So it took them about 5 minutes to get everybody back in and sorted. We've had this 15-minute qualifying, which isn't going to happen, of which there's 7:28 remaining. And then we'll go back to the racing.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I read from this. What we'll have to see when we come back is where we line them up, whether it's original grid or whether it is as they finished the race. And there's one simple way to find out that is, and that's where your car starts.
Yes. If it starts second or first, yes, depending on whether we are taking it from when. I think because Lee actually took that position on the last. If you red flag count back, I didn't get it anyway, but be interesting to see. Absolutely.
So it's Nick Damon and Hoff with a race delay here for a red flag. Problems in session for the third of 4 rounds. Creventic Virtual Series for 2020. Final race of the year is in a few weeks' time. And Nick, where's the last race? It's completely slipped my mind.
It's in Sebring.
Oh, of course it is. Yes.
Which is an interesting choice, really, because of course Cota is available on the sim, but Rick obviously chose the track. Rick Broik, I think he must prefer Sebring.
Sebring is fabulous to race.
For some of his real life racing in the Lamborghinis. No, I'd much rather be in that than the other. So
told from race control via Kez Cobb, and thank you Kez for this, who's not only producing our show but also is our conduit with race control through Hugo at Race Spot TV at the moment, that the 155 has retired.
Yeah.
And that was one of the Dubai cars. So that is out. Internet issues in the UAE.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
So
it's not what you want to fall out.
No, indeed. So our condolences to those guys who were expecting to be racing. Motorsport Matty says, I blame Bentley for 2020. Ever since they quite literally #bring the thunder as the flag fell at Bathurst in February, everything has gone wrong. Started before then, Matty, let's be honest, when we had 3 feet of water pretty much across the whole track, and in the pit lane at Dubai in the middle of the night it was above knee height. It all obviously not quite worked out, and both of the international airports, including Dubai International, which is one of, if not the busiest hub in the world nowadays, was under 2.5 feet of water, and they had to stop operations until somebody found the big plug and it all went down the plug hole. I mean, it was just unbelievable. Then we had, obviously, the thunder and lightning at Dubai. We've had wet races for IMSA and stoppages throughout this year at Sebring for the 12 hours. At Sebring, sorry, for the shorter race. Monza for 24-hour series by Hankook. Beautiful day. I'm doing the commentary. Johnny nips off to go and grab a bite to eat, and in the time that it took Johnny to get his scoff, literally the heavens opened, the clouds rolled in, which interestingly enough, we have got a bit of weather and cloud rolling in at Catalonia at the moment, coming in over the mountains from the north of the track, as it often does. Drivers are getting back to their cars now. I'm just seeing that on the timing screens. Daniel Muth has climbed aboard the Speed Monkeys Esports yellow Ferrari number 23. But we had biblical rain at Monza in real life. It looked like a tsunami had gone through. There was bits of trees in the catch fencing. I kid you not. We lost a camera at turn 1 that never came back because it got so drenched. Poor camera operators for 0221, our TV partners, for that. And the safety car went out and picked up the leader. You know how unusual that is in Creventic racing, Nick. And they had to stop halfway round because as the track dips underneath the old circuit, the water had collected there within 10 minutes and was so deep that the safety car couldn't get through. Never mind the race cars.
Yeah, it's been one of those years, isn't it? Really, I mean, that's the only way you can put it. Yeah, we definitely missed it. The first bit is that a lot of RSL almost didn't get to Dubai because of a missile strike somewhere else.
Yes, that's true.
So we ended up hanging out a day in Turkey. So yeah, it's
if you'd only known, mate, you could have went to the racetrack and scouted out a new Formula One location.
Could have worked out whether they really are Grade 1 or just conveniently going to pay some money to be Grade 1. Yeah, absolutely. That's another story, of course.
Still, as the responsible adult said, as far as not being at work on time excuses go, having to be diverted because people were shooting missiles at aircraft is a pretty good one.
That's better than Johnny getting up too late, then I'll not be able to leave a hotel.
Yeah, no, indeed so. Or pretending his car had been lifted one weekend at Silverstone, which nearly got him lynched, to be honest. You're listening to Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh wombling on as we wait for this session to come to an end, which it will do in 90 seconds. Then we'll grid the cars back up again, and we'll give you more news as we get it as to the race. We know will be 11 hours and 20 minutes. 11 hours and 20 minutes at RSL_studio. Hello to you all tuned in. An extraordinary start to this race. Very, very clean racing indeed at the start of this race. And there, I mean, hashtag blame Hindy straight away for that, because there's now bound to be a huge conflagration in the first lap or two. Everyone at Race Control, Race Sport TV, working really hard, and at Race Union, working really hard indeed to get this reset up and running. The virtual crowd look like they're getting a bit restless, actually, standing up waiting for something to happen.
Some of them are socially distancing. But
I noticed that, actually. That's pretty good.
Yeah, there are a few of them who I assume they're family groups.
Family groups, yeah, they'll be in the bubble. Yeah. How did your family group bubble outing go this week, Nick? You were big lovies, weren't you?
I was a supporting artiste for 3 days.
Really?
Yeah, my sister works in TV and production. She's a stage manager on various sitcoms. And she's filming Not Going Out, which is a very popular British sitcom now in its 11th season.
Appropriate in these difficult times.
And they'd obviously written it beforehand, and they'd written a scene set entirely in a pub quiz. So set entirely in a pub. And of course, what you need in the pub is lots of other people in the background. But they couldn't go to their usual extras agencies because they wanted people to sit round tables together, which isn't allowed in current COVID rules. So they had to find people who are already in a bubble to be in a bubble in the table. So there were about 20 extras, of which I think 16 were relations of various members of the crew.
Excellent.
Who said, do you want to come work for a couple of days and be a bubble? So we were a bubble of 4, yeah, and it was great. It was really interesting. I mean, because
did you win the pub quiz?
Well, actually, this is absolutely true. They were reading something out, and I had to correct them because it was wrong.
Oh my God, you did not.
I did. I said that's not actually correct, because I thought, it's part of the script that you got it wrong, which is a little bit embarrassing. Which was both kind of like, cringing for the people with me, but I think they may have appreciated it. I don't know, but no, it was great. I mean, it was really interesting seeing the filming.
Only you, Nick, could be a supporting artist, a background artist, and go, no, sorry, I'm sorry, who wrote that? That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah. But what they were doing, because they're only allowed to be close for a certain amount of time, so the two principals were sitting next to each other, but they had to record it in split screen. Because they weren't. You're only allowed to be within close proximity for 15 minutes a day.
Oh, wow.
And it's all master on, master off. It was, I'm really interested to see it, not to see actually whether I've got my ears in it a couple of times, just see how it all looks when it's finished.
Together.
Because It took them 3 days to film a 27-minute program because they were,
Wow.
having to. No one was allowed to touch this or touch that.
And does that mean you've all got equity cards now, or do you get a buy from that?
No, you don't get that for sporting artists. That's the point. You see,
Okay.
There was even a conversation about when they were. In fairness, they had. I didn't even get any business. Some of the other sporting artists got a bit of business. I didn't even get that. I didn't get to go and get a drink or anything.
So you just sat there.
No, but we were the winning table at one point, so it was a very competitive environment. We were winning at one point with our fake team. So yeah, no, it was great. It was really interesting. It was really, really interesting. It was long days actually because they're obviously filming everything in all sorts of different angles, and you were kind of sitting down and at this table, at this pub table for
Did you have to wear your own clothes, or did you get wardrobe love?
Well, I wore my own clothes, and then.
Hope you had a Radio Show Limited T-shirt on.
No logos. That was the thing they told us. No logos. And then they sat me down and they said, "Okay, right. No, what's going to happen is that we're actually decided we're going to. There's too many wearing black, and they gave me a really unpleasant shirt that I would never bought for myself to wear for 3 days."
Well, you don't do. Nick doesn't do colours, ladies and gentlemen. He does blacks and greys.
Pink and blue.
Oh my God, really?
Shirt, all sorts of things I've never buy and never wear.
No, hang on a minute though. I've seen pictures of your bike leathers back in the 80s, and you were very pink and blue in those days.
That was back in the 80s. That was what was. Yeah. Let's be honest. You only have to look at Duran Duran to know what was in the 80s. But yeah, so it was good fun, and I got paid for it even better. So that was cool.
Well, very good, very good. And when is that going to be out?
Don't know. I think it may well be the series is probably going to run after Christmas, I believe. But obviously, I will keep you all informed so you can see my ear or my nose. So yes, the whole.
And just in case you haven't seen Dick in television comedy before, what was the episode and the title of the show where you are, and I quote, hang on, louche man in a sports car? It was typecast.
I know. But more importantly, I didn't get paid for that one because my sister decided the budget was short and I only got a bottle of wine. But this time, no.
Right, okay, what was that show? Where were you, louche man in a sports car?
It was called Hippies, which had a number of very famous people. It had Simon Pegg in it, of course, now as an international megastar. And it was called the Festival episode. So
Festival, that's right, yeah. And you were right at the end, I seem to remember.
Yeah, 2/3 of the way through, yeah. So,
very good. Very good. So we've got cars rolling on the grid at the moment, and they've been set at -1. So this is clever. I like this. So we're going to line everybody up. BenQ Williams Esports out on the track. So this is going to be a little bit. This is going to be like herding cats for a moment to get everybody together. Nick?
I'm listening to the race control, which is Neil Hyken. What he's doing, he's calling off all the cars in order.
Brilliant idea.
It doesn't matter where he lined up. He's calling off in order. He's got as far as 23 now coming down the line. So he's still running through the GT3 cars. Now, I assume he's calling them off in order of the qualifying. Yep, I think he is. So he called off the GT3s now.
I see what they've done. They've lined everybody up at the back of the start-finish line, and as they call their numbers, they roll out. That's very clever. Well done, Neil Hykins, for this. This is very, very clever.
So, just wait. He's leaving a gap for the GT3, so he's not. Then, of course, next off will be the Porsche 911. We're waiting for them to get called off.
So,
okay, I think car 22 was in the pit lane for some reason rather than the grid,
correct.
So he's been sorting it out. So the race is counting down.
Yeah, 11, 16 and 30 to go. Now we're going to roll the Porsches in line, so we'll have to get those GT3 cars just to pause a second as they go.
So I haven't got a tracker to know where the GT3s are at the moment, but they're going to have to wait.
Just waiting, still the 911 class, 991 class still to roll. And are we good? have you heard, Nick, as we do get the 911s underway, I reckon it should be 914 from 976 from 988.
Yeah,
And
they've gone.
indeed,
That's right.
that's exactly right. That's the first three. And is it going to be a single file
No,
start?
this is in order in which they finished the first part.
Tell that because the Midweek Motorsport helmet on the RSL car coming through now.
Yep. So we are leading.
So that is at the end of the last green flag lap before the red flag came out. This is very clever stuff from Neil Hykins and the guys at Race Control. Well done.
So they are rolling off now. And I'm interested to know. I haven't got the camera in the front of them. I'm just watching from our cockpit at the moment. So I assume they're going to catch up. They're going to roll around slowly. I don't think there's an actual safety car out, so they're going to roll out slowly. They are going to
single file go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With them, we're going to come about 11:13. So now the GT3s, I think they can save 30 minutes of fuel as well.
Right, here they come to the line. We've got a green flag, I think, as we come to the line. They thought they had.
They're going slowly.
He's bailed out. So we are. La Fuente's gone through with Lehouk in second for Chill Blast, then Modena Motorsports. And then Simsa, then Duo, then T3. Team Aber in 10th. So you're right, Nick. That is as they finished, because the Team Aber car, if you remember, Jan Santowski had just overtaken the Atlantis Racing team. So Miroslav Nastalic is in 8th position. He certainly wasn't there. He was 11th. So there's still a bit of shuffling to do. Pekka Saarinen. Now, I think it is slightly confused by the fact that the 22 of ESAM Racing was in the pits and has only just pulled out.
He was released before the Porsches went away, so I think they're now going to. They may have to add a lap on. They can do all that stuff. It's just obviously a bit of a nightmare. I've noticed a couple of the cars did something wrong because they've had their black flags cleared, so that's fine. Because you get an automatic black flag with various in the pit lane, or going past someone when you shouldn't. I think the problem they got at the moment is they need to tell the other classes to get a move on, because the various classes are going quite slowly. So it's going to be a situation where they're going to catch up. So, for example, the GT4s are currently just going up, I think, towards the hairpin. It was up to turn 9. It's quite hard to tell from this close angle I've got. And they're coming up to turn 9 at the moment. So they probably need to give them a little bit of a hurry up.
So we are ready to go racing again. Stand by for action. The key thing about this is we're down to 11 hours and 12 minutes as Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports, Ben Q, is leading the teams around. Engine notes beginning to pick up. They're on the back straight, if you will, heading down towards turn number 10 in single file. So it is going to be a single file restart after a 40-minute or thereabouts red flag. And I think we're going to go green this time around as everybody is beginning to form up behind the 911s, the GT4s and the TCRs are forming up. Yeah, they're going green this time. Drivers are starting to get there. So the two Williams E cars, the BenQ, the chill out cars, similar with those teal or light blue rear hindquarters on those cars. Still got the TCRs actually rather too far back, I think, there, Nick. They're too far back. They're right in front of the leaders here. They'll not want to be there.
No, I'm not quite sure what's going. They're still going slow. I'm not quite sure they've not asked the other classes to
move up,
go faster and form on the back of the GT3s.
Well, this is going to make the first lap or so very interesting indeed.
They're going to go now because they can't go now because the class ahead of them aren't going either.
Right. Now we're forming up into 2x2. Race Control telling the teams to form up into a side-by-side formation. Imagine what is going on here with race control. And Nick, in the sim then, do you hear race control as in you hear the voice of Neil, race director?
Race control will come over on your radio. Yeah, there's multiple radios in the system, but he will come over.
Right.
And for now, this is quite weird, because what's not happened, which should have happened, is that the other classes get a move on.
So he needs to do his best, Eduardo Freitas, and say, can the 991, the GT4 and the TCR classes please close up to the back of the field?
Yeah,
come on, gentlemen, we need you to speed up. That's not my best impression, in fairness.
I quite like that, actually. I'm not quite sure where the Porsches are. The GT4s aren't much further. No, there's a little bit at this point now. People need to start saying go a bit quicker, and get them on the back, and then you can start next lap. But it's because BenQ now is going, as you can see, he's just coming round 6 and 7, moving up towards Cancer.
No, that's 1 and 2. That's the turn 3 at the moment. The lead group is in turn 3, heading up the hill under the bridge to turn 4. What I can't see, Nick, and maybe you can by flicking through, is where the Porsches are. Right, here's the Porsches are only at turn 5. So it's the Porsches that are holding things up at the moment, and I never thought I'd hear myself say that. So Salva Talens for MSI
they've got the hurry up now.
Needs to get a wiggle on, and is in fact doing that. And then the GT4s and the TCRs can do the same. I wonder if they've been a bit clever here, because Salva Talens is now going to get some energy into the tyres of the 914, the blue GT Porsche.
No, it was Neil Hykins, the race director, literally just came on before and gave them the hurry up. So possibly a bit late, but they've now, all the other classes have got the hurry up, and they're now moving at sort of medium speed. So if you say you had a kind of an average 60 miles an hour with a safety car, they're now going a little bit quicker, probably about 90 to 100 where they can. So they should, given how slowly the Williams is going at the front, probably be with them relatively quickly, because just so you know, the GT4s are turning into the chicane now.
I take it that in the sim, once the session is there, you can't then put the safety car out.
No, well, you can actually. Yes, you can force the safety car out in iRacing, be it either on the ovals or on the tracks. If you wanted to, you can fire a safety car.
Right.
But we saw that, didn't we, at IMSA?
Oh yes, good point. Good point. They had a safety car in the Pro Series. A randomly generated safety car. Right, are we going to go green this time around? Tell me where the 914 is, Nick. They must be hustling at the moment to get on the back of these GT3s. Yes, they are. They're coming to turn number 4 at the moment.
4. We're going through 3. The TCRs, I can't see how far behind they are. They're a little bit further behind, but I think everyone should be in order.
One more lap, do you think, before we go?
Really hope not, because time's ticking away. We're down to 11:07.
This is going to get interesting now. But what this has done, Nick,
they're at 10.
You talked about how it made it easier for the GT3s. Well, it would have, but now with 11 hours and 7 minutes in a car that does just under an hour, things are getting tasty in terms of fuel. Because if it comes down a tiny bit more and you can save a couple of laps of fuel, this is going to be really, really interesting. Now, are we going green this time around? Still single file, coming down to the chicane. Daniel Lafuente, a name that we've mentioned many times in recent months. Arthur Lehuc in second place, the 2 Williams cars, eSports cars, BenQ and Chill Blast. 34 and 33. Onto the start-finish line. No overlapping. Bit of flashing of the lights by the leader, as much as to say, when are we going to go? Not this lap.
Light makes you faster, John, you know that.
Well, of course it does. Gives you extra 20 horsepower. You know that, and I know that. As does weaving one side to the other to put yourself in the different door mirrors. It's one more lap, Nick, to allow them to get in. I think this is smart, though, by Neil Hakens, the race director. What he doesn't want is here come the Porsches on the back of this queue. And here comes, in fact, the GT4s, because they are now caught up. So any time from now they can go. What he didn't want to do is have cars coming onto the back of the GT3s at speed and getting mixed in. And he also didn't want the GT3s the previous lap to start and then immediately be in TCR traffic. Single file then at the moment. We'll go for a restart with 11 hours and let's see, it's going to be almost 11 hours spot on, Nick, so we're going to basically just have lost an hour. So it's as you were as far as strategy's concerned. Now what I do want to see, if I can get the right mouse to work on the myriad of computers
That's always the problem, isn't it?
that I've got here, I want to see the Leipert car. I want to see the 410 if I can, no, not the 410, excuse me. I want to see the, where's the number 911 Porsche Lorient? 911, it is the 911. What I'd like to see is the 911 Porsche and see if the damage is fixed on the left front, because I think it will be.
Yeah, of course, yes, new session.
There it is.
Completely.
There it is, brand new session.
Fresh car.
So they've looked into that. They're still where they were, as are the guys at the back in the BMW who had their problems. But at least it does mean they've got a clean and clear car, and presumably, Nick, that'll be a full tank of fuel and a new set of 4 tyres.
Absolutely, and final pace lap going green next time by, says Neil Hykins, also asking people to increase their rolling pace to 50 miles an hour.
Lovely.
So we are going green next time by. I think we're going single file green as well.
Yes, I'd agree with that. That would be the correct thing to do coming off a red flag. So effectively, we've had 3 safety car laps, if you will. The 2 Williams Esports cars, the Audis at the front of the field then. We're about to go back to racing. About half a lap to go at the green. So the field in the control of Daniel Lafuente. Bit of weaving going on behind by Ramez Assam in the Simsa Esports Audi. That's the orange and cream car. In front of him, Joshua Anderson in the Modena Motorsports. Very fetching red and white Ferrari. Good colour scheme, that. Now, when does he hit the hammer? At a reasonable speed, I reckon, just as you come out of the final corner, race directors, sorry, just as you come out of the final chicane, before the final corner, race directors don't like you hitting the brakes, so he'll be watching very carefully to make sure Lafuente keeps a steady pace. His teammates, they all need to close up a little bit now. He shouldn't really be any more than about a car's length behind. Last bit of weaving from the leader, and I'd say now is when he wants to go and accelerate all the way through the final corner. He hasn't done that. He's coming onto the front straight. Waiting. It's a long run down to the first corner. He's got his teammate running shotgun behind him, and now he goes on the hash marks of the grid, and immediately the 4th place car of Ramez Assam, that's the tangerine and cream car, tries to make the overtake, but it's a copybook restart by the 2 Williams cars. Modena on the inside, the Ferrari, the red and white car, having to hold off the Audi on the outside. Bit of grass taken by the Ferrari. That's a brilliant restart by Daniel Lafuente, using all of his experience. Nathan Lewis, duo by Sim RC, has got Bastian Dobbits trying to go around the outside in the T3 Esports Beta Audi. Oh, there's a spin.
Oh, someone's off there.
Already a problem. That was the blue and white Ferrari of Pekka Saarinen in the colours of his homeland. So the open road racing car. Just a spin, or did he just get off onto the grass?
He'd have put some power down on
out to turn 3
tyres, and I assume he's had a tank slapper.
Exactly. So going through turn 3. Oh no, that's a big dunch on the front end, and he's damaged the front splitter, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, then he's hit the rear end as well as he spun it around.
He's got away with it mostly visually, but I think he's almost certainly going to have a optional repair when he goes in. I'd be more worried about that rear hit than the front, to be honest. But yeah, so that's just too much power on cold tyres. And the fact that he's falling behind one of the, obviously trying to get back past that leading Porsche.
Yeah, I think he is. He's fighting his way back through to the back of the GT3 class, which that's Murphy Chew from Esam Racing that he's in behind, the Mercedes AMG GT3 with the red front. That's the 22 car that was in the pit lane for a little while. So that is a battle for position. That's brave. Low percentage lunge. I think he hit him there.
Damage on the front right. He actually got visual damage from that lunge.
Oh, and he spun around too.
That's just being. Oh no, and that's just being frustrated. That's all that is. He got himself into complete frustration circle there. He's up himself.
Nicky spun it as well. So down the inside into the chicane was a low percentage lunge.
Right now, and then he's just gone. He's going to just dive bomb the guy. Now the 22 car is not the fastest of the GT3. That doesn't mean you just push them out of the way if you've had your own problem. And
the leading 911 Salva Talens for MSI hit them as well, and that will be damage, I think, for Salva in that car. Watch for the blue 911 behind that incident. Goes to the right-hand side, which is the right thing to do, but clipped him on the front end. And the RSL car just sneaks through as the 22 car.
Oh no, we're off. We've got a problem.
Did he get a clip?
We've got a problem. Later on, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, we've had a problem just now. I don't know what happened.
This is... Which car is this, Nick? What number?
Our car.
What number? 462. Hugo will be looking for that at the moment. Meanwhile, battle for second position. Ferrari in third. Audi in second.
We've been taken off by that terrible Mercedes.
Well, the race direction, we'll be having a look at that, no doubt about it. So, across the line and running down to turn one. Restart then. I did say we'd had a lovely first start. I suspected we might not get a restart with everybody sitting pent up aggression. And that was indeed the case, and unfortunately it's taken out the leader in the GT4 category, and at this stage that's going to be a long way back. That's serious damage for the 462.
Yeah, it's crabbing, unfortunately, our car.
Needs to be in the pits. Has to be in the pits. It's going to be a long day now. So battle then at the front of the field sees the eSports BenQ car pulling away by about a second. Arthur LeHook and Josh Anderson battling for second and third position. Then a little gap back to the duo, for the Sim eSports. Ramiz Azam, Audi. Needs to get his head down and try and chase the leading three. That's disappointing, Nick. Ferrari with gold wheels, however. I'm very excited by Ferraris with gold wheels. That is the right colour for a Ferrari's wheels. And the Scuderia in Formula 1 should know that. It's so close to being a lovely livery on that Ferrari. It needs gold wheels. But there's a reason for that in F1, isn't there? They don't like coloured. They don't like coloured wheels in Formula 1. It's something to do with the heat.
It's different heat. It's all about the colour of the wheels. Is very important. It's all, as you say, absolutely about how the heat is dissipated. Not dispensated, I was about to say. Dissipated.
I like dispensated.
Yes, here I have a dispensation for heat. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously the wheels here make no difference. You can choose any colour from the palette you wish. But obviously in full scale racing, it's all part of the heat rejection facilities, and sometimes actually heat retention, of course, because they actually like to keep heat in the wheels sometimes to warm the tyres up.
And the change at the start of the race, the restart of the race in the TCR category, because Sten Leschke has gone to the front in the AC car. That's the black, white, with a little bit of red on it. It was the blue 111 that restarted in the lead for David Perez, sitting in third position in class at the moment is the 176 Jürgen Frank, the duo by Sim RC, and that's not a black and red car, a black and yellow car as I was expecting from Jürgen. That's the white with the red stripe over the top. And Oliver Ackerman sits in behind there. Some names here that are doing the rounds and racing every week, several times a week as well. recognise them from the Nürburgring Langstrecke series as well that we cover here on RSL. Just had its 7th round of the season. It was another cracker. If you missed it, the archive is on radio-show.co.uk at RSL Studio if you want to get in touch with either Nick or myself. Turn number 5, the downhill hairpin. And as usual, the TCRs, the whole field are within about a second and a half.
Yeah, nailed together. I mean, they make their speeds in a really interesting way. I mean, front-wheel drive, I've tried driving these things, it's just completely alien in a sim at the moment. I haven't got time or mental capacity to work out how to actually drive them properly. Yeah, they're very, very different. It's very, very, very odd. I remember trying to do a practice with them running around Brands Hatch and didn't get past through Graham Hill Bend even once.
I did a session a year or so ago at VIR, funny enough, where IMSA is this weekend with our live coverage, and did a session there with the Audi and got within about a 10th and a half of a real world time and felt it very realistic. Now, in fairness, I have raced a front wheel drive car before a couple of times, and the Audi, the TCRs, they don't always drive like a front wheel drive car. They're quite loose on the back, they're quite pointy, and I quite like that. You can back them in if you're prepared to trail brake into the corners, and it's exactly the same on the sim.
Yeah, no, it is. I think, yeah, that's probably what was wrong. But yeah, I mean, they are interesting because they drive out the corners a very different way to the cars with the rear wheel drive, no matter where the engine is. They don't have an awful lot of speed along the straights because obviously they have the aerodynamics of a brick on the whole. So they're making their speed in very different places, and you can find yourself being molested from behind for a while through a twisty section. Suddenly you get a bit of straight, and you can just ease away with the GT4 cars, which are carrying about 120 more horsepower than the TCR. The TCR is a good little package. People drive them, love them. I've had 7 or 8 more months. I could love them as well, but it's just too difficult to learn.
Maybe I need to do some online mentoring of you.
Yes, I keep telling you to get a rig, and you keep telling me it would result in the end of your marriage.
And I'll just come and stand over your shoulder, don't worry. We've just been keeping an eye on the GT4 class. That was Tom Valentini, duo from SERIES Esports, Tom Greven. Lucas Cooper has dropped down. Cooper has dropped down in the Liper East racing cars. That's the first of the BMWs. He's about another second and a half further back. Still a battle for second overall. And neither of the Williams Esports Audis getting away at the moment. Just a little bit of breathing space. Maybe half a breath of space for Daniel Lafuente in the moment in the purple fronted car. The black or dark grey charcoal fronted car is in second. Then it's the red and white Ferrari. That's the Modena Motorsports of Joshua Anderson. Rami Zazam is the Tangerine car as they go past the number 177. That's at the back of the TCR class. That's Davy van Hoogevert for Sparto 5 TCR Racing, and he sort of stayed out the way.
Yeah, I have to be honest. In the 2 races we've done, there are some drivers in that particular green TCR who are a little bit, what's the word for it, not very spatially aware. Put it that way. There have been a number of instances caused by, I'm not saying it's Davey, but other members of that car. So much so that when you saw it, you were frightened to go past it because of its erraticness. If the Chili Blast car puts out a bit of a wheel over that sausage curve that's supposed to provide with drive, but just basically unsettles the machine. So you got to be careful. It's interesting because that Mercedes has taken us out. I had seen that being a bit of a liability during practice, but just really unfortunate there. Dear.
Now, meantime, the car that was leading, Lee Morris, is in the pits with the Team RSL powered by Mofo, well-established racing league, the 462. So that's taking the pain now to get what looked to be some quite major damage sorted out. Not of his making. That was all down to the number 22, which has disappeared from the timing screen.
Has he gone entirely?
I can't see it at the moment. It's not even greyed out.
Oh,
no, sorry. 25th overall, Murphy Chu. Yeah, for Esam Racing. Now, in fairness, he was rather punted into a spin, remember, from the recovering Ferrari, but then clearly lost his head as well. Damage to the right front of the
Actually,
Mercedes.
that wasn't the car that hit us.
Was it not?
No, let me...
Well, that was the car that got hit and spun around at the final corner, the 22. So it wasn't the 22, was it not?
No, it was another black and white car. I will tell you who it was, because I don't want to start apportioning blame for an accident. There's nothing to do with that young man.
Salvatarlins looked like he got a tiny bit of damage as well in the number 914 Porsche, which leads the 911 class. But meanwhile, the leaders onto the start-finish straight.
Oh. No, it wasn't. It was the 22.
I thought it was.
I'll tell you why. It's because I've got a slightly different graphics package loaded than that one has. So he has a different rear end in my pictures on my screen. It's interesting. Sometimes the cars look slightly different graphically on the game than they do on the Race Spot TV. But yeah, it was 22. Right, but we can start now to take him off our Christmas card list entirely.
That's Nick Damon. He'll never forget. Drivers never do, you know. Real or virtual, never. Never, ever, ever. And the amount of times that Nick has told me to forget things that have happened when I've been out on the track in full metal racing. Now you know, Nick. Now you know.
Oh, no. Now I know. I'm putting a little ring round 22, and I am going to make sure if ever I see any of them again, regardless of who it may be, there's going to be a serious caucus. We're back at the pits now, by the way, and on our recovery drive. I have no idea how repaired the car is. But it's a long way when in a 12-hour race. Well,
Lee Morris has stayed at the wheel. Lee has stayed at the wheel. So let's see. Probably good that he can now get an idea of how good or bad that car is. Got slightly overcast at the circuit at Catalonia. Montmeló is its closest habitation, right on the railway line out of Barcelona up to the Costas. Railway runs right behind the grandstand, actually. There is a railway station there, which is used for some of the events, but not open all the year round. Oh, big dive down the inside by the Chill Blast Williams eSport car in second place. Needed to make that position as they fight their way through the TCR runners. They're all having their own battle as well, of course. Down towards the first corner again. The laps trip off really quickly. I've been so used recently, Nick, to doing esports on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Yes. I'm having to recalibrate myself down to a normal size track.
Yeah, 1:45 rather than 8 minutes there or thereabouts, depending which the many versions of the full-size Nürburgring are on.
Danger time for the leader, Nick. Side by side, the two Williams cars. Leader went wide in turn number 3. Now that's your teammate. Let him go. Got to let him go. Good side by side through turn 4 is going to compromise both of them. Here comes the Modena Ferrari. This is very early on to be this racy with your teammate. They're still side by side in turn 5. This is formation driving. It looks great. They're putting on a show, but the Modena Ferrari has closed right back up on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's
still side by side as they head up the hill towards 9, and here comes the Modena car, and there you go, you see. 16 up into second. Change of position. Chill Blast goes to the lead. La Fuente down to third now, with Modena Motorsports' Josh Anderson taking his opportunity. I don't think that was smart driving by the two Williams guys.
No, I mean, it's early days, and really, you should try and just settle into the race as we've seen. But
are they able to talk to each other, Nick, or just within the teams?
You can do, because obviously there's a team speak environment, and you can when you do that, you can actually choose who channels. So you can actually they could have a Williams channel, which could just have the spotters who could talk to each other, or they could have a conversation between the teams if they wish to. That's all very easy, all very possible to do. You're not allowed to talk on the actual radio channels within the race. You're actually banned from talking on, so you have to be. It's going to get that. He's fine. It's got plenty of aero grip. So yes, I mean, I'm sure the team is in conversation. I'll be surprised if the drivers are involved. They'll be just doing their own business, and they may even be being told to stop being so silly at some point. But it's not nice when your teammate is not only looking at you, but put a Ferrari between you.
So here's a question then: are the Williams eSports team now also owned by Doralton? capital?
Oh, who knows? Very good point. Well made. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I assume that they've bought the entirety of Williams Grand Prix engineering, and that's part of the holdings and the marketing team. And yes, they will also be under new management of an American investment firm. So yeah,
It was Williams F1 that was sold. I don't know whether it was engineering.
Well, they've already sold off engineering, haven't they? So they've sold one of the engineering off. Williams F1 is the old Williams GPE. I think the rest of it, so basically what was left after they sold the advanced engineering, advanced dynamics, that is now gone into the venture capitalist, and we're very interested to see what they do with it, because it's not a typical venture capitalist concept where you buy something and then sell it within 3 years for a profit, is it? You know, there's a huge amount of investment that's there. You can't exactly asset strip something that's not got many assets. So yeah, I mean, they're going to need to throw some money in it. They're going to need to work out a new management structure. They're going to need to find a way of improving every single aspect, and also perhaps looking at the other models in F1. Do you want to do the Haas model? Do you want to do the Racing Point model? Perhaps not quite so overtly and so FIA annoyingly, but perhaps without the dogma perhaps of the Williams family, then you would think that they have a chance to succeed if they're properly invested in. But that's a big if in this climate. But to answer your question from hours ago, yes, I think they probably are owned by the capital firm now.
That was a long way around to just a yes or no answer, which is all I was looking for, frankly.
That's our job.
Well, you know, we've got 10 hours and 45 minutes still to go here. The leaders now coming through the GT4 battle, who dutifully steer out of the way. GT4 Valentini from Greven, that's 476 from 466. They're turning laps at the moment in the 156.1 area. 156.3. Oh no, Lee Morris back into the pits again for what was the leading 462 Team RSL Cayman. Looking slightly less than pristine now.
It's not fixing itself. So that
big hammer.
That rear crab situation apparently is not repairing, so maybe we're out after just no laps at all.
Oh no!
So what they're trying to do now is they're trying to force the system to do some more repairs. We sat there, we've had some repairs. So what you then try and do is you then tow the car back and hope it will fire more repairs. But I'm just receiving messages that that's it. The car's has been too damaged by that coming together the 22 to actually get back and working again, which is massively disappointing. To put it mildly.
I'm hearing your sponsors aren't very happy. That's 2 races in a row that you haven't got to the finish.
Yeah, but this isn't our fault. You've seen that on camera. In fairness, can't argue with it. Spa was entirely our fault. A combination of overambitious driving and under-talented. But this time, you know, we were very confident, and perhaps that was the error. We should never have been so confident. But yeah, it looks like the whole thing is broken and staying broken. So a bit sad, really.
So that is we think, the first retirement. Remember, we lost the 155 car with connection issues coming together between Murphy Chew for Esam Racing and the Ferrari. Now, which Ferrari was that? That was the Open Road Racing, wasn't it? Pekka Saarinen, excuse me, who had a spin, rejoined, was fighting his way back, had a bit of bump and grind with Murphy, spun Murphy round at the final corner, having done some damage through the final chicane, and then Murphy, trying to regain position, took out the GT4 class leader rather unapologetically and had 3 or 4 goes at it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So Tom Valentini inherits the lead, so it'll be, whatever happens now, it'll be a hollow victory for whoever wins GT4.
Those tyres will never inflate properly. That's all I can say. I think Lee's waiting to talk to you, John.
We've got Lee, have we, in the Lee Morris in the booth at the moment. Lee, Team RSL powered by Morpho. You got the lead just before the red flag. Congratulations on that. Then a fabulous bit of driving to avoid the accident at the final corner. And then what happened after that?
Hiya. I think it was the guy who spun the 22 car.
Correct.
I presume it was just a bit chaotic, but I presume it was him. Murphy, I think it was.
Correct.
I don't know. We came to T3. I held the, obviously being the slower car, being lapped, you just hold your line and let them go around the outside. It's pretty common knowledge that that's how to do it, even for an inexperienced GT racer like myself. And the guy just drove straight into the back of us, wiped us out, and I just can't believe it, because we did. I'm just gutted for the team, because we did everything absolutely perfect. Like, it's been really good all week, like helping the guys push forward. I really appreciated the opportunity from Nick Damon with the team, and like, we did everything perfect. I did the restart perfect. We did the first start in the first race. I overtook him for the lead. After my qualifying lap was poor. I should have been on pole, but I was happy with P2. I thought, right, I'll sit behind him for a few laps. We took the lead. We started to pull away, then we got red flagged. Race 2, I used a tactic of sitting on the back of the Porsche 911 Cup cars to get a draft down the main straight to make sure I had the lead. Did it all perfect, and you get wiped out by some, I don't want to say the word, but, you can guess.
No, well done. Well done. Just keeping an eye on the battle for the lead at the moment, coming through the final corner. So, I mean, it must have been a substantial contact if it's giving you so much damage that with 2 trips to the pits, you still can't get it fixed. Yeah,
well, we tried a couple we did the first, I drove it back to the pits, firstly, making sure it was safe, obviously, because I knew the GT3 pack was coming round. So the last thing I wanted to do was be in the middle of the track all over the place with a crabbing car. So I was asking the guys, the spotters, saying, look, just keep me informed if we need to pull over, and I'll get towed rather than drive back. So we drove back, we had 7-minute repairs, went out, and it was crabbing. So we decided to box again and see if it repaired it, and it was still the same. And then I just tried again literally about a minute ago to go out after being towed, and unfortunately it's exactly the same again. So it just crabs to the left, and when I brake it's all over the place. So it's not that we couldn't continue. I could quite happily drive that to the end. It's just unsafe, so it's just not worth it.
Bad luck, mate. Good to have you back. Welcome back to the esports arena. Better luck next time at Sebring. Are you going to be with the team for Sebring?
The problem is, at the moment I'm off work, so I can do these events. If I go back to work, I won't be able to do the event, which is kind of annoying. But I'll still be testing with the guys and helping them out. Definitely, they're a really cool bunch of guys. Like say Nick Damon invited me and everything. I really appreciate it. It's been really good to run with them, and they've all improved in this 1 week. They've just improved so much. Team RSL powered by Mofo. Bit of a dig there for everyone.
Well done. Nick was telling us about your previous in the esports world, and it goes back quite a long way and to quite a high level.
Well, I feel like I missed out a little bit, to be honest. Like, when I was doing sim racing, like, properly, let's say, when I was really into it, it wasn't as big as it is now. And I kind of wish I could, like, go back 10 years and how it is now and race then, because having recently done more events, I feel like, I still think I could, like, if I really get back into it properly, I still think I could get into the esports scene and maybe earn some money out of it, and get to quite a good level. I don't think I'll ever be as quick as some of the other guys now, because obviously age takes its factor. I know I'm only 32, but that's past it in today's world, isn't it? You know what I mean? So, but I don't know.
And for people listening from the real world, and we have got a massive crossover now from Full Metal Racing and vice versa. The amount of time that you have to commit to this, and that's what you're saying about being off work. It's not just a case of turning up for the race. You've got work to do leading up to the race.
Well, prime example is this week. I got called up for this pretty late. Basically a week ago today, I was asked if I wanted to drive. I didn't start testing until Monday because of various other things. And having never driven this car before, we didn't have a setup or anything. And basically, we got to the top of our class. We were the fastest car in our class. I know there was only 7 cars or something. It's not the very top class. No, it's not GT3. But in a week, we basically improved the car. And this is what hurts more than anything with this. It's not like I've just turned up today and think, oh, well, we got took out. Like last night, I was testing for 7 hours, trying to hone this setup, and with the tyres, trying to get race performance out of it and things like that. And we were all on, working. And that's what hurts, is the fact that we've put all that effort in. And that guy, by the looks of it, has probably done about 3 laps this morning. And that's what annoys me, is like we've been wiped out by something like that.
Well, and rather annoyingly, he's still running as well. Lee, thanks very much, mate. We're going to go back to the lead battle. Bad luck, and hopefully, well, I want you to get back to work. We all want to get back to work, but if you can't get back to work, let you don't say that. If not, we'll see you at Sebring, mate. Have a good weekend. Enjoy it.
Appreciate the interview. Have a good one.
Cheers, Lee. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Awful bad luck there, and great work done by Lee with the Team RSL by Morpho. Been just status quo at the head of the field at the moment with the two Williams cars, Blast and Ben Q. The 34 and the meat in the Williams bread, if you will. It's modern motorsport sandwich, isn't it? With Josh Anderson in that Ferrari. You could hear from Lee's voice there, Nick, just how upset and annoyed Lee Morris was.
Well, that's join the club because But I think Lee's underselling himself a bit. I mean, he was a very good iRacer, 7,000 rating. Kind of gave it up for a few years. Came back recently. He was in the top split at Le Mans actually, as well, racing with Holland. They came sixth in P2, I think, his team a few weeks ago. But it's great working with someone who actually knows what they're doing. You know, he found Simon 3 seconds, he found me 2 seconds, and more importantly, a lot of consistency just by doing some proper tuition and talking around the lap and telling you what you're doing, where you need to improve, and where your lines were theoretically right but actually wrong for the sim, which is interesting. He understands how the tyre model works, and he was constantly working on the setup. And a really interesting point is that one of the vulnerable areas for GT4 is actually putting the power on to the final corner. It doesn't particularly like the mid-engine car doesn't really like power and large amounts of lock. And the thing was, with other setups, always trying to theoretically bite you. But actually, the great thing was that by the time you finished it, you could just really power through. You had produced a great setup. And I was did a few laps, this morning. I was, very quick as I wanted to be. I could get out of traffic, and we had this level of confidence that, say, in fairness, the Team RSL powered by Mofo teams never had before. And it just goes to show what happens when you have too much confidence. Someone just comes in and literally they prick your bubble with the front end of a Mercedes. But Lee, honestly, he's and I'll say this: if you are serious about esports and you would like to get some training, however, Lee, genuinely, he found me a second half in ultimate pace and, more importantly, a second half in average pace, just by 2 hours of learning with him on Thursday night.
Battle for the lead then, going up towards turn 4, through 4, out of 4, down the hill to 5. The infield hairpin. Ferrari pushing hard here as we've completed 20 laps in this restarted, predicting 288 laps at the end of the race. Check that, 287. The computers just swapped over. Everyone at the front of the field having done 20 laps. That's about half a fuel. It's a little bit over half of a fuel run. I think particularly with the warm-up laps, even though they were slow, there was 3/4 laps before we got to green flag racing. I'm expecting to see, let's have a look at the time, 1:46. I think 35 to 38 laps as a stint for the GT3 cars, Nick.
Yeah, it sounds about right. We were looking at 49 for the GT4s, something similar for the TCRs, and probably about 39, 40 for perhaps 41 for the Porsches was my guess on that front. So they're 20 down. They should have a half a tank of fuel. They are cruising back through the TCR classes again, and so far those TCRs have been very sensible.
Yeah, no problems with lappery for the leaders, at least. Lead pair just broken away for a moment from the third place. Daniel Lafuente, remember, lost the lead, dropped down to third position when perhaps rather ill-advisedly battling very hard indeed, side by side for what? Through turn 3, through turn 4, through turn 5, through turn 6 the King, through turn 7, and then through 8 and 9 they sort of tripped over each other, and then the Ferrari went through into second and he dropped down to third position. But he's got the two leaders ahead of him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, his question, he's fallen down to third. Is he going to do a little bit of fuel saving? Now, there's a good position here for Josh Anderson in the Medina Motorsports Ferrari, because he is getting a slipstream down the straight. He can choose whether he wants to try and get ahead or just obviously save a little bit of fuel. Now, it really depends how close they are to the hour, whether they need to save fuel. I mean, I haven't got the exact run on this particular track. They were under an hour. They were around the hour, at Spa.
Here's a chance.
Well under the hour.
Just a second, Nick. Here's a chance for the lead as the traffic was online there. There was nowhere for the leaders to go. This is the TCR lead battle. Diving down the inside, our leader of the race overall gets a rather angry flash from the leader of TCR, and I'm not surprised there, because that was all a bit unnecessary. It's David Perez in the 111 who is leading. In fact, actually, that was Jürgen Frank, wasn't it, in the second place duo by SimRace TCR, and he wasn't happy at all at the forceful driving by the overall leader. It's the blue TCR that's being lapped now by the Ferrari up through the rising S's, through turns 1 and 2, that is the lead of that class. Meantime, the other duo by Sim RC, which leads its class, is in GT4. Tom Valentini's got Tim Greven for Simsa. You get to know the colours of these teams. Simsa runs that tangerine and just off-white with the black trim on that car. Duo with the white car, red stripe down the middle of the bonnet and the black hindquarters.
Yeah, I think the livery recognition is getting more and more important as you get more and more.
Great.
As sim racing gets more and more accepted, more and more of us start watching more and more of it. It's good to get that instant recognition, even with if it's not necessarily a shape of car. Because this week they're doing Porsches, next week they're doing GT3s. Week after that, they might be doing a single seater as the teams rotate around the various platforms and the various cars. You've got a scheme you can latch onto. You know at least the house you're talking about, not necessarily always the drivers. Of course, these teams have multiple sets of drivers, sometimes living in the same place and sometimes just collaborating on particular cars and not others. But as the GT4 leaders, obviously, thanking their lucky stars that Mercedes has taken out the true leader of the race. Well, until at least to the end of the first stint. It wouldn't have been the leader much longer. Well, no, we were going to have an hour and 40 in the lead, and that was it. I think, going back to it, I think Josh Anderson and Daniel Fuente in second and third can now decide whether they want to save a bit of fuel at the front and start to eke it out. Just to finish my thought that it was just about an hour in GT3 at Spa, but in Monza, which obviously quite a thirsty full throttle circuit, it was only about 55 minutes, so you're under the hour. Now, this track doesn't have the same amount of straights as Spa, so it might be they can make the hour. They need to make an hour in about 20 seconds each time.
There's still quite a lot of full throttlage here, though. In fairness, and there's a couple of very hard acceleration points as well as the long front straight, of course. And then you've got the run out at 9 down to 10. That's all flat out. So there is quite a lot of full throttle driving here. I think it's about 65%. From memory, I think it's about 65% of the track, believe it or not.
There's a lot of time you're in corners, you're cornering where you're not on full throttle. You're kind of waiting for the nose to come back in again, or you're, as you know...
Which is where the leaders in GT4 are at the moment, 13.
Yeah, so you're easing off, and then down this, you're going to get a light squirt, and then a lot of using the hill, then braking hard, and then you try to get back again, then you're back on the throttle. Actually, you're back on the throttle here. I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how long they do get from this. Notice that Simon Tibbett entered the pit in the 451 GT4 car. That's one of the two BMWs. Now, that is before time, so he is, I assume he has had a slight problem because he wouldn't come in after just 55 minutes when you've got an hour and 40 in your tank. Of course, just realised, he's actually not going to be. We're going to have to kind of work out, aren't we? We're going to back time those three slow laps to begin with, aren't we, John, to work out exactly when the race started.
Well, fortunately...
Oh, did you write a note down?
It was 11 hours and I think 3 minutes when we went to green. It was just coming down. So, we'll see. We'll see in around about 25, 26 minutes time. The leaders have done 24 laps. There's easily another 10 laps in the tank, and I think probably another 12 to 15. Now, I say that and check myself, but again, I've got to remember that this is only a, 0.8 mile circuit at Barcelona from memory. Should really have had that on a screen somewhere with all these screens that I've got, and I haven't got the circuit details. But I think it's 2.8. You do like a circuit diagram, don't you?
I actually find one of the things that's most important when I'm actually trying to learn a track, which is important like this one, is actually getting the circuit diagram, because the way you think of it as you go around in your head is not the way it actually is. You don't see the corners as they are in your mind, do you? Because if you're in a corner, a nice long corner for a long time, you think it's a certain design, but often it's not.
Have you driven this track in real life, Nick?
I have.
Do you not find that helps, even if you're not at speed?
Well, it was a Ford Focus estate.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, I must admit, that one had disappeared from my mind in something like 5 years since I did it. But it's I think I find that the tracks I've ridden in the UK, I find are really useful. I've done a lot of laps at bike racing speed, at racing speed. Those are transferable. The ones I've just driven around to get an idea, like virtually all the correct. Like for Mugello, I wouldn't know where to start from Mugello. I've done about 20 laps around Mugello in a hire car. I wouldn't. If we went there, I'd have to start from scratch on it. It's a different world when you're in a racing car, in a virtual racing car, and going at speed. So this is the conundrum for Anderson. Does he actually want to take the lead?
I don't think he does.
At the GT3, he's coming up to, by the looks of it, lap the leaders in GT4. That's the orange.
No, done that already.
Have they? Well,
I think so.
No, GT4 now. That's the orange and white GT4, isn't it?
Oh, right. So they're lapping them again.
Oh yeah. I mean, they are running at speed. They are 10 seconds to 11 seconds.
Right, that's the second time they've been past them. If that is Valentini in the Porsche, is that the 476? It is the 476. Yep. So
So every 11 or 12 laps, they should go past you. So it is a big difference.
I'm watching Anderson and where he's positioning the car, and how careful he's being on the throttle application, and how he's trying to save the left front tyre. He's doing a really good job in that Ferrari of not putting too much energy into the left front tyre.
They're definitely going to double stint these tyres. The tyre wear here is not massive, so we weren't under any worry in the Porsche for an hour and 40 running on it, and that would be plenty of time. So they will be definitely double stinting. Not sure if they can triple. I mean, they are great drivers, so perhaps they can, but they'll be double stinting the tyres minimum. So you've got to look after that front left, which obviously does take by far the biggest punishment, especially when we come around to turn 3 in a few yards. Exciting.
Let's just describe what's going on behind the wheel of Josh Anderson's Ferrari, the Modena Motorsport. He's going through the very last 3 now, and you try to put as little lock on that as you can, running out onto the green, under the Repsol bridge. Good idea, places you on the track. Now he holds a much tighter line through the apex of turn 4, which interestingly will put energy into that left front tyre. Downhill, really have to get the apex on that downhill left-hander at turn 5. Now swooping through 6 and into 7. See how he's getting a bit of understeer and rides out towards the Sosjenskirk through 7. And 8 now to 9. Just a little lift at the top of the hill. Lets the hill slow him down a little bit. 4th gear into 5th. Heading down from 9 into 10. Down through the gearbox all the way down to 1st gear to get the car to rotate. Short shift to 2nd, then to 3rd. And then again, by the time you get to 13, the uphill right-hander. Oh, that's interesting. He went down to 2nd there, which promoted a bit of wheel spin at the back. Up to 3rd for 14, and he's got a Porsche right ahead of him. It's the Lorient car, and he had to go around that. Not great driving by Anderson there. I don't know where he thought that Lorient car was going to go, and he put himself in danger there. Just had to lift for a moment, he would have been fine, and have been able to see where the Lorient car was going. onto the straight again. And look how little lot he puts into the car at the first corner, Nick. It's exceptionally small amount of wheel movement.
And what you'll also be seeing is that there's he took a lot of one there, which is because you got the other. He straddled the dangerous sausage curve, which is
straddle the sausage, mate. Always straddle the sausage if you can.
Now, what you'll be seeing is that at certain corners he's coming right out. And they come right out here onto the green and the stripes, because that you don't get an instant point for that. So that's not an off track officially. So you can go quite wide out on that one. This tighter line is the line actually which Lee told me to take as well. So then you power it down. You brake in a straight line before you turn into 5. And then you put the power on here, go out as wide as you can onto the green, which again is not an instant point, which is key. And then you power down the swoop down into the 7. You brake just where the white curb is there, and get a small amount of that if you're allowed as well. And you're carrying speed. In
5, then, when you say brake in a straight line, that's not necessarily parallel to the edge of the track, though. You could be that is one of the turns that you can diagonal in to the apex because it's slightly banked on the outside. I understand what you're saying, you're not turning the wheel while you're turning, but have you already set the car towards the apex and you're braking on a diagonal to the apex?
It's a really interesting point because that isn't the natural thing you would think to do. If you drew a racing line map on it, you would go, well, that's not what you should do.
Yeah, stay out and turn in late.
Yeah, it is actually to do with the way the model. Some of the modelling, the physics of iRacing is, and Lee was just explaining to us, actually, the iRacing massively favours slowing fast out.
Right.
It's even though you'd naturally do that onto a straight, you need to look at squaring off the corner and slowing fast out. So the good example of that is coming into 10, where you actually turn what looks like ridiculously late, because it just levels the car up to power on up the hill.
Get the power on earlier.
It's not the obvious line at all, and that does cause some confusion about people who are lapping people sometimes. But they're not. They think they're going to be. It's
like turn 1 at quarter. In the real world, the best thing to do is to start going across diagonally early, because it's such a slow corner. It doesn't actually matter at what angle you arrive at it. So you might as well diagonal across the hill, because it flattens out just when you need the grip and the maximum amount of braking. But if you try and do that on any sim when you're learning the track, it doesn't like it. It really doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point about sim racing is a simulation of the real world, and as we know, given that Formula 1 teams can't simulate the real world properly, hence the reason there were that concept of correlation issues.
Yes, Ferrari, we're looking at you.
Well, yes, particularly Ferrari, but others have had the problem. Even Red Bull have had that problem, haven't they, with correlation issues at the beginning of seasons. But yeah, so it's interesting, the tips and tricks. But it's just a slight adjustment in your line. It's not like you have to design a car to do something clever. It's just just that line is quicker, even though your classic racing instructor will tell you that's not the correct line to take. So, it's interesting about, there's a couple of little tricks, coming around turn, for example, when you come into turn 3 with the GT4 car, so it's actually this very corner, as you turn, you actually give a tiny dab of the brake, which just pulls the nose in beautifully. It makes you 2-3 tenths faster on this section. And it's totally counterintuitive for an amateur like me to be trying to go faster by hitting the brake, but it does absolutely work. It just nips the nose in, and suddenly you can power back through the whole of that round 3, and then carry more straight all the way up 4 into the Repsol corner.
Yeah, just the battle for first and second. Jürgen Frank on the tail of Steen Ledger at the 188 AC Sim Motorsport car. They just
Sorry, John, I think all bets are off for TCR because they're front-wheel drive, and it might be completely different.
Well, as I said, in the real world, the Audi in particular drives very much like a rear drive car, and you can rotate it around the front wheels. It's an extraordinary piece of kit. Here comes one of the GT3s cutting through that battle. They stayed out the way. They're down at 10 now, turning in. The GT3 rather overly ambitious. I think was that the 91 car that was going through there? No, it wasn't, because there isn't a 91.
Well,
which car was that was going through?
It's bright green.
Yes, I know it was.
Coming across the start-finish line in a second, so where are we on the actual runner car?
I'll catch that in a minute. But very ambitious in turn 10. Easy to outbrake yourself there. Good news is there's plenty of runoff, so don't panic, don't lose your head. As goes across the line. It was the 56, I think. I think it was Tanguy Izan in the Viper Green, Nisa iRacing car.
It's easy to do though, because obviously you get yourself into a rhythm, and then you're overtaking someone down into the braking zone, and you perhaps have a slight bit of concentration. The person overtaking, a slight bit trying to get back across for the ideal line, and at the end of all that, you don't actually press all the buttons and the pedals at the correct order, and suddenly you find yourself sailing off and going very, very deep and losing a couple of seconds, which is very, very annoying, because you've just done a couple of things which are great, getting past someone, and you just ruined it. So you go, oh, that's a second.
That's Nick Damon. I'm John Hindhoff from Radio Show Limited. Good to have your company. And it was a rather inauspicious... Well, actually, that's not... I was going to say it was an inauspicious start. That's not true. We had a cracking start and a cracking first 10 laps or so. Race had to be red flagged. One or two issues with setup. Limited tyre sets, a recent addition to iRacing. And I think one or two cars had limited themselves to a single set of tyres for the whole race, which would have made life difficult in a 12-hour race. Yes.
Yeah, I think towards you can actually blow these tyres up if you get them down below zero. Apparently, it's quite. I haven't done it myself, but apparently it's very spectacular.
So the battle at the front of the field is still Williams, Modena, and Williams. Let's go through the rest of the top 10 with still 10 and a quarter hours to go. Ramiz Azam for SERIES Esports in the Audi. That's the tangerine and cream car in 4th position. About 15 seconds off the lead and about 1.6 seconds away from Nathan Lewis in the 76 Duo by Sim RC Audi. Another Audi in 6th position is Bastian Dobitz. That's the 71 car. He's another 2.5 seconds further back. 6 seconds back, but coming through the field, Jan Santowski added to Team Abbott Racing. No Tom Onslow Cole this week. Adam Christodoulou and it's Sam, isn't it? Yeah, Sam that's in that car as well. And they're in 7th now, having started outside the top 10. Started this part of the race in 10th position. So that's positions made up by Santowski after a stunning, fast but frugal drive in the Nürburgring last weekend, where he managed an 8-lap stint, which was very impressive indeed, with track temperatures up around 40 degrees, held the tyres together and made the fuel last. 1.1 litres in the car when he went across the line last weekend. He, as I say, is in 7th position, has got around about 8.5 seconds on the Lipa Esports number 10 car, Nicholas Hayder. Maciej Milnick for Atlantis, one of 2 Atlantis cars. He's moved up to 9th in the 28. Peter Klaviter, Funem Motorsport with Simsa Audi in 10th position. In Porsche, Salvatier's MSI Esports Cup, the 914 leads by 15 seconds now from Duo, René Osterkamp and Alexandra Charco for the 988 Mulner Motorsports. That's your top 3. In GT4, Tim Greven is at the head now. He's got ahead of Tom Valentini. So that's Simsa Esports 466 now ahead in GT4 of Tom Valentini in the white Porsche with the red stripe. That's the Duo car. Just 0.2 of a second there in traffic as they're battling through. 3rd is... I've got to scroll a bit further down. I think it's the Leipert car, isn't it? Yes, it is. Lucas Cooper. Cooper, sorry, in the Leipert Esports BMW. That's the 410. And as we were watching earlier on, the 111 Blue David P. Perez MSI car back at the front of TCR ahead of Duo. That's again the white car with the red stripe. That's Jürgen Frank. Steen Ledger for AC now down in 3rd position. So they've swapped around. And those 3 have pulled away by 11 seconds to Oliver Ackerman, who is in the 171 T3 Esports. That is the battle in the GT4 category. In the Porsche 911 category. 976 René Osterkamp and Alexandra Jarko battling for 2nd position as they head over on the far side of the circuit from the commentary box, climbing the uphill now through that tricky turn 7 and 8. touring cars can ride a bit more of the curb. Meantime, at the front of the field, Nick Damon, we've still got those 3 cars tied together on a short piece of bungee cord.
Yeah, they are literally only being split by anything more by a bit of traffic. But certainly Anderson and La Fuente in the Medina Motorsports and the BenQ version of Williams are having no issue catching back up to Arthur. Arthur obviously punching a big hole in the air for them. So he will be using the most fuel, but they are not giving him a chance. They're not interested at this point in making any moves whatsoever. I'm not sure whether Daniel Lefranc is just sitting there being irritated that he's not leading himself, but now decide that he's going to just accept it. How far are we now? 32 laps in, which I suppose is 29 racing laps. So with 3 laps at low speed, I suppose counts as 1 racing lap, doesn't it? So they're now probably on about 30 actual laps. So we would expect to see the next 4 or 5 come in for fuel. And that's when it will all get mixed up again. I'm sure it'll just be a fuel-only stop. I'm sure they'll double stint. I'm sure the drivers will stay in. It may well be these 3 will come out in exactly the same order, or perhaps they can try and scuffle a couple of extra tenths somewhere in the pit stop strategy. But it's more difficult when you're fueling automatically through a computer sim than actually using real people with real chance of people making mistakes.
But the other thing is, it is a standard fuel fill time, isn't it, per litre? So if you've managed to save a bit of fuel during the race, that will affect your fuel fill time.
Absolutely, you get a few tenths each litre. Now the only question is whether one or other of them have managed to be more. And it isn't, or assuming that obviously the leaders use more fuel. You don't know what fuel saving strategy he's using, whether his natural driving style is a bit more economical than the second and third. But it may well be they'll all peel in together, or it is a chance. And certainly with those first 3 laps, and there must have been opportunities to be a bit clever with your fuel strategy. But they may well actually, one of them may be able to go an extra lap and start to stretch it out, which mainly will give them advantage in clear air for a lap, and also obviously if they can extend it further will mean they will, as you absolutely rightly say, moving on, get shorter fuels towards the back end of the race, because theoretically there shouldn't be any more red flags or yellow flags, John.
Well, and that is the joy of virtual racing, is that the strategy software which we use and we're looking at in the studio, and some of the teams use as well, I know, it's pretty absolute. The only thing that is going to change it is the pace at the front of the field. Now, that's for the front of the field, but this is a timed race. So the only difference is when time runs out, where are you on the lap? You could be at turn 1, therefore you've got a whole lap to do, which here at Barcelona probably won't make a huge difference. On the Nordschleife, yes, it would. And we did have a 22-lap 3-hour race at the Nordschleife, which meant that some people had to do a splash before the end of the race because they were expecting 3 stints of 7. That I do like the predictability in some respects of what we've got here.
Yeah, I mean, it does make the whole. Yeah, we love a bit of tactical back timing. I mean, and a chance to theorise about what people are doing strategy-wise. But there's going to be no random spanners put in now. There's not going to be a slow-down section. There's not going to be a yellow flag. There's not going to be a safety car. So everyone's working with certainty about one thing, which is the time. They're pretty sure what the weather's going to do. It's going to stay dry, obviously. Track temperatures will ebb and flow.
Yes, I was going to say, it is overcast and the track temperatures dropped significantly, and that will help tyre wear as well for those teams who are going to double stint at the front of the field. Leaders caught up behind traffic, and now the top 3 are absolutely together as they go past the blue BMW that's already had an interesting race. That's the Tibbet Racing BMW, Simon Tibbet at the wheel as the leading trio go by. Also in there as well was the Mercedes AMG GT3, that's the Viper car, the 56. As the leader's gone wide at turn 3, exactly what we were seeing. Just see that traffic, and all of a sudden a tiny little mistake by the leader and drops down to 3rd, and Ferrari leads in Barcelona. Nick Damon.
Yeah, I mean, that is the annoying section. So you get involved in the back marker, you make a little mistake, you get into a kerfuffle, and then you just miss half a braking point, and suddenly you're off the side. Of course, the second and third being so close, there's no chance of recovering. You have to let them go through because you don't want to slightly tag them, but it gives a chance now for Josh Anderson to lead for a little bit. Just to give you a bit of information, it's currently 25 degrees air modelled and 38 degrees track modelled is where we're at the moment. So
That's hot.
It was 47 during some of our practices, so it's the overcast is keeping the temperature down.
Yeah, that's still hot though. That's still, I mean, not as much as we saw at Spa for the ELMS in the full metal racing. We had it up at track temperature was 50 degrees at Spa. Looks to me as though maybe the front tyres of that Ferrari are beginning to suffer just a wee bit. The leader, though quick, maybe not. Maybe he just missed the turning down towards the chicane at the end of the lap. Has the Lippert 911 right in front of him, one of the 90, and it's pit. Very late pitting. So that is going to be at the end then of the 36th lap. And that's the first of the leading cars. And that is under an hour. Just under an hour, Nick, but under an hour. 10 hours, 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go when the leader came into the pit lane. La Fuente then, who was third, has led, now back in the lead again, with Williams Esport teammate Arthur Lee Hook behind him in second place.
Yeah, it's interesting he went in so early, to be honest. I mean, you sit there and you go, okay, that's an interesting situation, because it must be a Ferrari a little bit thirsty, but he got himself out into a bit of fresh air. 35 laps. Yeah, given the fact that there are 35 completed laps, given the fact that we're 3 under safety car is a little bit short. So he's just taking fuel on. Now, will the Williams guys come in next time?
I think I said between 35 and 38, so 35. Anderson stays in the car. Oh, he's taking tyres. It's up on the jacks. He's taking tyres. So that is going to be an absolute as well, Nick, because that is an extra 20-odd seconds, isn't it?
That just goes to show that the GT3s are putting a huge amount more energy through their tyres than the GT4s were, where there's a theoretical we have been sitting the wall now, but actually even double stint in GT4. But no, the GT3s are all getting through a set of tyres each time. It must be the front left that's effectively wearing out.
Down and away. So that's call it 1:30 in the pit lane, 1:27.6, a minute and 8 seconds at the pit box itself. Take away 1 from the other. That's about then a 20-second transit time down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. So that's the bit you can't get rid of. It's about, 26, 27 seconds for a set of tyres, Nick?
Yes, normally 27 for all 4.
Right.
Obviously, the fuel will be whatever the fuel is going into the tank. That will depend, obviously, on how, because you haven't got to maximum fill it, but quite what we normally do. And obviously, it depends how much you use. But have they gone round on another lap, the Williams?
Yes, they have. Yeah.
They're going 2 minutes. So we have a couple in. Yes, we have third and fourth have come in. Nathan Lewis with a duo by SimRC in the Audi, and Bastian Dobitz in the T3 Esports Beta, as has Jan Sintakowski for Team ABBA and Mercedes. They've all come in 1 lap later than the 2 Williams cars, but the Williams cars have obviously got a nice little bit of fuel saving, I suppose. They can get 2 laps more than La Fuente. That's going to be quite key. We're a minute and 18 down, so that's an hour and 18 down, so they're all having no issues about going over the hour, even when you take off.
No, we're not really, though. In Green Flag Racing, they stopped before the hour. We started with 11 hours and between 4 and 5, and they came in with 10. There's still 10 hours and 3 minutes to go, so we haven't hit an hour in terms of the clock counting down. Oh right, okay. So yes, I'm now looking at. You're right. I was looking at the wrong piece of information. There, you're right. It's 11. It was certainly about 11:06 when the Ferrari came in. Josh Anderson. Yeah, don't forget we were quite a long time behind the safety car. We had a lap that was a 0 lap. Here come the Williams cars. Now, will they come in together? La Fuente is in the pit lane. Yes, they do. Very good entry to the pit lane by Arthur Lehook, who comes in light the clappers and then brakes really hard at the pit lane speed limit line. Those tyres are coming off as well, I would suggest, because he came in very hot indeed. So let's see what their time was. 127.8, wasn't it? for the cars behind. So this is the opportunity then for Josh Anderson to get the performance benefit out of the new tyres, albeit with a full tank of fuel in that Ferrari. We need to keep an eye on him and find out where he is on the track. Nick Damon and John Hindhoff in the booth at the moment as we're waiting for...
So just turning now in, I've got my own screen, you got it on the main screen, so he's just now going up through the corner 11, coming through the Bank Sabadell corner before he'll then turn into Europe car and then drop down through the chicane, so he's catching up quickly. Very, very tricky left this one. We didn't need to took too much curb there, we lost a couple of attempts. And now down the main straight to possibly, he won't get scored in the lead.
Two Williams cars still shown in the pits, Nick, so they haven't started moving yet. Here they come. Here's the leader and the second place car as they come out now onto the track, and the Ferrari's through. The Ferrari is through, so combination, I think, of a bit of traffic and worn tyres, so they must have taken tyres as well, Nick, must have taken tyres as well. So Anderson back in the lead of the race. Everyone else, apart from the Atlantis racing car and the RSR Abruzzi are in the pits at the moment. So that is the actual leader, not just the leader that's done the pit stop, actual leader. So Ferrari back out in the lead, having taken the lead just before he stopped. But it looks to me as though he's increased that lead over the two Williams Esports cars.
Yeah, it's up to about 2.6 seconds officially scored here. That's to Daniel Fuente. The gap towards Arthur LeHook is down to 10.5. So the two Williams have got heavily split during this procedure as well.
No, I don't think that's. I don't think that's a true gap.
Okay, that might be a miscount.
Oh, you might be right. I thought they came out the pit lane together, so there must have been a problem. Must have been a problem for LeHook because they came out the pit lane together, Nick.
Well, you guess that LeHook may have had a little minor coming together and therefore got a short optional repair, which he took. So if you have a little bit of a ding and you want to just, like a dive plane's got...
I think he's had a problem on his outlap. I don't know if Hugo can maybe have a look back at the two car coming out the pits, but I was pretty certain the two cars came out the pits together, and it looks like LeHook has had a wee bit of a problem on his outlap. As we're just trying to find... Yeah, he was definitely right behind the leader.
Behind and lost 8 seconds. You're absolutely right, John.
Yeah, I saw them coming out together. So I think... Oh, he's had a spin out of turn 2 on cold tyres and he's hit the wall.
That is the sort of... That is not what you do when you're a professional esports driver. You lose it on cold tyres.
Thank you, Hugo. Wow. Good pick-up, mate. Good pick-up.
That's the sort of thing we do.
Right, we've gone through the hour. Let's take a breath and then we'll give you the rundown after the first pit stops for the GT3s. You're with us for the virtual 24-hour series by Creventic with Race Spot and Race Union. And it's Josh Anderson leading RSL on the commentary with Nick and John. More racing, and the next racing hour starts right now. So, Nick, with that first set of pit stops, Anderson has stretched out to a 4.3 second lead for Modena Motorsports. La Fuente in second, and now 10 seconds further back, Arthur LeHook with an uncharacteristic loss of concentration out of the pits, cold tyres, out of 2, under no pressure, and on the racing line, lost the back end of the car and has hit the wall on driver's left. Simsa Esports and Michael Davis has taken over the number 66 car. Nathan Lewis stays in the duo by Sim RC car in 5th. That's the 76. They're now 22 and 26 seconds away from the lead. 30 seconds back from the lead. Jens Holman for T3 Esports Beta in another Audi. Adam Christodoulou, fresh from his victory at the Nürburgring last weekend in the esports world and getting ready for a real Nürburgring Langstrecke Series race next weekend, or was it the weekend after for Team Aber Racing? Takes over from Jan Santowski, who's in this weekend for Tom Onslow Cole. That is the 7th place for number 8. Best of the Porsche 911, Salvatierlens is into the top 10 with the MSI Esports Cup car not having stopped as yet, and they will go a wee while longer. So the next GT3 car, 9th overall, 8th in class, is Maciek Melnick for Atlantis. 9th in class, Peter Klauter, who's been in from the start for Fun N in the 67 Audi, and making up the top 10, Miroslav Natalic for Atlantis Racing Team. Natalic, excuse me, Miroslav. I'm going to struggle with that all day. That's your top 10, 53 seconds, as in comes the leader from the 911 Cup class, the blue MSI Esports Cup car, and Daniel Muth in second. And Robert Strycek. No, we'll get there in a moment. Where is the second? Reddy Osterkamp has already stopped in that car. No, he's shown coming at the pits now. So is that his second stop? No, Osterkamp just coming in now. My apologies, I'm reading the wrong line because things are changing so quickly. So both first and second in the Porsche 911 class are into the pit lane. In GT4, the leader is Tom Valentini duo by 0.3 of a second from Tim Grevin. They're still tied together. The white, red and black car ahead of the tangerine and white. They've got a decent lead over the rest of their compatriots, nearly half a second back to Michael Finkboner for Mühlner Motorsports in the 427. And then it's the Audis in TCR, David Perez in the blue number 111, Jürgen Frank in the duo coloured cars, the 176, and Steen Ledger in AC Sim Motorsport, the 188. They're separated by just under 10 seconds in their battle, not having stopped yet, of course, at the sharp end of the field. And Anderson, Nick Damon, that's your rundown with just over an hour of actual racing completed since we went green, although a little more than that in terms of what the clock says, but more importantly, it's what to go. Just under now 10 hours to go, and Anderson seems to have set sail just a bit in that Modena Motorsports. Didn't get the fuel mileage of the two Audis, but he certainly got the advantage through that pit stop cycle.
Yeah, he's now put out nearly a 5-second lead, and then most of that was, as you say, was gained through the pit stop cycle. It was a bit closer when he first came out as the cars got back up to speed on cold tyres. But Daniel Fuente, 4.5 seconds back, a couple of tenths slower on that last lap. But, you know, we need to see whether those extra 2 laps they've run will actually mean they can eliminate the stop. One thing I will say is Arthur the Hooker has been a very, very lucky little boy, because we saw him piling into the barriers in what like a proper accident, and it's not really affected his pace. Last time round, he did a 1:45.8. which was 2 tenths faster than Daniel Fuente in second, almost exactly the same as Josh Anderson in Modena Motorsports, but more importantly, 1.7 seconds faster than the 4th place man. And we do have a definite gap between the top 3 and the rest of the field now. You know, they're doing 1:45, 1:46s. No one else is doing anything other than 1:47s. So it's, you know, it's these 3 have broken away. Arthur Hooker's hamstrung himself with a 10-second error and a little bit of aero damage. And Fuente now is desperately trying to claw his way back towards Josh Anderson, who's got perhaps a fuel disadvantage. So is it advantage to Fuente? Is it advantage Anderson? Is it advantage Williams or Modena? Who knows at the moment?
So now, we've got a spin side by side. That was Tom Valentini going round the outside at turn 5, the downhill hairpin, and spinning on the inside was the blue. I think that was a 911.
911, yeah, it was 911, the H&R car, yeah.
Yeah, so that then is the Alexandra Jarko car, 988. I think that had just come out the pits, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Mühlner Motorsport sim racing car.
A bit too much curb, and then he eventually only got one wheel really with full grip, and then he just come out the pits. He's on low tyres anyway, low grip. Anyway, so the car went round. It just asked too much of the amount of rubber actually on a proper tarmac surface then. But the good news was that was a spin where he didn't hit anybody, so it's just a little bit embarrassing. Unfortunately, it's a replay, but no harm, no foul as far as the car's health is concerned.
He was either right at the end of his run or just at the beginning. He has made his. He must have made a pit stop. So no, I think he was at the start of his run there. So might have been struggling. That was the cars battling at the sharp end of the field. Jarko scored as 3rd in that class at the moment. It's Alex Arisana for MSI, who's taken over the 914. Patrick Kessler for Duo has dropped quite a long way back, actually, from the leader in class in the 976. And then that 988 Milner Motorsport car is another 50 seconds further back. So they've really been split up. That was the car, wasn't it? Wasn't Milner start on pole position, the 914, in that class? I think it did. Yeah. So they've dropped well back.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little problem. Don't forget, it's often the case where these teams may have a, much like we did, a superstar driver than the rest of the team. And they decide not to start, or they've changed into one of their other drivers. They'll be losing 2 or 3 seconds to go, a lap. So I think it's hard until you really can assess the exact lineup of the entire team, whether they've actually hit the car. Looks fine, so it's probably just that a faster driver starts the other teams, and perhaps they'll come through the field as they go through their rotation.
It's Nick Damon, I'm John Hindhaugh. Still to come, Bruce Jones and Ben Constant-Duras, with Nick now released from his driving duties. You might hear a bit more of him later on.
I know. I was just sitting there going, I've got, I was thinking, I've got a very, very busy break, and now I've got to do some spotting. I've got to do an hour and 40 minutes of driving, but no, I've got any of that to do. I'll just probably sit and watch the race and just think what could have been. It's an awful lot of work in this week, I can tell you. I mean, an awful lot of work for absolutely nothing.
Well, no, that's not true. You've improved.
Yeah.
You've improved.
We have, but we'd like to have shown it to the world. But yeah, so you can see the damage on the 33 car. It's looking a little bit second hand on the right hand side, just behind the front wheel. You see the kind of crumpled is, I suppose you'd call it, the area where a 1970s Formula 1 car would have its skirt, wouldn't it? So if he's running ground effect now, it wouldn't be working, but he's not. He's just running GT3 aerodynamics. Coming down the straight again, that lap for Lehoop with a couple of overtakes. Just waiting for it to ping up as he crosses the line with a 47.5. So that, in isolation, would seem rather slow, but then you can see those 3 cars behind him who's had a lap in the last lap. So yeah, so that really is why he's a little bit off the pace. He lost 1.2 seconds on La Fuente, who is creeping back towards Josh Anderson, John. That lead is now down below 4 seconds.
Oh, that has come down.
So La Fuente has put up best part of a second in the last lap and a half. But it's, again, as with any endurance race, multi-class endurance race, sometimes you don't know if that's the whole story because you don't know what's going on regarding traffic. It has to be a genuine advantage of just someone had a extra car to get past or caught a particular car at a far more awkward place than the other. So sometimes you need to watch every single car in the top 5 and work out exactly who's really gaining or not. Now we've got Brandon Rosenberg in the RSR Abruzzi eSport car from 13th. The 55 car is classed as stop. So it seems like may well have been a problem for the 55. Just greyed out. I'm wondering whether that might be a connection issue. I'm not sure because he needed to greyed out.
Yeah,
he's flashing again.
Running slowly or stopped, resumed. Running slowly or stopped, resumed. Running slowly or stopped, resumed.
Connection issue, I think, because he's pinged back in again. In position, so that's going to be interesting. He would be right on the edge of a disconnect there. So you think yourself dancing on the outer limit of the traction circle, as Peter Wins used to like to say. And one way you come back in again, everything's fine. The other way you disappear into a disconnect, and then you have to try and reconnect. And you lose about a lap and a half if you can get back in again. But as it is, despite being scored and the sim having to guess where he was for a large part of the last couple of laps, he is now back in again.
13th overall, by the way, for that car. Brandon shares with a couple of Americans, Anthony Pisano and Christopher Pfeffer, in that Ferrari from RSR Abruzzi eSport.
All coming over from the States, so they've got slightly longer serve delays.
Oh, Nick, just break off here for a moment. Battle for position. Simsa and Duo with the red, white and black car going into the first corner. Nathan Lewis and the tangerine, and it's sort of off-white, almost an old English white, sort of a clotted cream colour.
With mini colour.
It really is. It's Johnny Palmer, being a Blackpool football supporter, he's the tangerine man. Nick, what have you seen? Oh, that's the leader, is it?
Spun. No, it's the 33. Arthur the Hooker's just spun again. So
right, let's have a look. Where was he on the track? He's coming into turn 4. Turns in. It looks fine. He's on the inside curb. He's got one of the Simsa Porsche's ahead of him, coming to 5. He's on the curve as he turns in. Oh, net cord.
I think so, because it looked like that was a. If you looked how close the nose of the Simsa car was, it got quite close. It may well be he's received a virtual tap.
You need to explain net code. I know most people watching here will understand what net code is, but some people who have come over from full metal racing will say, hang on a second, that didn't look like they'd touched there.
Well, in a race, if you're in a real full metal race, you are on the track together at exactly the same time in the real world, exactly. The issue, of course, with the drivers in this race is they're all around the world in different places. Some in Europe, some in America, some in the Far East. And they are all connecting to a server, and that connection takes a certain amount of time. For example, it takes 33 milliseconds for me to connect, and the guy we were talking about earlier, Brandon, was up at 200. So there's a delay. Now, 200 milliseconds is 0.2 of a second. Think how far a car can travel in 0.2 of a second. So what happens is the computer, this program, has to guess or guesstimate or make a best effort from, this is a very complex part of the algorithm, it works out, where the car actually is at all times, even though it hasn't received those inputs yet, if that makes sense. So sometimes it'll calculate a car is where it is. Sometimes the two cars won't seem to be existing on the same piece of track, but the computer says, well, they would do normally. So what happens then is that they then puts in the input for a slight tap or a slight bit of accident, even though they visually aren't touching, because that's how it's having to guess where the cars might be overall on the track. And it's obviously the bigger your ping, which is the time it takes to get the server, the more it has to guess, and so the more likelihood there is that there will be a slight. I mean, it's a factor. It's amazing that you can race with drivers all around the world in their front rooms.
Yeah, let's just break into that and welcome into the race show Simeon Dragos from Endurance Team Romania, the 46 Ferrari. Simeon, can you hear us there? How are you? Hello, Simeon, can you hear me? Well, I'm not hearing him. Don't know if he's talking at the moment. Hello, Simeon, can you hear us in the booth? It's John here. Well, we'll try and get him back in a moment or two. Side by side down the front straight, two of the Sims cars in different categories, but a perfect opportunity to see how the liveries translate between two different models and class of cars. They go through. Michael Davis in the 66 at the moment. Shall we give Simeon another go? Curry's keeping us updated of who's in the booth. Simeon, can you hear us from Endurance Team Romania, the 46, excuse me, Ferrari? Simeon Dragos, can you hear us? Technology
works to a point.
No, he's disappeared without talking.
What would he have told the 46 car?
Well, he might have told us that 46 car's 11th, and Victor Nicolai is driving that car at the moment, and they're just over about 3/4 of a lap down on the leader. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide for a moment there. That was very, very close racing indeed. And right in there, the Ferrari that was going so well earlier on, the blue and white car. That car now trying to stay on the lap. Are they having a battle? Yes, they are. They're all having a battle. So that's the Simsa machine. Then the duo cars in there as well as they're coming through. So what? That is I think that's a 21 car, isn't it? The Ferrari.
Yeah, it's being lapped, isn't it?
It is being lapped.
The car that had the problem on the first. In fact, it's the car that caused all the problems.
It's the open road racing car. Yeah.
Caused the chain of problems which resulted in. Well, let's not talk about that now. Anyway.
Francis Thier in that car, having taken over from Pekka Saarinen. So Pekka is the Finnish driver, and it has got the Finnish colours on it. Your thoughts, Nick, on the first? Well, since we restarted the clock, we've actually done an hour and 40 minutes, but in real terms, we've done just over an hour of racing. And your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I think it's a very solid multi-class race. And in fact, we have highlighted a few instances on the whole, and taking our world out of it, it's been a very sensible bit of driving. We've seen a number of 7 wides where people have managed to avoid each other, and they've been driving particularly well. Most of the accidents we've seen have been self-inflicted or perhaps server-inflicted. Already we got what we want to see within a endurance race, which is a split strategies between the front drivers. Josh Anderson with the Medina Motorsports running 2 laps short, but gaining a little bit out of it. Daniel Fuente and the Williams now trying to catch him up. They're not really making much progress at the moment. And of course, Arthur Lehouk, who was doing so well, has had a couple of incidents, one of his own making, one possibly not, but now he's giving himself a mountain to climb, 23 seconds behind. It's interesting there from that point, though, how none of the other GT3 cars can keep up with these top 3. The 4th place man is 37 seconds off the lead. 5th, Michael Davis, is 38. So it's spread out more than I expected, with the top 3 breaking away initially, now just the top 2. The other classes are, as you would expect, incredibly hard fought, but constantly broken up by any one of the chain of these 26 or 27 GT3s coming in and breaking them up. I say, when we calculated, you would on average be lapped in GT4. You'd be lapped by 3 cars a lap, and probably it's 4 cars lap in TCR. So you are constantly looking in your mirrors as much as you're looking forward. So at that point, it's hard to get in a rhythm, but it is important to establish that back as quickly as possible once you've been taken by a section of cars, and always look at where is the best place they can get past you and you'll lose as little time as possible. So basically what we currently have now is an absolutely classic multi-class endurance race with just a slightly surprising break at the front.
Thank you, Nick. It's nicely done.
And missing one very important car, obviously. Anyway,
let it go. You can come back to it after the race, and every other race you do, you're allowed to mention it at least once.
Well, it's not quite as bad as you, because it didn't actually happen with me in the car, so I was just watching it. I wasn't sitting there feeling the bump and feeling the pain itself, So it's a second hand, though still very sharp pain. It's the hope that hurts, isn't it? When you had the hope,
When you go into any race and you do as little driving as I do, and I'm very fortunate to be asked to go and drive very nice and usually pretty competitive racing cars, and I always say I'll do it so long as I'm not 5 seconds off the pace. Is there any chance of having a test? Well, sometimes there is and sometimes there isn't, but you go into that when you're somebody like me with absolutely zero expectation whatsoever, and you think, right, if I can keep out of the way, if it's a short race, and I've done some what you'd call sprint racing as well, up to an hour long, an hour and 10 minutes long, and I've done longer races than that, 6 and 10 and 24s, and you go into that and think, right, so long as I can be competitive, I'd like not to be last if possible when I qualify, but as long as I'm not last by 3 or 4 seconds, can I hold my own? And that's about the expectations you go into. Does the thing scare the living whatnots out of me when I'm driving it? Is it too much car for me? And if all of those are, well, no, we're fine, then you go into the race with zero expectations. The problem comes, Nick, as you rightly said, when you get a bit of hope, and all of a sudden you're running in 8th, and you think, hang on a second. Or when I did that Sangyong truck race, and I qualified in 7th position or 8th position, which was kind of okay, and then I fought my way up to 4th and was battling for 3rd, and you think to yourself, that's the podium. I can see the podium ahead of me, and they're too nice and didn't keep throwing it up the inside at Druids at Brands Hatch, and then you go and do the 24-hour race with somebody like Aston, and you think, this is a bit of fun. I get a set of Aston overalls, great, love it. Let's be sensible. Let's go. Hang on. We're actually leading the race. We're leading the race. And then it all becomes, you get a completely different mental situation. And that's what you've gone through this week, isn't it? You've gone from, let's just get out there and see what happens, to, oh my God, we're in with a shot here. And then to have that cruelly snatched away from you with absolutely no blame to yourselves, that's the hurt you've got at the moment.
Absolutely, because we've obviously, in these we've done 3 of the Coventry races. the Monza one was a much more open one with a lot less esports races in it. And we thought, we could get a reasonable result. And in fairness, we weren't ever going to win. We thought we would have, we could have made top 10 quite easily without a couple of the accidents we had. In Spa, we were totally outclassed, completely outclassed. It had all changed. It had gone much more sim racer, and we didn't do very well, and we actually drove awfully. But we started with no expectations. But here, we've made a number of changes. We've changed down to a class which is more, suiting of who we are, where the teams tend to be one or two experts and one or two ordinary people. We managed to recruit someone who was not only very, very quick, but also a good teacher. And everyone had done a lot of practice and got into a point where we were absolutely certain that a clean run would be the podium, and who knows after that? If the Mercedes had hit somebody else, a clean run could have been a win. So having gone in with absolutely no hope into nothing more than thinking about enjoying the race and all the other endurance races I've done. This is the 6th one we've now done since I've started this sort of racing. This is the first one I went in with the chance of actually wanting to do well, and it's just far worse than when you see someone. When Joe was unlucky enough to get speared off at Spa, it was like, oh well, never mind. We'll be 24th rather than 22nd. It was like, it doesn't matter very much, but this kind of does matter. But yeah, that's how it should be. It should matter, and it should be important. It should be worth the effort you put in. And motorsport is a cruel mistress, and be it virtual motorsport or real motorsport, the only saving grace is this has cost us no money, these accidents. So we haven't had to suck it up.
That's a
fair
fair
point. On the trailer, fix it, and then look at 25,000 euros to mend it. All this has cost us is time, which we enjoyed doing. It was great. It's been very, very useful, and it's just disappointment. But it hasn't financially wounded us forever.
That's why you always take the insurance option if you're riding a race car. The first question after "Would you like to drive?" Yes, is always who's doing the insurance. That's the first question. We've got Adam Christodoulou closing in on the Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari. It's that 28 car, which has got Masic Milnik behind the wheel, and Christo down the front straight with.
Yeah, it looks like Magic is a bit of a cork in the bottle, because he's 18 seconds behind the 6th place man, but he has a train of cars, including Adam, Peter Klwatter from Fun M Motorsport, Miroslav Nacic from Atlantis, and Victor Nicola, who we almost spoke to his teammate from. They're all within the next 4 seconds behind him, and I think there is a point where you get to these GT3 cars, and at Barcelona, unless you've got quite a big advantage, it's quite hard to get a pass. So I think that possibly Magic being just a little bit off the pace, by a little bit, I mean half a second, 3/4 of a second, that's not enough for Adam to get past without a mistake, but he has to suck it up and just drift back from the leaders because of that.
It's early days. We've got 9.5 hours plus still to go here.
So Adam also, of course, sorry, John. Adam, of course, who won at Nürburgring at last, but he's another racing driver who didn't touch a sim rig until lockdown. So he'd never done it either.
Adam going wide there as he's trying to get past again. That's that pesky Ferrari that has been problematic for a number of people. Now gets out the way, and the pass is made. And Christodoulou has he made that position? No, he's sandwiched in between the two Atlantis cars. I saw the black car behind him. That's Miroslav Nastalchek probably. Czech. Nastalchek is how I'm going to say that. Nastalchek.
And TCR car then, just minding his own business, in fairness, and there's nothing else the 777 car could do there, because the 177 car could do, because there were just a plethora of these cars have been corked up behind Magic behind him, and throw in the blue and white Ferrari as well, holding people up. But you sit there, you're going, and I've been there in a slower powered car, going, oh my lord, what are they going to do? And you just kind of stick on your line, hope for the best. So you kind of draw your shoulders physically in, even though you're just sitting in a chair in a room, going, oh, and then most times you get away with it. But sometimes, of course, one of them will give you a tap, and then also will blame you for the fact they've hit you, which is always particularly irritating.
What noise were they making in that chair there?
It's kind of a virtual belt tightening as you go, oh gosh, but it can, it is difficult. What we are getting, because this is again is proving itself to be a fantastic endurance race. We're getting clumping, aren't we?
We are getting
Getting
clumping.
a massive amount of clumping.
The RSL, if you've got the RSL bingo card out, you've got somebody complaining about something that happened on a track either this race or many races ago. You can tick that one off. Now we've got Clumping. We've had there's a long way to go. That one, I think that's 3 corners that I've got already, to be honest. Just looking for the bottom right-hand corner, and I've got all 4 corners there.
Well, be careful what I say from now on, because I think the world of racing excuses.
What we haven't had yet is Nick Damon doing a strange accent, but we did have Hindhoff doing, trying to do his best Portuguese Eduardo Freitas accent earlier
and in
on.
fairness, actually, I mean, contrary to popular belief, you've massacred more names than me so far. You know, because normally that is my speciality.
Yes, but you've just not said them.
No, I was about to say that's because you've attempted more names than me. It's like the whole to give it a modern reference, I'm not testing as much, so I'm not finding as many positives as you are.
Oh, is that what we're going to say? Is that how it is now?
My test numbers on the names is much lower than John's. Hence, John has been named positive several more times.
Yes, you're
let's
right.
Let's hope that
I keep second guessing myself. That's the problem.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't quarantine your voice for multiple offences against foreign nationals.
Well, I'm going to hop across to our IMSA coverage later on as Nick, now released from his driving duties, may well be doing a bit extra later on. We've got Bruce Jones coming up in about half an hour's time, and then we'll add Ben Constant-Juris later on in the afternoon.
Yeah. But I mean, I think so far the race is pretty much doing it. So apart from that slight surprise about the leaders breaking away, it's now got it in that settle period. You know, some guys are on their first stint, some guys are doubling. It was again another interesting point that the GT3s can't double stint the tyres. It just goes to show how much energy they put into that front left in comparison with another sports car. The GT4 car just isn't putting that energy through the front left. And I did 26 laps yesterday in practice, and I'd only taken about 15% out of the worst part of the tyre. So, you know, given the fact you can get down to 40 without really losing any sort of massive performance, that does mean you could probably do 80 laps on that car and not have to worry about the tyres.
Which would be 2 stints easily, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we weren't doing 2 stints, it's too long. Because, you know, an hour and 40 is long enough for anybody to be in a car with our level. There was a bit of flashy. There's not only flashing lights, it's a flashing car with the grey machine in front of the red and orange car. So it's a car in front of Victor Natale. So it's Peter Quatter who is flashing his lights at Miroslav Natashlic from Atlantis, who is flashing actually because he's got a slightly poor connection.
I think that's Nastelchik. Nastelchik.
Yeah, might be right.
That's what I'm going for now. I've settled. Okay. I've settled on that. Tim and I in text earlier on were firing through a day-to-day sketch earlier on about various things.
That is awful. What's happening now, that is your absolute worst nightmare. When you're overtaking traffic, you're in a line astern situation, and the car in front is flashing. And the reason it's flashing is because it's got a poor connection. So every now and again, the computer loses where it is and doesn't want to plot it. Because if it does disappear and then come back, and you will, and it's gone, it's back, and you have to work out where he is.
Is that Adam Christodoulou that's disappearing?
It is the Miroslav in the Atlantis team. Miroslav.
No. That would be a Ferrari. That's not a Ferrari. No,
it must be a car that's about to be lapped then.
Right, okay.
A car that's going to be lapped. It's a very good point there, John. It's a grey car that's going to be lapped. And thinking about it, look at the damage on the rear of it. You can see why it might be about to be lapped.
It has made the rear of that AMG GT3 look rather more Aston Martin-ish. For some reason, I don't know. I'm not saying that the back of Aston Martins are normally dented, but it's just changed the shape of the rear hatch. Needs to get down the inside here.
Yeah, that's good, because that is not just thank goodness I've got that guy's let me through the lap. No, I no longer have to look at him flashing, guess where the heck he is.
And of course, when it reappears, there's a big puff of tyre smoke as it lands back on the track.
That doesn't result in any tyre wear. That is purely a visual image from the game. It doesn't actually. It isn't the situation where the model of the car you're driving is suddenly losing 5% of its tyres. It keeps locking them up. It's just as it replots the car's position. It's going. Well, it's doing no miles an hour. It's doing 160 miles an hour. Therefore, there must have been a flush. That must give you some smoke dust.
So that's Nick Damon. I'm John Hindhoff. 9.5 hours remaining. Let's give you a rundown of what's going on. Modena Motorsports came out the pits about 4.5 seconds ahead of the two Williams Esports cars, having taken the lead just before the pit stops in a overtake on the track. Now that lead is 7.5 seconds. La Fuente in the 34 car is second. Arthur Lehouk is in third. He's got a damaged car. He came out the pit, spun up the rear end at turn 2 and went into the wall driver's left after a tank slapper in the Chill Blast Williams Esports car. He's now fallen 18 seconds away from his teammate. Got about the same gap to fourth place, which is Nathan Lewis in the 76 Duo by Sim RC, Audi. So it's Ferrari, and then 5 Audis line astern, because it's Michael Davis in 5th in the 66 Simsa Esports car, the tangerine and just off-white coloured car. Then Jens Herman in the T3 Esports car. He's another 8 seconds further back, and then 22 seconds further back, the first of the Atlantis Racing Team car Ferraris. That's Magic Milniak in the 26. Adam Christodoulou now in 8th for Team ABBA Racing in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Just coming onto the start-finish line now, going past one of the Duo GT4 Caymans. And he's right on his tail now. Got Miroslav Nastelchik for Atlantis in the 27. Making up the top 10, Fun M Motorsport with Simsa Audi. Another 1.6 further back, and gaining on these two at the moment. So Adam at the moment fighting a bit of a rear guard action as he heads out through turn 3 with Nastelchik and Klauter right there as he goes into turn number 4.
No, he is struggling.
He's struggling for tyres, isn't he?
I just thought, I was under the impression that it may just have been that the Ferrari is a little bit quicker through that sequence than the Mercedes, which is a big bruiser, and obviously it's not always exactly what you want. Adam swishing across the nose there, but moving into 7th.
Adam's only done 20 laps since he came out of the pits.
It's not tyres, I don't think. I think he seemed to be struggling a little bit. I mean, he burnt his tyres in 20 laps. That's a bit of a disaster. I think he may have been. He got himself unsighted going past the TCR car and then wasn't on the line he wanted to be, and slightly overcooked that turn into 4. But it does very much look like that Miroslav now has just got the bit of the edge on it. Now, whether it could be actually, he's just turning inside, so there's definitely a better front end on that Ferrari. He's got through, so I think Adam just lifted the throttle, let him go through. But that was interesting, and it would be interesting to see the ABBA commercials green Mercedes AMG GT3. Is it just a situation where that Ferrari has suddenly come on strong? It's done 20 laps of the tyres, they're now just so much better. Or is it the case where there's a problem with the Mercedes and it's just not handling as well? But you see where the Audi can take him as well. That's the Audi of Peter Kluiter, who's now the next person along. Of course, he's not all over yet because that Ferrari's punching a big hole in the air down the main straight. No DRS to help out, just ordinary aerodynamics. And whether Adam feels like a dive out, nope, he's too far back going into 1 there. So
I don't think he had the drive. He's not getting the front end of that car.
Front end, isn't it? Yeah, it's gone, isn't it? It's weird.
And he's in trouble now, because right on his tailpipes is Peter Klauter in the Fun M Motorsport with Simsa Audi. So we got Ferrari, AMG, and then the teal blue with red and white Audi, Peter Klauter. And I mean, it's just the body language of the car. It would seem to me that Adam is struggling getting that car turned in to the corners.
Absolutely. Now, the thing is that normally the tyres, we've used the GT2, they just tend to go off linearly. They've got a kind of a pretty rapid. They are best for qualifying lap 2 or lap 3. They degrade, and they just go off very slow. They don't fall off a cliff. It's just gradual drop off. But obviously, having run 20 laps for a 35 lap run, that would be a car that's really not set correctly. I can't believe they wouldn't have sorted that one out, even though it might be.
Don't see any damage on it.
Left. No, me neither. So I was thinking. Now, one thing I did notice, which pointed out to me yesterday, is actually that there was a slight period through the race through the session where they actually went off and then came back again. So they are temperature sensitive. Now, if he's overheated the tyres, which you could do, the track's 39. Let's check the track still as it was. I mean, just look at it sunnier in the pictures, and it did. Yeah, the track's gone up, John, from 38 to 40. -2 now, so it's picked up 4 degrees of track temperature in the last half hour. I think he may well just the case he's just gone over the ideal temperature, and he needs trying to find a way to like cool the tyres, and then the grip will come back. It's not a wear issue; it's a temperature degradation issue and a temperature assessment of where the grip would be in a real life tyre. You know, because as you know, there's 3 types of grip: there's mechanical, there's aerodynamic, and there's chemical. And the model is saying, well, your chemical grip doesn't work as well at a certain temperature, then you'll lose grip on that front.
It's Nick Damon and the tyres.
They are very important. I know they're a cliche, but of course they are the most important thing of any racing vehicle of any type.
But that's why we talk about them and other people talk about them all the time. And let's be honest, the only thing that's keeping Formula One anywhere near interesting is the fact that Pirelli have made tyres in compounds that make it difficult for the team. And what's been brilliant this year is Pirelli making people pump the tyres up to something approaching a beach ball kind of pressure, and it affects different teams and different cars in different ways. And Adam's really struggling through turn 9, had to lift off there, and that's giving Peter Claviter an opportunity down into turn 10. Not sure how hard Adam's going to fight here. He's been given room.
It's gone out wide. I don't think it's. I mean, there are.
This is tight, Nick.
Oh wow! He's not taking that. He's lying down. Came back. It's amazing. The Audi again, as the Ferrari before, has such a better front end.
Yeah.
And just tuck in behind each one now. Whether it's he's got damage
on Claviter's car. Yeah.
Now, I don't think that happened just now, but it's that's probably slowing him a little bit on the front end. Now, the point about this is a little bit of damage will take a mile an hour, 2 miles an hour off your terminal velocity down the main straight, which may reduce Peter's chance of just doing the outbraking manoeuvre into 1, slightly creeping towards. Is he going to dive up the inside? He's going to try it into 1. It's quite brave, and he looks positioned correctly, and knowing that Adam's not got much turn in, I think he'll let him do it, and he has. He's got through. Yeah. So that was a good move. Bit of slipstream. There's a big hole punch in the air by a big Mercedes AMG. So
look, Adam's having to brake in the middle of 3, so not even just lifting off.
No, you do touch the brakes in the middle of 3.
The Audi didn't.
The nose, it helps pull the nose in. So that is
so it's just trail braking.
Possibly though, the good point you've made there, in the GT3s they're not having to do it because of the aero they've got. So it may be that he is countermanding the understeer due to the lack of front grip with that little tap. It doesn't really, to be honest, massively affect your lap times. It's hundredths. But if he's having to do it because he's not got the front end, because he's overheated, and I think it's overheating rather than wearing out the tyres would be the issues right now. And of course, the problem is, of course, you're nailed into a setup. You can't change setup in once you're in it. There are a couple of things you can change. You can change brake bias, you can change your ABS setting, you can change your traction control setting, but it's not even like you have an anti-roll bar wheel or anything you can adjust in these cars. They mimic what you can do on the real cars. So you had a real car where you can adjust anti-roll bars on the steering wheel. You could do it in iRacing, but these, you're left with brake balance, traction control, and ABS are your adjustments to the car, and you can make tyre pressure adjustments, but on the whole everyone runs all the tyres at the lowest level possible because that gives the best grip and longevity, and they don't go super low either in the modelling. So
I know that you've been busy this week, but I've seen some pictures of the new LMP2 car.
Oh gosh, don't get me started.
Are we very excited?
Well, I am. I have to admit, I absolutely love the HPD, which have been doing the LMP2 duties for iRacing for the past 7 years. Mm-hmm. And the one thing I love about most of all is an open cockpit car, and you can see out of it. And the only worry we have as a collective of Mofo, having driven briefly the Audi and the Porsche P1 cars, which are obviously quite similar front end with the very high fenders at the front, the visibility out of them is absolutely terrible. So I'm kind of hoping and looking for the pictures that the Zlara P2 car will have at least slightly better visibility than that, because that's the key thing. As we get a nice, see, that was an interesting, that wasn't any way an ideal line which Ferry Monster Esports took there, but Tony Vishkoft got away with it.
Makes a position.
Came up the inside, makes up. So I think he just was sorry, it wasn't fought too hard. Yeah, the P2 car looks fantastic. It's going to be great. It's going to be
when's it
rolling out? First week of September. The first time we'll see it in super competitive action is our next endurance classic at Petit Le Mans, because it will become the top class at that. It will replace the DP.
Oh, really? So that's in the VCO series?
It'll be in the VTO Petit Le Mans. The 3 classes will be GTE, GT3, and the top class will be P2. And of course, it'll then feature in the 24 hour of Daytona, and obviously it'll take over in Le Mans as well next year for the P2 classes. So, it's going to be a well-used car because it works both in all the European-based endurance racing, and it works in the the very popular actually models on IMSA. The IMSA race is one of the most popular of all the classes. So the IMSA is a huge crossover into iRacing, and they're now going to have a P2 car and not a DP from 2007. So I think that's going to change that class dramatically. Whether people can drive it who buy it is another question entirely. But
you do get a free sort of a free go in it, don't you? Early on.
Whenever there's an upgrade to the servers, you can't actually race. So they let you try any car you like. You can actually race any car you want for a couple of hours just to see whether you like them or not. That's when I
it's a bit of a test drive. Would you like to take it around the block, mate?
Yes, sir. Yeah, do you want to stroke the puppy? Well, I stroked the TCR puppy and put it straight back because it bit me. But some of the other cars I quite liked, and I have bought them after trying them. And that was why I did quite a few. I did a couple of hours in the P1 cars, just so I wanted to see what they were like at Le Mans for the commentary work we were doing. So it gives you a chance to try all the cars. It does help when you're talking about them later. We've actually driven them, even if it's only for a couple of hours on a particular track. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very popular, the P2 car, and we'll be seeing it in all sorts of stuff, which yourself, myself, and RSL will be covering towards the back end of the year. And I'm looking forward very much to driving it in about 3 weeks' time.
Adam Christodoulou now 2 seconds away from the car's best time, but I would say that car's coming back to him.
That wouldn't surprise me, because I'm pretty sure it's thermal deg, not actual wear on the tyres.
Either that or he's just working out, he's a smart lad, is Christo, and
he's got a readout on his dash, which you can't see. I explained before, the dash is all the important information on the dash is taken out. All you get is gears and sometimes speed. They don't give you any other information, which includes traction control, setting ABS settings, best time, and more importantly, both tyre pressure and tyre temperature. So he will know what they're doing, and if they have got out of temperature, as a proper professional driver, he'll know the ways of bringing them back in again. Because it seemed to me his tyres had got too hot. They couldn't have worn out, I don't think, at the point as it was, 20 laps in. So he'll now try to be working a route. And I suppose also not now he's let the cars go through. He can concentrate a little bit on his own lines, not defending, just working out how to get past the various back markers like the bright green Mercedes ahead of him, and trying to just take a little bit of temperature out of the tyres. And this, the hottest part of the day. Don't forget, we're running through a day in real time. It's currently 2:30 in Barcelona in the middle of August, so it's very, very hot. Mad Dog's Englishman, but it will get much cooler because don't forget we have 3 hours of dark at the end of this race, John. So.
Yeah.
It may well be we'll see some cars which they can stay in contention, maybe much, much quicker when the temperatures drop out.
Adam held up there through 7 and 8 and 9 with a fairly errant AMG ahead of him. This is that bright green car that we've seen wandering all over the track before, and Victor Nicolai has been able to close in for Endurance Team Romania. This is the battle for 10th and 11th position, and this is where Adam is going to struggle when he's got to go offline with tyres that weren't working to his liking. Just going past the 188 Audi RS3. Ian Longcar has taken that over from Steen Ledger, who, memory serves, started the race. Adam just kicking up a clod of earth back in the direction of the Endurance Team Romania Ferrari, but punches out of the chicane, uses the sausage curb beautifully, and then into the final corner at turn 17 brilliantly well, and that's given him enough of a breathing space.
Yeah, he lost a lot of time in traffic there, but his basic pace is that of the Endurance Team Romania car, so he should be able to stay ahead of them. At the front, John, I've been watching, there's been a bit of ebb and flow between Josh Anderson and Medina Motorsports and Daniel Fuente. It's been out as far as 7.5 seconds, but it's back to 4.2 now. So
that's still about 10 laps.
Traffic. That's about traffic, I think, and where you hit it, that sort of ebb in and ebb out. Arthur Hook is drifting back. He's now 22 seconds behind his teammate and 26 seconds
He has
of
got
the
the fastest lap of the race. He did a 45.1 earlier on, 46 and a half at the moment.
before the accidents, though.
True.
I expect he'll take a long stop next time, and because he'll have an optional repairs, and his optional repairs won't be a massive amount of time, might be 15, 20, 25 seconds, but they'll just retweak all the aero and give them 3 or 4 tenths. So my guess is he'll take a longer stop as well, end up total paying for those 2 instances is going to be about 45 seconds to a minute in the end, and he's got to find a way of making it up, or perhaps wishing a little bit of ill on his teammates to have the same issues for before them.
Still don't understand why they were battling so hard, those two Williams cars early on. Christodoulou now under pressure from the 11th placed Victor Nicolet.
He's suffering badly through 10 and 11, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's that. Oh, and that's not helped whatsoever. I mean, again, I'm.
He was touched.
He's been punted.
Great save by Christo. Fabulous save by Christo. Now he's desperate to get through. He's been held up on the final corner, and that's going to cost him momentum. He goes over to the right to try and stop the Ferrari from Endurance Team Romania getting by. They're side by side. Adam's super late on the brakes, but he's not on the optimum line. Not that far away, by the way. Robin Strycek as well in the Esports Liepert team. And he's coming to join the party now. So he'll have an Audi and a Ferrari on his tailpipes in a moment or two. Here comes the bright yellow and black car. That is the next car back. 10th, 11th and 12th together. Strycek could strike whilst the iron is hot here. I wonder if he'll just catch the Romanian Endurance Ferrari slightly by surprise. Victor Nicolet looking forward, may not be aware somebody's behind him. He will be now, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, that was a kind of comedy of errors, wasn't it? I'm not even sure. I mean, I'd like to see that whole incident again, possibly, but it was more. Sorry, Hugo, because it's more a case of I don't think the TCR actually did anything wrong. I think it was just a confluence of cars coming together. It certainly surprised Victor, because he wouldn't have wanted to go up into the back of Adam. It was quite a low-speed contact. My guess is that whilst it shuttered the rear of the AMG Mercedes, it may well have done actually no real damage to either car, because they're going very slowly. Therefore, the closing speed is 5, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour. But this
Adam's caught traffic again in the wrong place. It's the Lorient Porsche that does move out of the way.
Good driving by the Porsche.
Lorient car.
You haven't got to do that, but sometimes sticking on your line is not the best thing to do when you've got a train of cars. And also, you don't lose much time moving out there because it's an area.
I'd just say, in a GT4 car, when you've got battling GT3 cars coming up behind you, in the twisty bits, even if you've got a high downforce GT4 car, you really don't want to be hanging around in the way, because they will just give you a little touch. Change for 11th position. Yep. Through goes the Audi.
Very poor drive off the final corner from Victor Nicolet, and he's been overtaken by Robin Strycek, yes, from Liepert Esports Yellow.
What I want to know is he any relation to Volker Strycek and the rest of the Stryceks who drive in full metal racing?
Wouldn't surprise me, because the team leader of that is Dan Wells, of course, who is he's well-known Lamborghini racer, but also, of course, it appears from his day job is installing incredibly high-end sims for people. So he does a lot of sim racing and sim installation. A lot of it over in the east, I think, Singapore and Hong Kong.
Volker.
And he got married last week as well.
Oh, okay, Dan, you'll be listening, I'm sure, somewhere.
He's driving.
He's in this race. Good luck, and with the wedding, got married last week, so this is his honeymoon.
No, let's not talk about that, I'm sure. But yeah, she looked very understanding in the pictures.
Okay. Volker Strycek, if that is a relation, and Robin is related somehow to Volker. Volker used to be the head of the Opel Performance Centre tuning arm of General Motors in Europe. I did quite a lot of work with him in the early 2000s when I was working with Ray Mallock at RML in Wellingborough. And in fact, we built the DTM concept car for OPC, but we also, that was in the days when it was a Calibra, believe it or not.
Wow.
Did that from concept to delivery in under 3 weeks, that car.
Really?
It wasn't a runner, it was a concept car, but it was pretty well done. We did a lot of Group 2 or Super 1600 rally cars as well. Ran at Astra Formula 2, as it was called in those days, which was a 2-litre 2-wheel drive car, rally car in the Nürburgring 24 hours. put it on full low settings, and it went ridiculously well, actually.
So stride check is interesting. He's trying some very different lines to get past Adam here. I think he's already noticed he's got a much better front end, and in fairness, the Audi does have a good front end to begin with, even without the issues that the Mercedes is having. You know, the Mercedes that's a very, very
down through 5.
Brilliant move through 5 there. Just went for it. I think that was absolutely a Daniel Ricciardo send.
Well, he's in the right colour car to be Ricciardo, isn't he?
He just must have felt the car's come into a sweet spot, going against a car that's really not at 100%, and he threw the thing down, and that's 2 places in a lap he's going, because he obviously only just got himself into the previous position going around the final corner when there wasn't a particularly good start.
What's interesting there, Nick, is he is on tyres that are a lap older than everyone around him. He was one of the first to stop, so he came in actually around the same time as our leader, Josh Anderson. Remember, the 2 Audis in second and third went 2 laps longer. We're getting in towards the times when the next drivers will be getting ready.
Yep.
We've got I reckon about 6 or 7 laps to go for the leaders, and therefore pretty much for everybody.
They're just running. They're turning lap 68, so they did 35 the first time, including 3 under safety car. I would think they'll probably do 35. Well, Josh Anderson certainly should be, I reckon, lap 70. Would be my guess.
Okay.
He's done 35 at full speed, so he should be doing perhaps a lap and a half or 2.5 laps, and then he'll be in.
Well, he did 36 laps the first time.
No, he did 35, and he just ticked that 36 number as he went over.
Okay, so I think at least one more lap. On fuel, so that should give him 36. So that's another 3 laps from now.
So he should become. He's on 69, so he's either going to come in on 70 or 71, my guess.
Really?
But this is the fun of the fair, isn't it? To find because that's 36 laps at full speed. 3 of the laps he did before were at trundling speeds.
Yes. Sorry, I see what you mean. Yes, I'm going the wrong way with that. Bruce Jones is about to join us. He's being rubbed down with some warm halibut oil in another part of our global broadcast booth at the moment. Curry Kes Cobb will let me know when he's ready to talk, and we'll get him up to speed before we let Nick go.
I can have a lunch and a cry, if that's okay.
Well, keep talking to Kerry, and do come back later on and help Bruce and Ben out if you have the time.
Well, there's MotoGP qualifying to watch. That's about it, isn't it? Really, my entire day was stuck in this room doing. But no, I mean, it's great. I mean, this race is really interesting. It's actually building up really nicely, and oddly, it's interesting because the last thing we did was that 24-hour of Spa, the single class.
Yes.
And you forget how much better a multi-class race is. It just gives you that so much more to talk about and think about. You know, even with the 3 other classes being quite small, it's just the added interest they give when they're being lapped and they're forming the clumps and everything else. So it's we've got a very good race developing here. Josh Anderson just 3.8 seconds ahead, and we know possibly on an offset of fuel. Will they make it to? They've got 4 minutes to go to make it to the hour. So. Obviously, Daniel Fuente have no problems doing that. Will Josh make it to the hour is the question.
Yeah, that is, and he was a tad short of the hour on the first time. I mean, they've got an exact readout. It's not as if they're guessing like you'd have to do in the real world and hoping that your measuring was correct. And,
now, interestingly, Victor Nicali went past Adam quite easily at turn 10, and of course in the green car last lap. But unlike the other cars, Adam's not being dropped this time, he's perhaps having a bit of play with traffic, or more importantly, probably enjoying the a bit of slipstream, and perhaps at that point again he can try and take some of the temperature out of his tyres. It'd be interesting if Adam can come and have a chat, just to explain what the issues have been, because I wouldn't expect to see him going backwards as he has done. And you've obviously seen him doing incredible work with the Mercedes last weekend.
Yeah, he was absolutely stunning. Qualified well, drove the first stint well on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 34 laps completed in this stint for Josh Anderson in the leading Ferrari. We're coming up to another hour to have been completed, and into the pits comes the Ferrari out of that battle. The lead has gone around again, so that is the Endurance Team Romania Victor Nicolae coming into the pit lane, and I reckon for him then that's only a 33 lap stint for that Ferrari. So was he struggling on tyres?
Josh Anderson's just come in as well.
On the next lap, and that was
70.
Yeah, that's
so he's come at the end of 70. He's in now. So our leader is in the pits. He's already lost the lead. I don't know if Fuente's gone past. So there is right at the front of the pit lane there, just hiding behind the wall in the pace car. And there's a driver change. You saw the car disappearing. It doesn't mean it's given up. It means there's going to be a driver change. But now come back again, so perhaps it was just a glitch on the screen, but normally it disappears. There's going to be a driver change, and it is Benny Simpson is getting in the car for Medina. So Benny Simpson, proper full metal racer,
and that's it. And that's it from you, Nick. It's time for you to go and have your cry and your lunch.
I'm lunching and crying, and I'll be back soon. But yes, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go have a chat with Lee and say thank you for the fantastic work he did this week, and commiserate with him, because worst thing of all, he got up 3 hours earlier than he normally does.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Catch you later, mate.
Nick Damon there joining us in our Global Broadcast Centre. It'll be Bruce Jones who joins me next, and we'll be joined by Martin Oberg as well, as the next hour of racing in the virtual 24-hour series by Creventic starts right now. Hello to Martin. Martin, can you hear us in the booth?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. How's your race been going?
Well, it's okay. We had a bit of repairs in the pits now. Matt came up on a slower car and had to take evasive action and lost the car, put it in the wall. So, yeah.
What?
I did the first stint.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I've had a bit of lunch now and just relaxing, watching the race, listening to you guys.
What? We love Barcelona, Martin. I love particularly watching qualifying there. In some forms of racing, Formula One in particular, it sometimes doesn't race quite as well as it qualifies. It does seem, though, to suit multi-class racing, although there's still not that many places to get by or allow other cars by. Is that a real challenge?
You just have to be brave sometimes and put in your nose. But yeah. We're just trying to survive the race, so I'm not taking too much of a risk, I think.
And how have you found these 24-hour... Sorry, go ahead. Bit of a delay.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, for Stefan and Mats, this is like... We did the 12 hours a Monza, we did in the TCR car, just like we race in the real life. And that was like their first virtual race ever, and so... They're just starting out and making progress, and I'm really proud of the effort they put in. They practice like 1 or 2 hours every day for the last month, I think.
And that, I mean, we talked about that earlier on, to be honest, Martin, but, you know, you have to do that. You can't think... Anybody who thinks of this as a game is not going to get very far, are they? You really need some dedication. You need to get the car set up. You need to get the car using its tyres nicely through the stints. Yeah.
And I'm the only one in the team who hasn't raced the real cars, actually. So I'm the sim driver, sort of.
Are you able to pass on some tips and tricks to the real world drivers? Because there are some subtle differences. These sims are very, very good, iRacing in particular, but there are some subtle differences to how things work.
Yeah, I mean, our engineer Emil, who did the last race, and he's also helping us a bit behind the scenes now. He's done sim racing a lot, so he knows like the differences between sim racing and the real world, and what works and what does not work.
Well, we wish you the best. We've got the leaders coming into the pit lane now to do their pit stops. It seems the GT3 cars can't double stint their tyres right now in the heat of the day.
No,
point in even
it's
trying.
awful towards the end of the stint. I gotta give a shout out to the team as well. We did our first real race last weekend in the Scandinavian Touring Car Championship. And we left that weekend leading the Junior Drivers' Championship, the Drivers' Championship, and the Team Championship with Oliver Söderström and Rob Huff.
Oh, you've got Huffy driving for you.
Yeah,
good old mate of ours.
So I'm the photographer for the team, so that's my usual thing. But I'm in the virtual races I get to drive a bit. So.
Well, you've done a cracking job. Try and keep out of trouble. Good luck for later on. Martin Oberg, thank you for joining us here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Let's bring in Bruce Jones to the conversation. Bruce joins us for the next few hours. He's had a bit of an endurance himself getting to our global broadcast centre. Good afternoon, Bruce.
So great to be part of the show, joining you. Weather looking great in Spain. So John, how's it been going? How are the stint legs? How are the tactics hanging out?
It's been interesting because we had to restart the race, Bruce. I know you were en route at the moment, and as I said, doing your own little endurance stint to get to us. So it's been rather interesting. 35 laps on that last stint for the leaders. Now let's run down the situation at the moment. We've still got one car to stop at the sharp end of the field. In fact, comes in now, and that's Maciej Chmielnik for Atlanta's team. So he came in out of the lead, but only, of course, on the pit stop cycle. He's getting out of the car now. So it will be Benny Simonsen who leads the race for Modena Motorsports by just a couple of seconds from Sami Matti Trogen for Williams Esports. I can hear you, Bruce. Sorry, what you're saying?
John, hi. Little bit of interference, but I think I can't hear you. Hopefully you can hear me. Things looking good. 3.5 hours into the race, and I see Williams Esports when I got here riding high at the moment. But the sequence of pit stops is upon us, so of course things keep on changing.
Thanks, Bruce. We'll get you back on in just a moment or two's time. So I'm just running. Good to, if you just take Bruce's mic down, please, Kez, and I'll just run down what's happened after the pit stops and how it's all standing, with the last of the pit stops for the GT3s going through with 8 hours and 54 minutes still to go. Benny Simonsen leads for Modena Motorsports. Yes, that Benny Simonsen, and yes, that Modena Motorsports running the Ferrari. 2.5 seconds to the good over Sami Matti Trogen. The Scandinavian driver races in the real world too for his in his career. Williams Esports second and third, with Josh Thompson having climbed aboard the 33. The top two separated now by just a second, and the Chili Blast car in third is 23 seconds further back. Remember, had a little off on that car coming out the pits after the last pit stop, but it's looking pretty pristine again now. So Josh Thompson in third, Daniel Muth for Speed Monkeys, Ferrari in fourth position. That's the 23. He's another 22 seconds further back, 5 seconds ahead of Philip Weber for Duo by SimRC's Audi, the 76. Gustas Grinbergas for Simsa Esports is another 4.433 seconds behind. Exactly the same gap as from Philip to the Speed Monkeys car. And Philip should be pitting any time now. Excuse me, Daniel should be pitting any time now in the Speed Monkeys, and in he comes. Bastian Dubbitz for T3 Esports is now in 7th. Arkadiusz Neumann for Atlantis, the two black Ferraris running together, 28 and 27, 3 seconds between them. Lucas Mikoda's got into the second of those cars. Robin Strycek has stayed aboard the Leipert yellow number 10 car in 10th position as he heads down. To the last corner. In the GT Porsche 911 class, it's Alex Ardisana for MSI in the 914 that's back in the lead. This was the car that started on pole. It's dropped back down through the field a wee bit, and it's only done the one stop at the moment, as most of the Porsches have. So the multicoloured blue car with the white rear wing leads from in second place Phil Baldwin for Doug Henson Racing Red. Now they've made their no, excuse me, that's entirely wrong. Patrick Kessler. I'm sorry, I keep going down a line too far on my timing screen. So that would be the 77. Oh, swapped again. That would be the 976 Hindhoff. Do get it right. Patrick R. Kessler in the Duo by Sim Cup car. It's the white car with the darker hindquarters and the red stripe across, but that's because that's the Duo colours. My apologies for that. I keep skipping down an extra line when I'm trying to read through the classes. So he's in second, I reckon. In third in the Porsche 911, Jeremy Mazurais for Porsche Lorient in the Porsche number 911, but he's dropped a couple or 3 laps now from the leaders. And let's do TCR as well. They're still to make their second pit stops. It's the 111, the blue MSI Esports car that leads for Oriol Bourget. From in second, Charlie Collins for Duo, around about 20 seconds further back. And in third, Tony Vishaft for Furry Monster Esports. He's about another 40 seconds further back. That beautiful blue colour scheme on the leading car. Right, let's get back to what's going on further up the field. As Sam Nary's taking over the Team Abbott racing car. Adam Christodoulou having given that car up. Looked like Abbott was struggling a little bit and Adam was struggling a little bit. Desperately, I think, at the moment, trying to stay. Has he just dropped off the lead lap? Yes, he has. Just dropped off the lead lap. And trying to stay ahead of, that's one of the Williams cars sitting in behind. It's the BenQ car, it's the second place car. So Sam's just dropped off the lead lap. Benny Simonson's gone through for Modern Motorsport. What he's trying to do is stay ahead of second place Sami Matti Trogen at the moment as they're crawling through traffic. And as I say, Sam Nary in 10th position for the number 8 Team ABBA Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. So Modena leading by a scant 2-second margin. Remember, we had to restart the race. One of the newer features is limited number of tyres allowed in a race, and seems 1 or 2 people had set that to 1 set of tyres unknowingly. That would have caused them some strife. Race control decided to red flag the race. So we'd had about 20 minutes of racing at that point. And well done to our race control. Neil Hykins and the rest of the team doing a cracking job. Cycled through, started effectively with about 40 minutes of the race having ticked over. We managed to get everybody in the order that they had finished the last green flag lap and then restart single file. Now, Endurance Team Romania, 13th, looking, it's Nicola Sergiu, looking at Christopher Pfeffer for RSR Abruzzi Esport in the Ferrari. So 2 Ferraris battling it out there, just on the outskirts, beyond the outskirts of the top 10. These cars then, just in the early part of their laps, just under an hour. Simonsen been at the wheel of the lead car already for 7 laps. It's going to be tight at the end. 35 laps for the leaders. 3:46 is what we're predicting at the moment, so that's just under 270 laps to go. That's looking a long way ahead, but you'll want to be breaking that down even now to see if there's a little splash somewhere in the race. Hearing that there's a problem for one of the GT4 cars, this being the Müllner Motorsport. Now, that was Michael Finkboner and Dirk Oxes, who were going well in that blue 718. Power failure for that car. Now, whether that is in terms of the simulated engine or whether that they've got a power failure with their rig, not entirely sure. Power failure at home for Dirk Oxes. Well, that is very unfortunate for Dirk Oxes in that car, and he's had a failure. Now, hopefully his teammate should be able to take that back over again, Michael Finkboner, but it's dropping them time at the moment. Michael's back in that car and it is circulating. It's the Porsche 718 Cayman of Müllner Motorsport that we're talking about. Out of the race, Team RSL powered by Mofo, attacked by the number 22 AMG, after that itself had been attacked by the Ferrari. The Finnish Ferrari. Also out, it looks like, is the 64 satellite racing car as well. So 1 or 2 people with problems. And we lost the 155 very early on. They were having internet issues in the UAE. So the laps ticking over here. Chris Pfeffer looking at the back of the 11th placed GT3. And that's Julian Reinhardt in the Audi from Fun M Motorsport with Simsa, running in the red, white and black colours, braking into turn 4, dives for the inside curb. The driver's favouring holding on to that inside curve. That doesn't always work in real life. You put too much energy into the left front tyre there. Simonsen leads now by 3.2 seconds. Here comes Pfeffer down towards 10. Slightly downhill, very sharp corner. Got to get your braking absolutely right. Short shift first, second. Some people even short shift to third before going through 12 and 13. And they have got cars ahead. That's the Team Abacar, Sam Neri. Going through the chicane. Oh, big bit of curb by the Audi. That's going to slow it down on the exit. Pfeffer feels he's got a chance. Right under the rear wing of Reinhardt's Audi. Down the front straight, though, the Audi is swift. Crosses the line. Long run down to turn 1. Ferrari gaining. Does he jump to the right-hand side? He does. Under braking. Oh, he's left it really late. Is he going to get that stopped? He is. Lovely pass Smashing stuff from RSR at Brunsea Esports. Absolute quality. Quality stuff and textbook manoeuvre here at the Circuit de Catalunya. Montmeló, just outside of Barcelona, what, 40-minute drive or so, just off the coast road that leads up onto the Costa Brava. Lovely part of the world. The foothills of the Pyrenees not too far away. Drive back from Barcelona, whether you go straight up the coast and into the bottom of France, or, as I've done before, over the Pyrenees. A little more circuitous, takes a bit more time. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Fantastic way to drive back up into the south of France. Joe Bradley and I once came back and went right through the big national park in the bottom of France and stopped at Clermont-Ferrand overnight. Did the old track, of course. Of course we did. The old road circuit there. Absolutely quality part of the world. One or two battle-scarred cars out there now, including Phil Baldwin in the Doug Henson Racing red car. That's the car with the Huizingveld sponsorship on the side, the grey with red stripe car. That's the Jimmy Broadbent car, and they're being lapped at the moment by the 8th place Lucas Mikoda Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari. In their own battle as well with the Viper Nisa. Very damaged front end to the grey and bright green AMG GT3. In a little inconsistent in its lines, that car. And has paid the penalty with clearly one or two dings around the front end. Good to see that car here though. The Viper Nisa, number 56. Car from the Far East with James Russell, Matt Graham, Aaron Lim, Tenku Izan and Tenku, Izan Tenku and Tian Tenku as well. Nice addition. You can see the flag of Malaysia on the roof of the car. Proving again, Kravetnik in the virtual world as the real world. A truly international series. Sun's back out again at this part of the race. We had a little bit of overcast early on now. It can't rain. That will affect the heat of the circuit. And it's starting to creep up again now. Modena Motorsport being caught at the front of the field. Behind, got the Leiper Sports real yellow. That's Robin Strycek in behind the leader in the yellow and black Audi. Red and white Ferrari leads, and the purple fronted Audi, third car back, is the second place car of Sami Matti Trogan. Sami Matti, fabulous Scandinavian character, races very well indeed in the virtual world, but has some real world racing experience as well. And had it not been for the lockdown, Sami Matti would have already raced at the Nürburgring this year. Sure if that's still happening for him. I hope it is. It'd be great to see him in the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series in full metal racing. Duo not that far behind, another half a minute further back with Philip Weber. So top two within a second now. Then 19 seconds back to Josh Thompson, the pole sitting Williams Esport Chill Blast car. And they'll be closing in as well at the moment. Tell you what, Robin Strycek, he's not losing anything to the leaders at the moment. He's not really holding up Sami Matti-Trogen on the front straight now then. Down towards the first corner. Sami Matti not gaining. Not quite a long enough straight to really get the benefit. Takes good speed through the first corner. Minimum corner speed there. Excellent for Sami Matti. Swings the car into turn 3. Grabs that inside curb. Maybe just trailing the brake a little bit there to keep the front end tucked in. Lovely driving as well by Strycek. Spotter obviously telling him that the second place car was there. Just breathed out the throttle, stayed to the right, made it obvious that he was going to let him go. Has cost the second place car 0 time there and cost himself very little. He wasn't holding up the BenQ car, and the moment that it looked like he was getting a little bit of pressure, did exactly the right thing. Very good driving, very good team management. Oh, just clipped it going through turn 9, coming out of turn 9. The Leiper Audi with Robin Strycek just clipping the corn on the exit there. Might get an incident point. I'm quite sure how far you can go there on the top of the hill before you start it. So, at RSL_studio, you want to get in touch with us. Heading towards a battle for the lead down into the first corner. Here it is, it's on, turned up to gas mark 9. 8 hours and 35 still to go. For the moment at least, still this battle rages on. 1, 2, 3 classes. The Viper AMG moving around right in front of the leader. Really not smart driving. Puts himself off the track there. 188 AC TCR car in there as well. That was far better driving from there. The leading pair up through turn 7. Now turn 8 and 9. Last lap around, a 47.4 for the leader, 46.5 for Sami Matti-Trogen. Simonsen versus Trogen. Real world drivers that are both rather tidy in the virtual world as well. We've got Agustin Canapino still to come in that 34 car. I bet we have. He normally pairs up with Sami Matti. Yep, David Lafuente, Sami Matti-Trogen and Agustin Canapino. Wow, that's a good trio. This battle for the lead then, in behind one of the new BMW M4 GT4s. Once again, Simonsen holding on to the inside line down to turn 1, forcing the Audi round the long way, gets the nose ahead, will get turn 2. Oh, bit of a squeeze there from Simonsen. Well, it's a battle for the lead. It is allowing Josh Thompson in the Chill Blast car to close in just a little bit. He's down under 17 seconds behind, 46.4 for him the last time around. That's 2 seconds he's taken out the leaders, who were in traffic but are battling each other here. This one you can't take your eyes off at the moment. Again, climbing the hill through 7, the kink at 8 and up to 9. Great part of the circuit. Head out onto that slight downhill into turn 10. That's the second DRS zone for Formula 1. Now into the stadium section at the end of the racetrack, the end of the lap. Rallycross track is in there as well, of course. End of the lap now, and this battle for the lead is raging on. These two drivers in their first stints. Sammy Matney's been in the car in second place, 13 laps. Benny Simonson, 15 laps. Ferrari slightly less fuel efficient. Oh, late move by Simonson. That's a bit naughty. He's got some damage on the right front of that car as well. That was a late move by Simonson. Now they've got clear track ahead of them for a moment as they head through turn number 3. We're at Barcelona on the Grand Prix circuit. Believe it or not, there's still 8.5 hours to go, but the battle for the lead, you think there wasn't 8 laps to go. Ferrari leads 5 Audis from 2 more Ferraris. The top 10 exclusively Audi and Ferrari. 6 Audis and 4 Ferraris. Yep, that's it, the top 10. Very impressed as well with Robert Strycek, who's keeping the leaders in sight in the SERIES Esports Real Yellow, number 10. Now he's a lap off the lead. Did he get into the car? He's been in there 15 laps as well. Ferrari still leading, but only just. Radio Show Limited, along with Race Spot, the virtual 24-hour series, and Race Union. It's all part of the Creventic 24-hour virtual series. Still to come. Sebring. Oh, this is very tight indeed for the lead. Round the TCR traffic. That was the 111 that they've just gone by, which was leading in TCR. Oriol Boche still leading that class. Still hasn't made his second pit stop in that car yet, or that car's second pit stop. Well, this is enthralling. By far the closest battle on the track. We've got a couple of scraps further down. Sam Neri in the 8 car in 12th is battling the Nicola Sergiu. There's about a second between those two, but nothing closer for position. Sergiu in the Romanian endurance team Ferrari, which is the white and very light blue coloured car. Those two have been locked together, as are the leaders, and again Simonson goes to the inside early, brakes early, turns in early, hits the inside curb as well through one. Very close quarter stuff. The concentration levels are massive. Oh, leading Ferrari, just going a bit wide through 6 into 7, almost clipping the sausage curb there. And at 9, well, nice line by Simonson out of there. Come on, Benny, tidy it up a little bit. Still 8.5 hours to go here, lads. Can't keep this up all the time. Ah, flashing of the lights now from Sammy Matty. That's it. Now we know he's on the attack. Almost like a push to pass, that, isn't it? Get on the headlamp flasher. We'll see that in the mirrors of the car that he's following. Might put a little bit of pressure on. I doubt it. Benny's a good campaigner in the real world as well. Back on the start-finish. These laps click off very, very quickly indeed. Traffic ahead. Is this an opportunity for Sammy Matty Trogan then? In the second place Audi. Across the line again. Down over the brow and starting to drop into turn 1. This time Simonson stays on the racing line. This time Sammy Matty tries to come from further back. It's a fabulous game of cat and mouse. Robin Strycek with a great view from behind. Great endurance racing from everybody concerned. Meantime, class leaders in Porsche. That was still the 914 Alex Ardisana leading in the MSI Esports Cup car. But the leaders now have got more traffic. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. Many of you have. Whilst this battle for the lead continues, and you know the moment that we stop watching it, the lead will change. Delighted to the broadcast. A real superstar, Jimmy Broadbent, is in the booth with us now. Hi Jimmy, how you doing? Hello Jimmy, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Oh, sorry, I got surprised there. Hello.
Welcome to the broadcast. You've been offline for a little while for a number of reasons we won't bother going into at the moment. You're back in the Shark Tank this weekend, multi-class racing. How's it been?
Oh, I've been slow. Hindy. I've not been doing too well out here, man. It's been tricky getting back up to speed again, but it's a ton of fun being out there still, being in the mix.
This is we've been talking about this. This circuit is, I think, really works for multi-class racing. There are some places that you can get by or let people by, but it requires real concentration pretty much all the way around here, Jimmy.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the last sector, if you catch anyone, it's just wait. You have to wait and just lose the time. But there is part of preparing that on the way around, but you've got to be a bit patient. And sometimes people get impatient and you get sent to the scene of the accident, which has happened a couple of times to us so far, but that's how it is.
What was the thinking behind getting into this, one of the Creventic Virtual 24-hour series races?
Well, it's a big name, isn't it? It's nice to be involved with a real-life championship who are getting involved in esports, because there aren't that many people doing it at the moment. People have now sort of jumped the ship back to the full metal racing, as you call it, and it's good to see people sort of hanging around in the sim environment.
It's been a real shot in the arm for sim racing. What's happened, let's not sugarcoat it. It's been tragic circumstances around the world. Sim racing really stepped up, and whether it was the guys doing our sim racing program on Radio Show Limited, who went from monthly to weekly, Matt Hunter and the rest of the guys, whether it was some of the real world full metal series like IMSA and Creventic, who put events on for pro racing or pro am racing, as we're seeing here. It's shone a spotlight on e-racing, but let's not forget, Jimmy, e-racing's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it since 2012, and it's been around for ages and ages before that. Back in the late 90s with a game called Grand Prix Legends, but
Oh God, I remember that.
yeah, it's just been nice seeing people now sort of take it seriously and really give it a red hot go. And as you said, yeah, the circumstances definitely not ideal. You want it to sort of happen a bit more naturally, really. But when we had all the drivers coming over and driving during lockdown, it was great to see people take it seriously for what it is and what it can be.
Clearly, real-world drivers, full metal drivers, are starting now to go back to their quote-unquote day jobs, and with every series trying to squash in a full season before the long winter nights come in later in the year, they've got a lot of racing to do. But lovely to see people like our two leaders at the moment, Benny Simonson, Sammy Matty-Trogan, I know has a foot in both camp. We had Adam Christodoulou earlier on as well. Sam Nary's in this race and driving at the moment. Great to see those guys keeping involved in sim racing.
Yeah, not so great to see him drive past us though. But yeah, great to see him here, and it's good to see the pace transfers. I've met Adam a couple of times at some of the events that I've been a part of, and he's such a cool guy, and it's great to see him be so interested in this, and to see him quick as well, and also quick in the AMG, which is bad for us. It gives us no excuses for being down the back.
Well, you say that though, but you can take some solace in the fact that the top 10 is 6 Audis and 4 Ferraris, and the first AMG is in fact Team ABBA Racing at the moment in 12th position, so it possibly wasn't the car for round here. Have you been struggling with front tyres? It looked like Christodoulou was earlier on when he got to about 20-25 laps of his stint.
Yeah, it kind of felt like we were on the rim actually towards the end of it, especially going through the vast chicane. You turn in and the car goes, actually, I don't want to do that, and then you just make a fool of yourself trying to get out of the last corner. But yeah, I think we're third in the Mercedes class, so we're on the podium in our minds, which is the important thing.
What else have you got going on in the next few weeks then? Great to have you back here. We've got Sebring as the last round of this series coming up later on. We've got Petit Le Mans in the VCO Classics series that's been going on throughout this year. We'll keep an eye and be covering both of those as well. Are we going to see you pop up in some more of these high quality fields of motor? It's great to have you here because I know it shines a massive light on what these guys are doing, so thank you for that.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I mean, I really hope so as well. Yeah, we have the incoming release of an LMP2 car for iRacing, so I'm really very excited for that. I'm a big prototype guy, I always have been, so hopefully I'll be a bit more at home there. But yeah, if they'll have me, I'm always willing to come along.
Well, we'll have you back any time, Jimmy, and at some stage in the future, maybe, just maybe, we can think about bumping into you in real life as well. Thanks for all you've done for what's been going on in the last few months. You've been a beacon. Well done, fella, and keep up the good work. And it's great to finally speak to you in person, even though I know that you're not actually in the booth next to us. It kind of feels like you are.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, cheers, Jimmy. Back in the car later on. And hello to Alexandre Javo, who's also joining us, and then we'll get back to Bruce Jones as the battle for the lead is hotting up. Alexander, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Tell me a little bit about your race in the first couple of hours or so. Bit of a strange start today with us having to red flag it, but we got everybody back in the right order and then got underway again. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it was something new. I never had a sim race be red flagged, but I think the organizers did a very good job at getting the order back up after we had to switch servers, and I think it was a very fair decision. I'm not actually sure what happened on the first go. I heard something about teams not being able to change tires, but yeah, for me personally, it wasn't all that bad because my colleague who's currently driving, Kevin Hilgenhövel, we just came from work at 3 o'clock, so it was planned that I would do 3 consecutive stints. Now it was only 2 1/4. It was hard enough, but was great fun. We're currently running in P3. Yeah, we'll see where that takes us.
It's been a cracking battle, as it always is in the Porsche 911 class. You've got the 988 cars, you say, in third. It's the duo guys in the 976 in second, and it's Alex Adesanya in the 914 MSI eSports car that leads at the moment. These are not the easiest cars to drive in real life. In fact, they're a very difficult car to drive in real life. I hear the same thing in the virtual world as well. So why pick this car, Alexander, if it's the hardest car to drive out there?
Well, first of all, Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing is a part of the real Mühlner Motorsport team, which does drive one of those cars and a GT4 car in the real Creventic 24-hour series. And second of all, it's great fun. I'm usually one of those LMP1 or prototype guys. So it was quite a big challenge for me to get used to a car that has such quotation mark low levels of downforce and low power. But yeah, it was great fun practicing, and I'm having a really good time so far in this race.
Just bear with me for a moment. We've just had a big off for the Speed Monkeys. It spun coming into the pit lane, it appears, and then a huge off with one of the cars following it. Was the duo car turned around by the Mercedes, the Legion of Racers Mercedes, Melvin Moore, and then coming through duo with literally nowhere to go, and that's huge damage for both of those cars. So that, and I feel sorry for the duo guys. The only good news is they're in the pit lane entrance. They might as well go, absolutely nowhere to go for Philip Weber. As he came through the last chicane, the accident is happening in front of him. He's confronted by the Ferrari. I actually tensed up there as the impact happened. Awful, awful thing to happen there, and that is going to really take the duo guys out of it. Sorry, Alexander, for that.
Yeah,
what's the plan for the? What's the plan for the rest of the race? Then it looks like most people are getting close to an hour, but not quite an hour on fuel and tyres, so the race isn't going to break down into nice tidy chunks of hour-long driving.
Yeah, we are actually getting a bit over an hour on the Cup cars.
Oh,
that's fuel-wise. Tires are really the bigger issue. Like for the last 4 to 5 laps, the tires, especially the rear left tire, is really struggling. For us, the plan is just to keep the car clean at the moment, and see what happens. We are not quite fast enough on pace to catch P2. I don't even want to dare say P1, but the last race showed that those guys also just have to finish first. So yeah, we'll see where it takes us. I think we are quite safe for P3 at the moment. P4 is a considerable amount slower of us, but all of that can change, and also we can run into issues. So yeah, we just have to wait and see.
Good stuff. Is there anything you can do with your driving, Alex, that can mitigate that left rear problem, put slightly less energy through it in some of the long right-hand corners, like the final corner, like turn 3 and turn 9? Can you do anything just to keep it on the car for longer?
Yeah, you just have to be really careful with that loud pedal. Like you said earlier, those cars are hard to drive, and that is mainly because they neither have traction control or ABS. So what you do with the foot gets sent straight to the tires. Yeah, it's really just shoulder control mainly.
Well, we wish you well. Hold on to that third place at the moment. It's always a great class, the 911 Cup class. Alexander Jaka, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a great
Always
day.
a pleasure, sir. So race well. Third place for Kevin Hilgenhoven in that Mühlner Motorsport machine at the moment. Let's see if we can bring Bruce Jones in, who's been listening intently to those interviews and also watching a great battle at the sharp end of the field where Benny Simonson and Sami Matti Trogan are still at it hammer and tongs. Good afternoon, Bruce Jones.
Good afternoon, John. Hopefully you can hear me now. But
yeah, perfect.
Great battling we've had. So success at this end, getting me hooked up, but wonderful at the front. But just partway through that interview, I wasn't surprised you suddenly had to leave Alexander Jaka just waiting, because that was one heck of an incident with the Ferrari blindside and being thumped up the side. But I must say, Hold on, how many races have we seen, John, at the Circuit de the Catalunya Barcelona, where it's very, very hard to overtake? You've got to try and try and try. And Sami Trogan, he's been doing just precisely that, hasn't he? It's enthralling, and of course the backmarking cars have a role to play. So far, I've been really impressed, though. They have stayed out of the way wherever possible.
It's Bruce Jones with me, John Hindhoff. We've seen this time and time again when we've been doing the DNLS, Bruce, that, you know, it's about being patient in these longer races, and we've still got over 8 hours to go, nearly 4 hours to go. It's tough on the tyres, and what we're seeing at the moment from Sami Matti, it's got to be taking life out of those tyres on the second place Audi, because he's so close to that Ferrari in front that he's pushing all the time, particularly left rear, left front, which are the tyres that, as we heard there from Alexander, gets the hammer around here.
Oh, absolutely, and it's that dichotomy, isn't it? I get fuel to work, but I can't get the tyres to last, to match the length of stint we can do. So again, it's one for the tacticians to keep on plugging away at to try and work it out. But I haven't seen yet what the track temperature is at the moment today. Just taking a quick look at the data screen, can't quite spot that yet.
It's been up over 40 and climbing. We had a little bit of overcast early on, Jeremy, and sorry, Jeremy, that's later. Bruce, sorry, and that helped early on. That's gone, and you can see from the shadows the sun's still pretty high. It's middle of the afternoon virtual time here at Montmello, and it's going to be a tough old run. We will get some darkness racing though at the end of this one.
Well, I mean, that's part of the equation, isn't it? It's the whole point of racing through a day. 12 hours allows you to have that time travel, if you will. But time travel may not be something these tyres are going to manage. They are really, really pushing so hard at the front. What surprised me is that, Robin Strychek should have had an opportunity to close in. I can see he's at the back of the straight as they power past the pits. But as the lead duo are fighting, I really thought that over the last 10 laps or so he'll be able to close in. It just shows they've got more pace than he has, because they're definitely slowing each other down, but he's just not able to profit, is he?
He was good in the early part of the stint, sat in between these two until Sami Matti started to want to pressure the back of that red and white Ferrari. Then he pulled out the way, actually where they are on the track now, between 3 and 4. He is in for his second stint, and I just wonder if he's starting to feel the pace, having been in the car for quite a long time now, whereas the two drivers at the front of the field only got in at the last pit stop. He's on the second part of his double. Nobody been able to double stint the tyres in the GT3s though.
Ah, okay, that was you've taken the words right out of my mouth, because I haven't been here long enough for them to complete a stint. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe later in the race when it gets under cover of darkness and temperatures drop away, but they don't drop away that fast. Oh, someone's just sent a cone flying, comes back onto the circuit. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, but quite possibly someone's going to try it and it's just not going to work. But anyhow, that's what the teams want to see someone else have a go at and then maybe consider it themselves. But for this battle at the moment, certainly Benny Simonson, I saw a couple of moves at the end of the start-finish straight where he was certainly intimating one way, went another, and getting towards the one change of position too many. But so far, so good at the front. But again, it's all part of the mix. And for Sami Trogan, you know, what a season he's having in this, and for him, of course, his Full Metal program as well. That was lined up and then got put on the back burner alongside his, you know, so he had to concentrate entirely on his Williams Esports testing. But for him, you know, and I thought actually something Jimmy Broadbent was saying, you know, the virtual world isn't as populated as it was at the start of the season. Now regular racing drivers are getting their chance to finally, you know, start their delayed racing seasons. But I know a whole lot will be doing this all through the winter, won't they, John, as soon as their regular racing program has come away?
It's here to stay. There's no doubt about that now. It's established itself. Will it hit the heady heights that it did in March, April? Maybe not. But I think it's here to stay. And the mere fact, if you look through the teams here this weekend, and what we see on a regular basis, it was the 7th round of the DNLS last weekend. And we saw again another cracking race. I think it's here to stay. Just a note on that: Sami Trogan took over the 34 Williams Esport BenQ car from Daniel Lafuente. The rapid Argentinian Agustin Canapino is still to get in that car and Sami Matti and Augustin have formed a fairly formidable team in the past. So they know each other, they know the setup, they know how they like the car set up. And right now, Benny Simonsen is holding up that second place car to the point where Josh Thompson, who was 20 seconds back in third, is now under 9 seconds away from this battling pair. So keep an eye in the background for the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. It has the same colourway on the back of the car, but it's sort of a darker grey, whereas the second place car is the purple colour. So keep an eye for that, because that's the car that will be hoving up in the background. It was the pole position sitter, and now has closed down to 8.3 seconds. On average, taking half a second to 3/4 of a second a lap out of the cars ahead of them. Side by side again into turn one, and that's why, Bruce Jones, these two are slowing each other down. Benny Simonsen, it's interesting this, he's absolutely not going to give that position up. He knows that he's not really fighting them right now. That's 8 hours away, the fight for the win, but he does not want to let that car get away. I think he must know he's got nothing to fight them with.
Yeah, I think so, and I think he's just treating this stint as though it's the only stint he's doing, and it's just a matter of pride staying at the front of the field. But he's going to be taking a whole chunk out of his tyres. In fact, just looking at the lines he's having to take to maintain position. But then again, if only they could remove that final chicane before you come onto the start finish straight, we'd have that wonderful swoop we had until about 20 years ago. Then, of course, that run down into turn one would be a very, very different game. But right now, it can be controlled as long as you've got line coming out of the chicane. You've got that advantage onto the start finish straight. But now, up the inside as we speak. Here comes the move, but he's chopped across on him.
That was down into 10. Very, very tight indeed, and that meant that the Williams Esports Audi had to go on the curb. Now round the outside at the top of the hill in the amphitheatre section. That's not going to work. You have to wait so long and the camber goes away from you at the top of the hill before you can get the power on. It just doesn't work at all. Now through to that final chicane again, and this is where Sami Matti needs to be right underneath the back of the Ferrari. Gets a good run this time onto the main straight. He's as close as he has been, and immediately shows the purple nose of the Williams Esport Audi to the right hand side. Hasn't got the dive, that comes late, goes back in behind and off the track for a moment on the left hand side to try and get a better run through turn one. Now, turn three, if the tyres are going off on that Ferrari, and he's due in, by the way, in a couple of 3 laps, the Ferrari, the other thing, Bruce, is the Ferrari not quite getting the fuel mileage of the Audis by a couple of laps, and that could make a real difference at the end of this race when we are so close to getting an hour out of these GT3 cars.
Yeah, it really sounds as though that for everyone concerned to try and eke any advantage, particularly if you've got a car that doesn't want to do as many laps, you're going to be on the fumes of your tyres, effectively, because there's going to be nothing left. You'll try and pinch a couple more laps when your tyres are completely gone, if you can maximise, in the Audi's case, your fuel mileage, but it's going to be right on the ragged edge. But at the moment, looking at this battle, Sami Matti Trojan is only being shown the outside, and as we saw at the crest of the hill there, going out of turn 12 and 13, there is no outside. Benny Simonsen isn't stupid enough to leave any space there. He's gone right to the outside. And again, despite a clear speed differential, speed advantage, Sami Matti Trojan has got nowhere to go. He needs help from outside. He needs a back marker to slightly interrupt the momentum of the race-leading Ferrari. But right now, Benny Simonsen is not for cracking, is he?
The yellow and black car in the background from the leaders is that of Robin Strycek, off the lead lap by a couple or 3 seconds. He's in 8th position. And then behind that, I'm pretty sure I got a flash of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Josh Thompson is now under 2 seconds behind. No, check that. He's 6.8 seconds behind. Excuse me. 6.8 seconds behind. As again, the leaders are in traffic.
This
but
is
that
the
gap is certainly
opportunity,
coming
surely.
down.
This must be the opportunity. The Audi just can't quite get the Ferrari boxed in. He's boxed in behind a 991. It's happened around the outside. Can he get it the right way around the corner? No, the Ferrari's still on that inside line. Well, you've got to gamble, and certainly Sami Matti Trojan is gambling.
Either side of Stefan Herrmann in what is the 3rd place 911. and that's having a battle with the car ahead of it as well. That's the Porsche Lorient car. That's a lap or two down through turn 5, dropping down the hill now through turn 6, which is just a kink, not a real corner. 7, very much a real corner. Got to get that one, turn through it. Then the kink at 8, stay off the curb there, over the top of the brow at 9. Absolutely flat in a Formula 1 car, not in these GT cars. And a big dab of the brakes by Benny on the top of the hill. Now down to 5.5 seconds between these two and Josh Thompson. We're coming round to the pit stops, Bruce. And this is going to be massively frustrating from Sami Matti Trogan. He's been sitting there for the bulk, certainly half of this stint, 15 laps or so, in behind Simonsen, who's been out there for 32 laps, Trogan 30 laps. But it will be the Ferrari that comes in first. Stays out this time and goes round the final corner, gets to the apex there, no problem. And actually, the Ferrari punches off the final corner pretty well indeed. That's not where he's grip limited. I think it's the front end of the car that's grip limited for Benny. Down towards the first corner. Let's have a look in the background. We've got a lapped Ferrari. Then we've got the lapped machine of... Oh, is that a pit stop? Yes, it is. A pit stop for Josh Thompson. Now that's early. That's only just after 30 laps. He's going to try and do the undercut, isn't he? With these guys messing around the way that he is, a new set of tyres on that car, and the extra grip that will give him will give him the performance, extra performance, and maybe, just maybe with these guys, yeah, Simonson's really struggled to get that Ferrari turned in to the downhill left-hander at turn 4. I think that's a smart move by Thompson and Williams Esports. They're splitting their strategy. That's a good, let me see. That's a good 5 laps early for Thompson, unless he had a problem. But they've taken him out of the battle, and there was traffic ahead of him. So I think that's quite smart.
No, I do too, because in a matter of about 2 or 3 more laps, he would have caught the tail of this battle, and there is no change being given. There's no reason why he should catch it, pass it, swan off into the distance, because certainly if there's an opportunity, Sami Matti Trogan would take it. Good call. It will have ramifications, but it does mean they're going to be much, much sweeter. But still, with 8 hours on the clock, good move from that second car. Josh Thompson into the pits there.
That's Bruce Jones. I'm John Hindhaugh. That's another hour completed. 8 hours still to go. Little mistake by the second place car there as the leader's in the pits, and that springs the Williams Esports driver Sami Matti Trogan as Simonsen is in the pits, and the next hour of racing from the virtual 24-hour series Barcelona 12 hours starts right now. So that for Simonsen then was, let me see, where's he gone? I reckon even that was a couple of laps early for Modena Motorsports. Simonsen then has done 34 laps, all right. So that's about there. Trogan, I reckon, can do another 3 laps at the very minimum. The interest will be where Josh Thompson comes around. Simza, the 66, Grimbergas, that is, and Dobbit's behind the wheel of T3. Those guys have yet to stop, so they're not quite on the same strategy as it stands at the moment. They'll need to stop next time around or the time after that. Here comes Williams Esport Chill Blast. He's in the final sector now, Bruce. And it's Josh Anderson jumping back into the Modena Motorsports car. I think they are just running with 2 drivers in that number 66 car.
I've got 3 listed, but I looked at the entry list yesterday. Josh Anderson, Benny Simonsen and John Shen. Modena Motorsport is always a Shen on board, but wait to see what happens with that later. So out it comes, just as the sister car from Williams Esports runs around the outside. That's the one that pitted, as you said, John, about 4 laps earlier. So they've got that track position there.
Yeah,
but
that's
they've got
brilliantly
to try and delay
done.
them, haven't they? So,
well, that's a good point. So the Chill Blast car, which I think I said was around about 4 seconds behind when it came into the pits. They've turned that around and more there on that battle. That's very, very impressive indeed. They've worked that one out beautifully. So Sami Matti-Trogen is 1 minute and 4 seconds ahead of Gustav Grimbergas, but he hasn't stopped either. So what is he? He's 126 back to Josh Thompson. And a pit stop is about 128. So that's going to be tight. It's about 20 seconds or thereabouts down the pit lane. It's 27 seconds for 4 tyres, which he will be taking, and then the fuel on top of that. So it's going to be very tight. A good pit stop, full service pit stop, depending on what you've got left in the tank, because that's the only variable there. It's about 1 minute and 8 seconds, and it's a 20-second transit time down the pit lane. What was his last lap time? 1:47.1. So yes, he did get down. That's impressive. He did get down to a decent time as soon as he was sprung from behind the Ferrari, Bruce. So he could potentially stay out for his next couple of laps, which would put him correct on his fuel and maybe still hold track position. But it's going to be tight. He's going to have to push. And he's got one of the Atlantis Racing Team cars. I think that's Lukas Mikoda in the 27 car right ahead of him. And that's a quick car.
He has had quite a lot of traffic. I noticed just as soon as the Modena Motorsports Ferrari dived in, there were 5 cars from the junior classes, if you will, right in front of Sami Matti-Trogen. He'd have picked off probably at least 3 of them down the start-finish straight, but every time I've seen him since, he's had someone else just slightly interrupting his flow. So if he wasn't frustrated enough, having been caught behind Benny Simonsen, he will be a little hot under the collar as he comes towards that pit stop. But he's driven really, really well. But it has to be said, he was given scant option. His only real chance to pass Simonsen was when they had that gaggle of cars ahead of them. They went either side of one of them between turns 3 and 4. Gave it a shot, but it just didn't work for him. Maybe later.
Yeah, that was one of the 911 class cars. If I remember rightly, I think it was Alex Ardisana who was leading in the MSI Esports Cup car and sitting in a very creditable 14th position. Out comes another set of cars. Ramiz Azam has handed over his car. No, he hasn't. He stayed aboard the Simsa Esports car. Jens Horman is out as well. Out of the pit lane, that is. So still Sami Matti-Trogen, 46.8 last time around. That's a stunning time. So there's life in those tyres for Trogen. That's why he's staying out. Maybe end of this lap. Should be in end of this lap, I reckon, for Sami Matti. And what's he got back to his teammate? 1:29.0. He's going to be pulling out right at his teammate.
Yeah, that was
at his teammate.
That was a particularly good lap. It was only half a second slower than Josh Thompson, his teammate, who was out on fresh tyres, about 2-3 laps old. He's on old
he
tyres.
stayed out.
Oh, God, I thought he was about to jink in at the last moment, which would have led to a penalty because he jinked back out onto the circuit. He was hinting, wasn't he? As though he was going to dive in. But he's got clear track. Maybe he thought, at last, I've been obstructed all these laps. Let's see if I can put another one in. Let's see what that lap time will be for the race. He did hit it 1 minute 46.8, 1 minute 47.1. But there was traffic.
Well, and that traffic has got to be negotiated by Josh Thompson in second place, who has made the 3rd pit stop. Sami Matti now on a different strategy. Very different strategy. And that means I reckon they'll have to have a little splash somewhere towards the end. I'm not sure they're going to be able to make up, even in the cooler part of the last 3 hours of this race, they're not going to be able to make up that kind of fuel differential, because that is already, well, he stopped at the lap of end of a 31 lap stint, and already Sami Matti-Trogen is into his 36th. He's still got traffic, had to lift out of it there as he comes through turn number 9. That's a fast part of the circuit as well, so that will have cost him time. Had a TCR car right in front of him. It's 1:26, the gap between the 2 cars, and 0.3 of a second taken out the leader by Josh Thompson.
Well, that therefore, surely it means that Josh Thompson will be ahead after the pit stop has been made.
I think so.
By about 2 seconds, we think.
Which means it's going to be very, very close with the other Joshua Anderson in the Modena Motorsports Ferrari.
But
which is the car which has already made its pit stop as well, of course. And another lap, no, into the pits for the leader, Bruce.
yeah, in fact, I was just looking at the pace, and suddenly Josh Anderson just banged in a 1 minute 45.6. They're always going to be right together, but it's suddenly not looking so good for the number 34 that's just coming into the pit. Sammy Matty Trogan, will he double stint? John, what's your thought on that?
No, absolutely not. Although he'd seem to have, sitting behind Benny Simonson, he didn't take as much out the tyres as I thought.
Actually, what I meant was he will stay in to do a second.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, he will absolutely stay in. I can't imagine. No, he'd have been out already by now. So watch the time on the stop. The pit lane time is ticking away already over 30 seconds. He's near to pit out, and that is a 20-second run through the pit lane if you do absolutely nothing. The Chill Blast car still sitting there. So fuel still going in at the moment. The car is not yet off the ground. Thompson still to come round. And Josh Anderson's on another great lap. And he's pulled within a couple of seconds. Make that a second and a half of the number 33 Williams Esports, the Chill Blast car. That's the Ben Q car, of course. Taking the tyres now. So that went up at just over a minute. So it's 27 seconds. He's going to be a minute 30 in here. He's going to lose it. He's down. 14, 15. Now, did he only take 2 tyres? Did he only take 2 tyres there? It's not a 4-tyre mandatory stop. I wonder if he only took left side tyres, because that was an insanely quick pit stop there. I think that was left sides only.
It's got to be, John.
And he's out. He's out. He's held on to the lead, Jeremy. He's got to have only taken 2 tyres. That's brilliant.
No, exactly so. I would rather he'd taken 4 than we have the first 3 cars nose to tail, and it would be hard to predict. But that was their opportunity, and they've rolled the dice there. Will that bite them later on? Of course, the left-hand tyres are the ones that take the beating. But them going around turn 3, it's that long, almost endless uphill corner. The next corner, another left, etc., etc. But they're sitting on an advantage. I'm trying to see the next timing is. We'll see how many seconds they have saved themselves. But then again, let's wind it through the course of this stint. How much will they have to slow later on, because they've only got fresh rubber on one side of their car? But great move there.
I'm going to check with that, and I'm not sure if we can get in touch with the team and whether they'll tell. I know they'll be listening. I'm looking at that time. It's right on the borderline. It may have been that sitting in behind Benny Simonson, that Ben Q car just didn't use quite as much fuel, and that will have given them a tiny bit of an advantage, because it is a standard fuel fill per litre, of course. Everybody gets the same. There's no variance. So anything you do save is a saving in terms of standing still. I think that's too long at pit stop for 2 tyres, but it's very quick for 4 tyres. So it's a tough one to call. It's a really tough one to call, but he's out, and he's got 10 seconds on his William Esports teammate Josh Thompson, who is now fighting with the Modena Motorsports Ferrari. Josh Anderson, who's been in that car for a few laps now, although it was Thompson that made the stop first of the leading 3. And now again, we've got Modena Ferrari versus Williams Audi down at the first corner.
John, do my eyes deceive me, or is the front right-hand corner of the number 16 Modena Motorsport Ferrari just a little bit crimped, right-hand from the driver's point of view?
It is indeed, and has been for the last couple of stints. We didn't see how that happened, but as you well know, that will be costing some time down the front straight. There's more than a little bit of scuffage there on the right front, and I wonder as well if that's just causing a little bit extra tyre wear as well, if the aeros, the aero performance on the front of that car. Remember, Benny was losing the front of that car, I thought, towards the end. Maybe last 10 laps, maybe a bit more than that actually, of his relatively short stint that he did in that car. He did 34. No, that was about right. So they are struggling just a bit.
Yeah, and in fact, okay, very early in this stint, they've only been out, 3 laps since the pit stop, just going around the outside, slightly offline because there was traffic up ahead of them. The Ferrari was really understeering through turn 3. I get it at the end of the stint, slightly worrying if it's right at the sharp end. I know it was an unorthodox line, it wasn't one that had that sort of natural trajectory around turn 3, but the front end just didn't want to play. So maybe that damage on the front is more than we realise.
Yeah, a lot of steering input going in from Josh Anderson. If Hugo's still, I think it's Hugo that's still cutting the pictures, and he's doing a cracking job for us. Hugo, can we just stay on board with Josh? Well, the steering wheel is straight-ish, maybe slightly to the left, but not that much. Not as much as I've seen other people having to drive. See how he goes through turn 1, turns in, has a couple of bites at it, but that seems all right. Seems to be the left-hand corners where he's having to have several bites at it and going round it rather like a threepenny bit or a 50 pence piece in new money. That ages me, doesn't it, when I say threepenny bit?
Yeah. I've still got some in my sock drawer, I think.
I'm sure I still have somewhere. Yeah, the right-handers don't seem to be so bad. The downhill left-handed hairpin at turn 5 might be a problem. Let's see when he turns in. It's almost like he gets a little bit of turn-in oversteer and he's got to come back a bit. Yeah, he did it again there. I think that car's struggling on left-handers, Bruce, which is not the worst round here because all the high-speed, high-energy corners, most of the high-speed, high-energy corners are right-handers, and the car seems to be handling pretty well through there.
Yeah, no, it does, absolutely so. And going through camps on turn 9, as they call it these days, again, that's such a great corner, isn't it, John? The crest of the hill, over the brow, you can't really see on turning, but handling's absolutely fine there. But again, I'm just going to watch when that Ferrari from Modena Motorsports gets to turn 3 again, because the sort of camera angle shows us a lot of the corner, and you can really see its passage from the point at which it's turning in and where the car then does eventually turn in. And I'm just waiting to see, the chicane here coming onto the start-finish straight shows us next to nothing because, of course, almost no speed on the cars. But, again, you see them clouting the curves on the outside, trying to get the best exit. And I noticed in that early battle, a while just as we approached the, what would that make it, the 3-hour mark in the race, that the Ferrari in particular was running very wide out to the final corner, just trying to get every bit of speed to stay ahead of Sami Matti-Trogan. Right, down to turn 1, all looks fairly good, but again, that's heavy braking to a slow corner. It's this next one coming up, gone through turn 3. Now you need a front-on shot to really see if the front of that Ferrari wants to turn in, but no, I'd say looking at it just there, both of them are turning in fine. Maybe I was thrown off course, John, because I spotted it a lap ago when he was offline trying to go past the back marker. Maybe went out a little bit wide and then had to really work the car to get it round to the conclusion of the corner. But certainly in that previous stint, this Ferrari was really having to work its tyres very hard indeed to stay in front.
That's Bruce Jones. I'm with John Hindhaugh. There's traffic in this battle for second position. It's the AC Motorsports 188 Audi TCR that slightly got in the way. Remember, the leader is 10 seconds up the road from this. Sami Matti-Trogan, Josh Thompson and Josh Anderson. Thompson and Anderson sound like they should be fastballing at either end somewhere, shouldn't they? Down the inside goes Anderson and goes up into second place. Big flash of the headlights from Thompson. The two Joshuas battling it out up through the stadium section towards the end of the lap. And finally, the pass was made there in one of the two what you might call traditional overtaking spots here at the Circuit de Catalunya, Bruce Jones. That down that long straight from 9 underneath where the advertising hoarding sometimes is over the track into turn 10. That more than 90-degree left-hander, actually. It's a bit of a nudgy corner, that.
Well, I can't think of a single beautiful overtaking manoeuvre I've seen there since this circuit opened. They're always scratchy, there's always compromise, because even when you're running on your own, as you said, a nudgy corner, it's a very tricky corner. It's probably about 110 degrees. You're going into a slight compression. The track has got very slight negative camber, so you can just wash straight on. And then there's lots of painted curbing. You go over it, and that offers half the grip you're hoping for. It's a really tricky corner. It has so much compromise for a passing manoeuvre. And if you're doing one-make racing, you might as well forget it. It's really in racing like this, where you've got different cars trying to achieve the same thing and delivering their performance in different ways, that you've got a possibility. But I must say, when you had a driver of the standard of Benny Simonsen at the front, he wasn't going to leave the door open. So you do need a little bit of, how shall we say, outside enterprise to help you find and make a move. But yeah, but it's one of effectively 2 passing places on the whole lap.
There are other places that, if you are forceful and direct and decisive,
All at the same time?
You can have a go. Yes, absolutely all at the same time. Change of position in the last lap. Team ABBA Racing has gone through. Jan Santowski, who started this car, is back ahead of Christopher Pfeffer for RSR Abruzzi, the lovely dark-coloured Ferrari with the crimson pinstripe livery on it. ABBA run one of these cars in Full Metal Racing as well. Santowski, who was light of foot but fast of drive a week ago at the Nürburgring, to corks 8 very impressive laps in the last stint to take the win for Team Huizinfeld with Adam Christodoulou, who one of the drivers he's sharing this car with. Jan stepping in was Tom Onslow Cole, who was originally slated to be behind the wheel of this car. He's busy in the real world this weekend, so Jan Santowski jumps in, and it's Sam Neri, the young real world and virtual driver. Sam, who has driven with his dad Richard in the ABBA car in the past, carving out a very nice reputation for himself in real world racing. But Santowski, having made that pass a lap ago, has turned that into a handy lead and has pulled out 2.2 seconds in one lap.
Very, very impressive.
So that ABBA car looking good. Sorry, Bruce.
No, I was about to say very, very impressive. But one thing that really intrigues me are these virtual partnerships that formed. Of course, at the start of the season, the digital NLS, you had Sammy Matty Trogan for Williams Esports, and for the Marla racing team, you had Agustin Canapino. Then they started racing together. Likewise, Adam Christodoulou with Jan Santowski. So it might be the virtual world, but people soon work out who they want to be racing with, and if there's half a chance, and the same manufacturer, you know, they're doing it. And who knows where these relationships, these new partnerships are going to lead? Are we going to have people coming across from the virtual world? Don't forget, British GT Championship, opening round of the season, and James Baldwin, you know, who won the Ultimate... Sorry, Ben Conson-Joris, I know the term fully accurately, you know, won the Ultimate Racing online gaming thing, and he turns up at the opening round of the British GT Championship but comes away with a full metal win. Extraordinary.
Transferable skills, aren't there?
Of course. But much more so than we realised.
Well, and one of the things that I think some of the highly talented online racers have been saying to me in the interviews that we've been doing in these last few months is that they are super impressed at how the real world guys have just adapted their skill set and realised it's not exactly like the car, it's similar. There are certain vagaries and tiny little tricks of the trade that you need to learn, but they learn them, and they learn them quickly. On the other side of it, you know, people understand the dynamics. If you've been driving round and round and round, lap after lap on sims, you understand the dynamics of what's happening with these big GT cars. And that's got to translate and shortcut your learning process if you do get behind the wheel. An hour and a half in a sim for me, every time before I jump in behind the wheel of a car, and thank you to Darren Turner's base performance simulators. It massively shortcuts my learning process and gives me the confidence to go out in the first test session or the first practice session and think, well, I know where the track's going, I roughly know what gear I want to be in, I know where I'm turning in, I know what the car's going to do here and there and other places. And therefore you get down to do some sensible work, getting comfortable and confident with the machinery. It's got to work, Bruce. It just has to.
So shall we agree it's like changing from squash to tennis and vice versa?
Well,
you got a racket, you got a ball, but no, I'm being slightly facetious there. But I mean, of course, it's got to help. But I think it's just because we've all been thrown together in 2020. It's just eye-opening how close it is and how much closer it's becoming, going in both directions.
I asked this question of Jimmy Broadbent, and I'll ask it to you because you've seen it from the other side, Bruce. Obviously, we had a whole almost 3 months where there was no real world. You coined the phrase full metal racing, and that's caught on. Everybody's using that now. Copyright Bruce Jones. He'll be living off the royalties for years. So we had 3 months of no full-size 1-1 racing out there, and that was great, absolutely beautiful for sim racing. I think it's important that series like IMSA, like Creventic, like the NLS with the DNLS, have continued these online events, encouraging their real-world teams, some of which we've already been talking to today, Leiper, Müllner Motorsport, Duo, the guys, Team ABBA Racing. These have all got real-world races as well. I think that's really important for the long-term gain of esports and keeping it in the public eye.
Oh, 100%. But I think one of the things that's almost been most fascinating for me is hearing from race engineers from the real world who've shifted across to help one of their real drivers, and suddenly realize there is a massive ability. They've got the ability and they've learned how to transfer it to help them improve their game in this. So it's keeping the engineers thinking about it. There's an engineer in Germany who used to compete, then he became a race engineer, and now he's sort of going back first to engineering in virtual racing and now to racing in it. So he's fine-tuning it from every single angle, and he's got to be the better for it, come the end of all of this. But there isn't going to be an end, because we're going to carry on with much more intermingling between real-world racing and virtual world racing, to the point it won't fuse, it won't become one thing, but it just means that the divorce lawyers are going to be very, very busy indeed when real-world racing drivers find that they've got something to do every weekend of the year and during midweek as well. But you can just imagine it's going to be a bit of a marriage breaker if people are on the wheel the whole time. So stop being facetious, Bruce. But I think the marriage between the two has been absolutely cemented in 2020, and I can only see it growing in every single direction after this. Oh, looks like we've got an overtaking manoeuvre, and the Team ABBA Racing, Jan Sentowski, having pulled clear. Suddenly that Team Abruzzi sport car, Christopher Pfeffer alongside, but you're the right place if you're on the right-hand side going down to turn one, so the dark red Ferrari makes it stick. So that's a rare move, and I would suggest that's the ABBA Racing Mercedes got slightly blocked coming out of the chicane. It's all about speed onto the start-finish straight, and the Mercedes speed was interrupted. Now we'll have to see if Sentowski can fight his way back.
Sentowski then looking at the back of this black and maroon RSR Abruzzi sport car. 10th position. Sorry, Team ABBA, no, still ahead there. The Audi is the next car back, so it's still a couple of seconds away. Sentowski still in 9th, then Abruzzi. Let's run down, actually, the running order at the moment. After 3 pit stops for everyone at the sharp end of the field, and about a third of the way, maybe a little bit less than that, through their next stint, about a quarter of the way through their next stint. Sammy Matty Trogan's on the second part of a double for Williams eSport. He's got 8.7 seconds on Modena Motorsports and Josh Anderson. That's 34 from 16, Audi from Ferrari. Then there's another 1.6 seconds back to Josh Thompson in the pole-sitting Williams eSports Chill Blast car. That is the car with the darker grey hindquarters. And he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds back to Ramez Azam for Simsa Esports GT3. That's the tangerine and just off-white Audi in 4th position. 5th, Jens Hermann for T3 Esports beater. Another Audi, he's 8 seconds further back, and it's got nearly 37 seconds on the first of 2 black and gold Atlantis Racing Team Ferraris. Lucas Mikoda in the first one, the 27, has got about 7 seconds on his teammate, and that is Arcadius Newman in the 28. Then Nicholas Hayder for Leipert in the yellow and black Audi, number 10. Jan Sentowski in the black and green Team ABBA car is 31 seconds further back from that in 9th. It's the number 8 car, the Mercedes MG GT3. And making up the top 10, Chris Pfeffer in that red and black Abruzzi RSR eSport Ferrari. In Porsche, Alex Ardisana is just into the pits, actually, for his next pit stop. Nicely done. Oh, no, not nicely done. He's actually missed his pit stop and had to reverse just a bit. That cost him half a second or so. He should be getting out of that car now, and I'll tell you who gets in a moment. He'll be followed in by Stefan Hermann, 976. This is making it easy for us to see them all in the pit lane. It's Alvaro Romero who's got into the 914. Stefan Hermann follows him in second. A third will be Kevin Hilgenhövel. Yeah, and that's the Müllner car. And it'll be René Osterkamp into the duo car in second. Just waiting for the H&R car to come round to see whether he pits as well. In the GT4, Valentini for Duo leads, the 476 that is, by 20 seconds from the 466 Riley Thompson. That was the pole sitting car there. And in third place, it's Sandro Petroziello for Leipert in the BMW, the 410 car. And that's another good run. Saw a second place finish at the Nürburgring in the 3-hour race last week, which is the highest finish I've seen in the races we've been covering for one of those new BMW M4 GT4s. And finally, let's just flick through to the Audis and the LMS, Audi RS3 LMS GT TCR class. And in 25th overall, Victor Lobato for MSI Esport in the 111, that's the blue car. From in second, Jürgen Frank in the Duo, the white with the red stripe up the bonnet, that's the 427. And third is Oliver Ackermann in the car that was Paul sitting there, the 171. So that gives you an idea at least of all of the leaders and the top three as it stands at the moment, with still 7.5 hours to go. I'm John Hindhoff, and this is Jeremy Shaw. No, it's not at all. That's twice I've done that with you,
No,
Bruce. I'm sorry.
Thrice. That's your third strike. You're out, I'm afraid.
Is it? Right. Okay,
Come on.
I'll take my headset off and slink quietly back out of the booth. I'm talking to our IMSA team on text at the same time. Jeremy's two Team USA boys both had a win today up in the... sorry, not Team USA boys, but a couple of the US guys that he's watching up at Alton Park in the Formula Ford. Both had wins today, so just swapping a few texts with Jeremy. Bryce Aaron and Grant Palmer were both racing today. We had them on Midweek Motorsport, and they're both taking a win apiece in the British Formula Ford 1600 Championship. So my apologies, that was what had distracted me while I was doing that countdown. Let's have a quick word with Gustas Ginbergard. Gustas, how are you this afternoon?
Very good, thanks, Johnny.
How's the day been going for you, for Michael, and for Ramos? Ramos back in the car at the moment. We're talking about the SIMSA Esports number 66 at the moment, running in 4th position, so holding your own. Just over a minute back on the top three. Those top three cars seem to have quite good pace.
Yeah, well, they've pulled out an advantage, I'd say, from lap 1. We have quite a untraditional strategy, let's say, to the others. Everyone's trying to double stint with the drivers. We're doing single stints just to keep us all fresh and ready up to the end of the race. But yeah, doing well. P4, I think that's even more than we could have hoped for coming into here.
Shh, don't say that. Don't worry the racing gods. You've got them on your side at the moment. Always difficult in these races to get the balance between a full load of fuel and the amount of laps you can do on that, and the tyre drop off. It's been exceptionally hot on track temperatures, particularly in the second stint of the race. There was a bit of overcast at the start. How are you guys faring? Are you getting a full hour, or is it just going to be just less than a full hour, and therefore not nice and neat and tidy for breaking your stints up across the race?
It's kind of mismatched with how we do it, but we try to save up a little bit just to get over that hour and not have to splash and dash at the end. You know, you're already looking at the end of the race, even if we have 7.5 hours to go. You're
Correct.
already looking, so you don't get into any surprises come the last 15 minutes.
You got 35 laps out of the last stint. Ramis has been in for 14, 15 laps now. 35, is that where you need to be to get somewhere close to the end without that splash?
Looks like it. With our calculations and seeing how long we're running, looks like we should be fine. If we're running 35 to 34 laps each stint, we should have no problems getting to the end without a splash there.
I don't want to remind you how far there is to go, but my computer prediction says 357 is going to be the number of laps, so we've still got 234, 35 to go. Plenty of racing still to do. Are these the stints then in this part of the race where really you've just got to stay out of trouble and keep your lap times nice and consistent?
Pretty much, these are actually the hardest stints of the race because the track time's set the highest, so the tire drop-off's coming in very early. You're just trying to keep it on track, not run into anyone in traffic, learn the traffic, so then at the end of the race you have a fresh car, fresh tires, and you can actually fight for a result then.
How are you guys finding this Creventic, the Race Bots and Race Union Creventic Virtual 24-hour series? I love mixed class racing, you know that. I would travel anywhere to see mixed class racing. How have you guys been finding it? Are you enjoying it?
Well, it's been awesome. Huge differences between the speeds of the cars. So you approach everyone very quickly. They see you in the mirrors in the last minute. So you really have to have respect for the others, and the others have to have respect for you. So just fun mixed class racing. You can use the traffic in your advantage. Sometimes it might play into someone else's hands. So a lot of fun.
Now, how closely, when you're out of the car, Gustas, are you watching what's going on? Do you have somebody specifically doing strategy stroke engineering, or is it basically down to the drivers who aren't in the car to keep an eye on things like fuel usage, tyre wear, etc.?
It's pretty much the guys that are out the car. We're looking into it, but there's not much management to do. These GT3 cars are pretty perfectly doing 1 hour, so it's pretty easy to get the stints and everything together. But in different cars, if you're running off the hour, one way or the other, you're doing a lot more strategizing, looking into your spreadsheets, seeing what you can do to maybe pass the guy ahead.
Now, in different races, we see different teams, unless they have a manufacturer affiliation, jumping between cars. For example, we see quite a lot of Z4s in the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I realise balance of performance plays into that a little bit, but Audis and Ferraris make up the top 10 at the moment. Was there ever a thought that you would be driving anything other than the Audi R8 here?
We were considering the Audi and the Ferrari. We did some testing, and we were just all much more comfortable in the Audi. We were much more comfortable with the tire wear of the Audi as well. So that's the main reason for our choice. And just in 12 hours, you need to be comfortable in the car. Even if you might be a tenth slower at the end of the race, that might be you in the wall or you finishing in the top 5 or something.
And you with your teammates then, who decides where the setup is? Seeing that, Gustas, with Michael and Rames in the car, is it a compromise between all of you, or has somebody got the car the way they want and you guys have just got to drive around it? Because there's no point having a car super edgy, otherwise you'll never keep it out the wall, as you've just said. So how's that decision made? Is it a collegiate decision that's made between the three of you?
All three of us are pretty quick, and we agreed on the setup pretty quickly. We're going all in the same direction, which is different from real life, where you do have to make a lot more compromises. Here you pretty much find the best you can find, and we were all going in the same direction, so we're pretty happy with how the car handles.
And how much work then? Because I know there's people watching here on a Saturday. Big racing season's happening as well at the moment, but one of the things of us being involved is to do a bit of a crossover. So there will be some Full Metal racing fans watching here. How much work are you doing before we even get to qualifying for this race? How many hours are you putting in?
I don't know how many hours, but we've been the whole week, even a bit of last week, we've been putting 4 free hours every evening into working with the setup.
And that's each of you? That's each of the 3 drivers?
Well, you're not driving for 3 hours. You're consulting with everybody. We've got 2 Simsa Esports cars here in 2 Simsa Esports R8s here with the Fun and Motorsport car as well. So there's a lot of crossover there. We can consult each other, and we just have these open sessions for us all to just run, do laps, look at the telemetry, check the setup, check the tires, and that's all you do all evenings this week, pretty much.
And do do you still get a kind of a eureka moment once in a while, or are you just really sharpening the razor blade here and just making tiny changes? I suspect you guys have done this long enough and have enough miles under the wheels that you get your base set up pretty quickly, and then it's just very much fine tuning. Or is there something where you go, oh my goodness, we've just found 5/10 or something?
Well, the SERIES Esports guys are really experienced in this, so there's no more of eureka moments with these cars that have been on the service a bit longer. So it's just fine tuning, just finding what's more comfortable. It's a 10 for 2, but it's never at this point going, wow, we've just gained a second. Just fine tuning always.
Well, we wish you the best. Thank you very much, Gustas, for joining us, and best of luck with your SERIES Esports GT3 colleagues. Ramis Azam, who's in the car at the moment, Michael Davies. Michael's still with you this weekend. He will be driving, yeah?
Yep, he's preparing now. He should be in the car next if nothing changes.
Okay, mate, fourth at the minute. Minute 21 off the lead, 20 seconds away from fifth position, excuse me. Good luck, race well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gustas Grinbergas, joining us here in the booth. Bruce Jones listening to that. And you and I have done enough, you particularly, have done enough pit lane and driver interviews down the years to say that there's virtually, pardon the pun, no difference there between what a real-world driver would have said and what this sim driver's just said. That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
100%. What's also incredible, totally extraordinary in that's Gustas. He's Lithuanian. He's talking in his second language. He's only 17 years old. He's literally done one season of car racing, went straight into doing racing in the P3 category in European Le Mans Series, and just so composed, so balanced. So what I was joking about earlier, saying, well, any more sim racing on top of real racing, and a lot of these drivers would be getting divorced. Presumably at 17 he's not yet married, so at least he can be spared that. But again, it just goes to emphasise how much work these drivers put in. And I think particularly, for the sim racers who'd never been sullied by racing in the real world, they're used to putting in what they're doing. But for the real racing drivers who are trying to cross into the sim world at the moment, they're having to do sort of double the homework. And as you said, 3 hours every evening for each of the drivers. They're really adapting very, very well indeed. But it's not just a rock up and race, is it, John?
Oh, well, if it is, you're not going to do that well. I mean, it's as simple as that. Those days are long, long gone. It's the same change that I've seen in Pro-Am racing, GT racing.
Absolutely.
In the days when I first started covering the American Le Mans Series, IMSA, as is now, there would be gentlemen drivers, businessmen who would come to the track and probably do the whole of the first practice session and most of the second practice session, and then would race and wouldn't really do any testing outside of that, or very little. Maybe off season you'd do a couple of tests, a couple of tyre tests, and there was a switch over point, and I'd like to say maybe 7 or 8 years ago, maybe a little bit more than that actually, and it happened very quickly where that just wasn't enough time in the car for those drivers anymore.
Oh, exactly.
And the drivers who spent more time in the car and did go testing, even if they weren't pro drivers, they were so much quicker and, more importantly, so much more consistent. Oh, spin that for an AMG GT4. I think that was the 22 car that has gone around. That's been involved in a few incidents already. But it was a massive difference. Yep, it was a 22. Yes, it was. That was the car that took out Nick's car early on in the race.
Yeah, I think, John, when the first of the sort of gentlemen who would normally leave their office Thursday evening, fly to wherever they're going to compete in the IMSA series, when the first 1 or 2 of them crossed over to doing a bit of testing, that just forced the hand on the others, because these guys haven't made the money to go racing without being competitive souls, and they were certainly not prepared to be left behind, and that was the tipping point. It comes at different times in different championships, but also you look at the amount of driver coaching they all receive now. you know, they are aware their investment is so massive now, they've absolutely got to maximise on it. And again, the quality of the tuition has grown and grown, and the tools that drivers can use. You were talking about hopping onto a sim, you know, ahead of any race you might be about to do. They're doing that as well. So, you know, they've got more tools at their beck and call, and they're using them. And that's why the gap between a lot of the pro drivers and their gentleman AM or gentle lady AM teammates has closed in a lot of cases. Drivers who would have been, you know, really quick enough in their own right, but alas for them, went and had a business career first, and now finding that if they've got the skills, that gap is really going to come down.
Tom Valentini in a bit of a battle. He's pulled clear now of the second place in GT4. That's Riley Thompson in what was the pole sitting SimSet Esports GT4. Valentini duo by SimRC. The tangerine and just off-white colours. 3 wide going into turn 4. Ferrari coming round the outside. That's the Romanian endurance team, I think. Yes, it is. In 12th position, Nicola Sergiu for endurance team Romania. And, well, there was an inevitability about what's going on, and there's damage. There's damage then to that front-running Porsche. There's the duo car, René Oosterkamp. And that was all a bit unnecessary. René Oosterkamp is running well up as well. That's second place in the 911 class. The Tangerine car ahead. Oh, Rennie slid in there and takes the side of the 466. That's going downhill into turn 5. And Riley Thompson gets bumped. He was in second place. And it's the Leipert Esports BMW, Sandro Petroziolo, who is likely to improve his position if Valentini slows down. And in the Porsche class, René Oosterkamp's duo car is, well, it's a minute ahead of the Milner Motorsport car. Kevin Hilgenhövel behind the wheel of that car. How much damage on that car? That's the question, Bruce Jones.
One of those unfortunate incidents, but again, this circuit makes you really work for overtaking manoeuvres, and I think there was half a chance, and down the inside went the Porsche, and round it went, unfortunately. A little bit of clatter. Again, one needs to keep checking the flanks of the cars to see if there's any damage, but it would be the flank we aren't able to see at the moment that was given the thump onto the driver's door, left-hand drive car, but waiting to see that. But again, it was multi-class racing, and as you said, 3 abreast, it's not always going to work, and unfortunately it didn't in that situation. So waiting to get full side of the car to see if there's much damage, but it certainly was a fairly comprehensive thump up onto the driver's door.
Still at the front of the field, Sami Matti Trogan.
Yeah, but it's down to 2 seconds.
Yeah, Modena Motorsports in second, and all of a sudden, as Bruce said, Josh Anderson, we said he was pushing on, took nearly a full second out the leader last time around. 1.1 seconds now, Bruce. And Josh Anderson is coming, and he's coming at a rate of knots. But how much has he taken out of his tyres? He stopped, 2-3 laps before Sami Matti Trogan, and they've still got a good, probably 10 laps, 15 laps for the leader before he needs to stop. Are we going to see the reverse of what we saw in the last stint with Benny Simonsen holding on this rear guard action? Because it does seem at the moment in this phase of the stint, Anderson's quicker than Trogan.
Well, he took 2.3 seconds out of Trogan last time around. I don't know how much that was traffic influence, but well, you don't need to look at the screen right now. There's probably only a second between them. 1 second flat as they go over the start-finish line. More cars to put between them if Sami Matti Trogan can get down inside them into turn 1. Yeah, he's put 2 cars between him and the chasing Ferrari. The Ferrari locking up down into the first corner, nearly clattering the back of one of those 718 Caymans. Trying to go around the outside now at turn 3. That means the advantage should actually grow a little bit. But how did it come down so quickly? 2 and a bit seconds on the previous lap. I'd like to scroll back, if I could, on the timing screen and see the increments by which that lead advantage. Because not so long ago, don't forget, John, after those pit stops, it was a 10-second margin when the Sami Matti Trogan's car came out, having done something maybe quite special in the pits. We still haven't got to the foot of that. Did they only take left-hand side tyres, or not. Still trying to quite work that out, but we reckoned the top 3 cars would be covered by a couple of seconds when they came out. We couldn't really predict the order, and then when that pit stop was complete, suddenly the last car of the trio to go in, the number 34 Williams Esport Ben Q car, was 10, 12 seconds the good when it came out. Quarters on the hop.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Trogan's pace has been decent other than that last lap. He's now back down to a 46.7, so that would suggest it was just traffic influenced. Josh Thompson has dropped 18 seconds back in the Chill Blast Williams Esports car. So is the performance differential with traffic ahead, including the bottom end of the top 10, or at least just outside the top 10? Because I just caught a quick look at the Ferrari from the Romanian endurance racing team. Well, that's actually dropped down to 19th all of a sudden. So has that car made an extra pit stop? That's very interesting. Through goes the leaders. Trogan now, and the gap under a second. Under a second now, Bruce.
Just in answer to your question, I think all the front-running cars have done 3 pit stops, so the Romanian
Correct.
car hasn't done a 4th. Must have had a moment to suddenly drop that much further down the order. But up top, let's enjoy it. 0.8 of a second.
No, I misread that. It's 12th position.
12th,
it's
okay.
12th position, my apologies. So that is where I thought it would be.
Yes, because when I last checked, it was 11th, so that's there or thereabouts. But 0.8 of a second, and again, this time I suppose the order has changed because, of course, for Sami Matti Trogan in the previous stint, this is a double stint for the Finn, he was the hunter. Now he's the hunted, and the Ferrari certainly looking very, very positive indeed. And don't forget how hard it had to fight when the Ferrari was being driven not by Josh Anderson, who's at the wheel at the moment, but by Benny Simonsen. And now it's Anderson's turn to really get on the tail of that leading Audi. Let's see, is there going to be a gap anywhere? Because certainly Anderson doesn't seem afraid of having a dive here, a push there, a prod there. Still in second place, but he's got it right down where he wants it to be. He'll be in the slipstream as they come out of the chicane, that's for sure.
That is Bruce Jones. I've really enjoyed this first tranche of racing. We'll say good afternoon to Ben Constant-Duras, who joins us now in the broadcast booth. Hi Ben, how are you doing? Well, not hearing Ben at the moment, I'm afraid. So I'll carry on for a moment or two.
Well, the battle's still carrying on at the lead of the race, so this is, I must say, the characteristic. I came in when the race was coming up to 3 hours old, started watching it, and there was fantastic battling at the front. And now we've got right back to that. So I'd say at least half the time since I've been watching this 12-hour race from Barcelona, it's been super, super close to the front. I'm not talking about 2 or 3 seconds. I'm talking about 2 or 3 car lengths. And for a 12-hour race, that is fantastic. And to me, John, the question is, we've got the Ferraris and the Audis filling the top 10. Why are the Mercedes just not so suited to the circuit? They just don't seem to be at the mix.
Well, and you know, the best of the Mercedes consistently since the start of the race has been the Team ABBA racing car. Now it's back inside the top 10 now for the first time in a wee while. The teams do test. They will take the car that they feel they can get the best out of it. Except, as I said earlier in the interview, if you've got a team who has an association with a particular brand, and Team ABBA Racing, of course, in the real world, they do race the Mercedes AMG GT3.
No, exactly so. I would expect that sort of thing. But for people who have just assembled as a bunch of people, either sim racers or pro racers, you know, they like to try different things. If they're not affiliated to manufacturer, why not go, actually, you know what, the Ferrari might be a little lighter on its toes around here. And certainly tyre wear is a big issue at Barcelona.
Right, let's see if we can get Ben Constant-Duras this time. Ben, can you hear us?
Just about, John. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are. Curry's just going to level you up. Welcome to the show, mate. How are you doing this afternoon?
Well, at the moment, I'm looking through a very hazy screen, so just trying to sort out a couple of things down here to make sure that I can actually see what we're talking about for the next couple of hours.
Well, just had a collision between the first two drivers.
That's the battle for the lead. I'll leave you two guys to it. Enjoy the rest of the race. Nick Damon back later on. Change for the lead, Bruce Jones. And it was one of those robust, if not possibly decisive, but it was certainly robust for the change of lead.
Robust with rubbing. And in fact, as the Ferrari, the Modena Motorsport Ferrari, went through into the lead, Josh Anderson, a very solid manoeuvre. So much so that the Audi from Williams Esports that was leading was probably pitched out of by about a 20-degree angle as the Ferrari went down the inside, made the move stick, and now let's see, can this battle be rejoined? Can the Audi get back onto the tail? But that was very, very positive. Would love to see a replay of that. But already the Ferrari, Ben, has been bearing scars of battle, front right-hand corner a little bit folded in. It's been involved in the battle before the pit stop. We're getting towards the end of this following stint, and it was a simple dive up the inside into turn 4, that long right-hander didn't quite work, so thinking about it at the next turn, up the inside and into turn 5, well, made it work very nicely indeed, and then the downhill dive got away. But Ben, are you hearing me loud and clear?
I am, Bruce. Yeah, well done. Absolutely, I can hear you, which is great.
Now, what have you managed to sort of wind your horizontal hold on your image to get shots that you can see as yet?
As you know, well, from where you live, the countryside sometimes is not so favourable to internet connections. So we'll see.
Good. Well, anyhow, the real story of the race at the moment, and with your long time involvement with racing in the virtual world alongside your real world racing, is we've got that dichotomy. They can make the GT3 class cars can make a good long run of just over an hour on their fuel, but they can't make the tyres last. But it's Barcelona. The temperature is going to start dropping, but it has been hot, and they really are struggling to keep their tyres working. So, of course, what we think we still haven't had confirmation of this. It'd be lovely to hear from Sammy Matty-Trogan at the end of his stint, but did he only put tyres on the left-hand side of his Audi when he came in for Williams Esport? And now, maybe at this point in the race, if that was the case, that could explain why the Ferraris caught him hand over fist. He had a 10-second advantage. It came down to nothing. You had the robust passing manoeuvre, but the Ferrari's in front. So maybe those right-hand tyres are just going, hey, I can't give you the sort of cornering that you really, really would wish for at this stage. So, of course, you can't keep the Ferrari behind us. But it was a roll of the dice, if that was what they did. And maybe right now they're starting to regret it. So, just to run down the timing at the moment. Of course, we've had that change for the lead. And, of course, it's the Modena Motorsport Ferrari, number 16, white and red, Josh Anderson at the wheel. And he's got an advantage of, well, just under a second over Sammy Matty-Trogan, but going through turns 1 and 2, hitting the curbing, bouncing wide. So certainly Josh Anderson is pushing very, very hard indeed. And in his quest to sort of try and pull clear now that he's got the front. But actually, when he's got all 4 wheels on terra firma, on the black stuff, in fact, even on the curbing on the outside, it does seem he has got the pace. And at the moment, Sammy Matty-Trogan, the Finn, who's been a sort of fairly long-time member of the Williams Esport team, is struggling to hold on. He gets there or thereabouts, but what? Oh, and then as they come around a corner, there's a black Mercedes sideways across the track in front of them. They don't catch it, but that's what you don't want as you're turning into turn 5. And unfortunately, it was the Doug Henson racing car. That's Phil Baldwin at the wheel. We heard earlier from the other driver in that, Jimmy Broadbent, and he said, yeah, alas and alack, even though that's spotting a little bit of damage at the front end, the Mercedes AMG just doesn't appear to be the car that's the pick of the bunch in the GT3 class. It's Audi versus Ferrari, and that's exactly what we've got at the front of the field, albeit now Ferrari ahead of Audi. So, little moment, but as Ben knows quite well, when you pick up damage in sim racing, it stays with you for a very long time unless you take the time penalty in a pit stop to get it fixed. But then again, it's always a balance. How much is it slowing the drivers down? What sort of pace can they manage with a bonnet that's bent up in slightly in their face? Is it just a distraction?
As an iRacer who's done a lot of damaging cars, Bruce, including the first of the 24-hour series at Monza, it is way more than just a little bit of damage, like physically. Even actually, when you can't see damage on a car, you feel it, and the car does not run as fast. So we might, as commentators, be looking at a brand new, beautiful, newly repaired car, but actually it will always be hampered. It will always be not quite as fast as it once was when it was first entered into the game at the start of the race. So basically the key thing in all these endurance races is totally staying out of trouble.
Yeah, that's something I've learned through the course this year covering the digital NLS series, is that precisely that, you have a car and its lap pace is starting to fall away, and you cannot work out why, because there's no external damage. And then afterwards the driver's saying, you might not have seen it, but I was 10 kilometers an hour down, maybe even more, down that long run from Dottinger towards the end of the lap. But of course, we as commentators can see if the rear wing is sort of up on one side or the front is crimped in, like it is on the race-leading Ferrari. But quite right, stay off the curbs wherever possible. But as you can see at Barcelona, to make an overtaking manoeuvre work, you've got to put yourself in some degree of compromise. You've got to clatter the curbs. There's not a lot of space to pass otherwise, Ben. So let's just run down the times at the top of the field. It's still close at the front. The gap between first and second, just 0.8 of a second. Sammy Matty-Trogan trying to hang on in the number 34 Williams Esport BenQ Audi, but it's the 16 Modena Motorsport car in the hands of Josh Anderson that's starting to try and pull clear. Caught the Audi quickly, but they're matching each other lap time for lap time at the moment, down past the pits to go down towards turn one. And really, for Josh Anderson, he wanted to go very, very kindly. The Mulner Motorsport 90 Porsche Cup class car actually drove off the circuit at turn one, maybe left his braking too late in trying to stay out of the way, but rejoined very quickly. So actually that was a very, very kind manoeuvre from Kevin Hilgenhövel. They're keeping out of the way of the lead battle. So he was the person who paid attention to the virtual blue flags shown by the marshals. The virtual marshals, that is. Well done. Didn't go too deep into the corner, so he disappeared and never came back. But this traffic is helping the driver in second place, Sammy Matty-Trogan, the Williams Esport Audi racer, to stay within the realms of being a second or so down on the race-leading Ferrari. But he's having to work really, really hard at this point. The sweet handling that Audi had earlier in the stint, and certainly in the previous stint, doesn't appear to be a thing that he's enjoying right now. The Ferrari, contrastingly, looks to be handling way, way better. Down into turn 10 they go. This is a corner where we've had a few attempted overtaking manoeuvres, but the drivers really run out of road there before they go effectively through another left, and then the long right-hander at turn 12. But then, of course, the bogey corner, the one that I really... I didn't like it when it was installed. I still don't like it now. You go downhill through the right-hander, then you get to the chicane that just, I hope, was a temporary blip when it was put onto the Circuit de Catalunya. It really interrupts the flow, not just through the final corner, but the chance to get a really good tow down that start-finish straight, up over the rise, past the pits, then dipping down to turn one. But sadly, the chicane, it just separates the cars, and you really need to have had a far better exit from that final corner to have a chance down into turn one. You need traffic, you need something to interrupt the flow of the car that's right in front of you. But no such problems at all for Josh Anderson leading the race, just waiting for the upgrade, just about a second to the good. And now, in fact, Josh Thompson brings the second Williams Esports Audi. This is the Chill Blast version into the pits. And at the last round of pit stops, he was about 3-4 laps earlier than his rivals. It was a masterminded move to get him out in front of the Ferrari. Couldn't live with it and pace in this most recent stint, so maybe trying something different all over again. Arthur Lehouk, the driver, is taking it over, and that's been driven by Josh Thompson before. So the pit stops always look so long, but of course wait until the car goes up onto the jacks to get fresh rubber. But John Hindhaugh reckoned through the first 3 hours of the race, a sensible time for a regular pit stop is about 1 minute and 28 seconds. And again, no driver change this time around, so Arthur staying at the wheel, waiting to get back down onto terra firma. But don't forget, after the last round of pit stops, that got right into the lead battle. It's been in the pit lane 1 minute. It was a longer pit stop, but actually, you know what? This is the full 4 tyres being changed. The car's up on its jacks, down onto the deck, and it's a fairly short blast. They're pretty much at the penultimate pit garage, so let's see when they get back onto the track. 1 minute 28 was what John reckoned, 1 minute 28.2, so they're bang on target. That's a 4 tyre change, full tank of fuel. And the Ferrari Modena Motorsport car, Josh Anderson, had just taken the lead handful of laps ago, now into pits, 1 lap after the second of those 2 Williams cars. That's the number 3 car, made the pit stop after Le Hook leaving the pits. Josh Anderson will be staying on board, one would think. He's only done a singular stint in this, so I guess what we'll really find out is how long the pit stop for number 34 will be, and will they put Agustin Canapino in, because certainly Sami Matti-Trogan's coming to the end of a double stint. These are the 3 cars fighting over the lead. Yeah, true to form, Josh Anderson staying in the cockpit. Josh Anderson back out. That was a shorter pit stop. Okay, now I think 1 minute 9.5 seconds. So I think that is left-hand side tyres only. Last time around they changed all 4 tyres, and his advantage came later in the stint, whereas the number 34 Audi, which actually on the track is right behind its sister car, went, we reckon, for left tyres only. That's why its pace dropped away at the end of the stint. So both the teams there fighting for the lead, having different approaches, but this time around it's the Ferrari that appears to have gone for the shorter pit stop, but therefore potentially slower pace at the end of the lap. And we've got an Audi sideways across the track, coming out of the final chicane, just what the 2 Williams Esports cars running nose to tail do not want. It didn't get in their way, but it so easily could have done just that. Down to turn 1 they go. It's Williams Esports all the way. Now just got to see exactly where the race leader, which one of those is leading, or is the Ferrari with that short pit stop in the lead? It certainly should be the one at the front of the field, waiting. So my timing screen drops out, but it's a cracking battle. Sami Matti-Trogan listed on waiting for the timing screen to complete the end of this lap, and then we'll put them all into race order. But for the Williams Esports Audis, it's nose to tail. It's the grey nose in front at the moment. That's Arthur Le Hook, and in behind Sami Matti-Trogan. But Sami actually is leading the race, owing us that 4th pit stop. So he's the race leader, doesn't want to be delayed. He's not by Arthur Le Hook. Arthur's running very well in the grey nose. The purple nose of Sami Matti-Trogan surely will be coming in this time around. His rivals have done the 4 pit stops. He has not done so, and he's about to complete a double driving stint. A little bit of traffic up ahead, one of the Mercedes. The Mercedes just don't seem to be in the mix at the circuit. I used to call it the Circuit de Catalunya, but about 2 or 3 years ago it became even more of a mouthful, the Circuit de Catalunya Barcelona. A little hyphen in between. But Mercedes AMGs, the best driven of those is the one 9th place overall team, ABBA Racing. Jan Sentowski, very, very talented sim racer at the wheel at the moment. Adam Christodoulou and Sam Neary, real world racers, sharing that this weekend. And yeah, nicely picking its way past a handful of Porsche Cup cars, the 991s. Still waiting for Sami Matti-Trogan to make that call and come into the pits, surely any moment now. The race leading number 34 from Williams Esport, the Audi, will come in to the pit lane. Last handful of corners. It's seemingly running at a very identical pace to its sister car, but the sister car has made that extra stop. Now with Arthur Le Hook, 1 minute 48.1, that's a decent lap time. But as, in fact, at the early part of a stint, you've got the heavier fuel load, but you've got the sweeter tyres, and maybe should be running a little bit quicker than that. We've certainly seen times down in the low 1 minute 45s. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 45.119 seconds by that number 33 Audi that Arthur Le Hook is at the wheel of at the moment. And then the sister car, the Ben Q liveried one of the race leader, Sami Matti-Trogan, losing out behind a Porsche Cayman as they go out of turn 5 down the hill through the little flick at 6, the more serious flick at 7 up the hill, the kink to the right at 8, over the crest of the hill. But surely this 4th pit stop coming, it's got to be this time around. He's getting interrupted by traffic. But you can be sure to be a longer pit stop this time around from our race leader. 0-1 on the screen, 34 on the door. Sami Matti-Trogan just about to end his second consecutive stint, and it's been a good, solid one, but I think that we will find out very shortly whether that gamble to just take on the 2 tyres on the left-hand side of the car is the tactic that's going to work, but surely it's about to come in. No, one more lap. He did this last time. Every time we thought Sami Matti-Trogan was coming in, he seemed to do one further lap. He's going past the Team Romania Ferrari, aquamarine and whites. He goes down the start-finish straight. So, Ben, are you with us now? Have we got you during this round of pit stops?
No, you've got me instead, Bruce.
Oh, I've got Nick coming in. That's Nick Damon. Jolly good.
Hi, young man.
How's life in the mountains of Northamptonshire?
Oh, it's fantastic. Well, it's Buckinghamshire now, of course. Milton Keynes.
Oh, yes, of course you are. Sorry, of course. I'm just...
well posher.
Oh, yes, indeed. So,
it's like,
tell me about your race so far. I've looked at the bottom of the charts.
I didn't get in the car, and Simon didn't get in the car, and well, unfortunately, on the second lap of the restart, we were poleaxed. So much wailing and gnashing of teeth, including a rather long debrief after I got off, and yeah. So anyway, it's a bit disappointing because we genuinely thought we had a chance. We found this fantastic guy called Lee, who was also a fantastic ringer, and that was going to be our secret weapon. But we never got to see how it would play out because a team of rookies literally punted us off on lap 2 of the restart. So hey-ho, such is life. How's the race going since I was last here 2 hours ago? I noticed the top 3 are similar, but in a slightly different order. We're going through pit stops, aren't we?
Going through pit stops, and also what's happened is the Modena Motorsport Ferrari took on just 2 tyres last time around, which is what the number 16 Modena Motorsport Ferrari, and the Audi that was leading, the Williams eSport number 34, last time just took the 2 tyres. Still waiting for it to come and serve its 4th pit stop, and one certainly feels to be 4 new tyres, therefore a longer pit stop this time around, which, if my maths is even half respectable, it means the Ferrari should be somewhat in front by maybe up to 10 seconds after the pit stop. So prepare for that to be shot down when it finally happens, but certainly that is, I think, how they're doing it. I think the Ferrari just has that little bit of greater pace at the moment, but we still haven't had confirmation that 34 did only take on left-hand tyres, but its pit stop time was way down on the sort of benchmark 1 minute 28 seconds, which is, I think, what John had worked out a full fuel, full tyre pit stop would take.
I mean, this track is very, very hard on the front left. It's not massively hard on the rear left, so maybe there's 2 tyres, maybe in a pair of fronts, to be honest, just to balance it up. But it is the front left that is able to take a huge amount of a battering. I'm still quite surprised to find they can't double stint the tyres. Obviously, the way the cars are set up is particularly aggressive, but yeah, so the front left and another tyre.
Yeah, whatever you can find in the back of the virtual pit garage. But don't forget, it's been very hot, and certainly track temperature's been high, but as we go into the evening and into the night, then maybe you can double stint the tyres.
Yeah, just to check that, actually, the air temperature hasn't changed very much from when I was last there. It's gone from 77 to 76 Fahrenheit, which is staying at 25 degrees centigrade. But we've come down from a high of 42 degrees centigrade to about 34 from my calculator. It's come down about 10 degrees of centigrade. So track temperature now is 89 Fahrenheit. So the problem is, one of the weird things about programs is, Bruce, I think you found this, is you can either have all metric, which is great for most of the world, or all imperial, which is great for America. But of course in the UK we use a strange mixture of the two, and it's impossible to get miles per hour and centigrade.
Yeah, and I still don't understand when people talk about cubic inches. I know a 427 is a very big Ford V8, but that's about it, really.
I remember working out as a child, word of thumb, it's 16 cc per cubic inch, approximately.
Very good.
Those are the sad things you do with the Observer's Book of Cars, isn't it?
Exactly, yes. I still have mine somewhere.
I know full lonely room, in your case, your lonely boarding room.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's still with me, still in my office. But, yeah, so this battle for the lead is going to seesaw a fair bit, I think, because it just seems the Ferrari's got a little bit more more pace at the start of a stint. Towards the end, it was certainly hanging on, and Benny Simonsen really was very, very robust, trying to keep, for a good dozen laps, maybe more, keep Sami Matti-Trojan in behind him. And when the Ferrari in this last stint took the lead, it did actually clatter into the door of the 34 Williams Esports Ferrari in the move as Josh Anderson took the lead. But, you know, going around the circuit de Catalunya, it's very, very hard to pass a car of similar performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good point to raise. You know, we all just start thinking, oh yeah, you know, it's only F1 and it's easy to pass in a different car. But again, there's only, you know, if you are of a similar speed, where are you going to get past them? And the answer to that is really at the end of the main straight, where you have to get a hell of a toe and a good exit. Or if you're particularly cheeky, try to get up the inside of turn 10 into the Caxa. But that's really quite brave. Yes, it's actually still a really easy track to get past slower cars, but equal speed. I think a decently driven car would need to be at least a second lap, if not a second and a half a lap quicker, just to get past on pace alone. As into the pits comes our man.
Okay, what we'll have to do, we'll have a look at the clock, because this time I'm sure if it takes a pit stop of around 1 minute 28, it means it's gone for the full 4 tyres. Last time around, Nick, we reckoned that the first 3 cars would be covered by a couple of seconds when the 34 came back out, but it surprised us by being about 10 seconds ahead. So clearly it hadn't just found a magical sort of rip in the time continuum, but had managed to do so by doing a different tactic. So driver change happening. Sami Matti-Trojan hopping out in the virtual way. And does that mean we'll have Agustin Canapino waiting to see if the Argentinian will take over, or if the Spanish racer Daniel Lafuente will go back on home ground? But that car still being refueled at the moment. And it's going to be Agustin Canapino, who's had such a successful season. You know, he really was a coming driver in sports cars, in prototypes at the start of 2018, 2019. And this time around, this year he's just shown absolute skill, particularly in the digital Nürburgring series, a real ability to learn how to drive in the virtual world. So the Argentinian about to take that over, car up.
Lost the lead, because across the straight now, as I'm watching, has gone Josh Anderson. He's now into the next lap, so he's now pulling away from the BenQ Williams car. Canapino also did particularly well in the IMSA series as well, but the only person who managed to get the Ferrari to work in the IMSA series back so many weeks ago at the beginning of lockdown. Seems like a different lifetime.
Yes, I know. Many things seem very, very long ago now, but anyhow, I've really, Nick, enjoyed. You already had a toe in the pond of virtual racing, but I really thoroughly enjoyed the sort of cross-pollination, if you will, and
yeah. It's interesting because I was chatting about this with my teammates who could get nothing else to do, no driving, and marvellous bit of sideways action there from Josh Anderson. Some of the real racing drivers picked it up and very quickly put it down again, but many of them have taken to it and grown with the virtual sports. They now have 2 strings to their bow, and Augustine is certainly one of them. Looks like one of the very fastest of the real world drivers, and continues to make waves in all the series he's in.
Yeah, well, certainly ups his market value, but I was really impressed with him. I think it was last year, it was 2 years ago at Daytona when he rocked up there. And really put the cat among the pigeons, sort of stepping up and just grabbed it with both hands.
So there's our leader, and he's at the top of the circuit, about to turn down into Europe car, which I never knew it was called Europe car. I printed this off, which is turn 13, or the top of the chicane before you. That very nasty, too tight that is, and deserves the title of Mickey Mouse, that chicane. A puff of dust.
Yes,
do you know last corner, which apparently is called New Holland? No idea. Is that sponsored by the tractors? Don't know.
Oh, it has been
down the main straight.
Yeah, it has been. Well, it had been. I think that name was from about 25 years ago, actually. So, but anyhow, yeah, it's Canapino. Yeah, really doing a great job. But it's the Modena Motorsport Ferrari into the lead. There's no surprise there. That longer pit stop for Canapino's car, as it was changed with 4 tyres, has put a gap between them. Wait for it at the end of the lap. It's listed as 29 seconds at the moment. So my screen's trying to sort of catch up with the Barcelona action, but oh gosh, the Ferrari is certainly taking its risks around the outside. Now, Nick,
some of these good GT3 drivers would just literally buzz you, and you haven't had a chance to actually physically jump before they actually got past.
Yeah,
showing with battle scars, isn't he? The leader, Josh, on the front right.
Front right corner's been damaged since I started watching the race, which is about 2.5 hours in. And apparently it happened very early on. And in fact, I need to see both flanks of 34 and 33, the 2 Williams Esports, because one of them's had been given a little bit of a clatter front. trying to think which side of the car it is, front left or front right of the driver's of one of the doors. The bodywork has been folded down a little bit underneath. And Ben Constanduris, when he was on fleetingly, was just talking about how you can have visible damage that's clearly slowing the cars, but equally you can have stuff that nobody can see from the outside, but it really, really is hampering them, where, you know, you've knocked a wheel on someone, your steering's slightly out of true.
Yeah, I mean, the damage model is as when I say comprehensive, it is oblique as it is irritating, because the similar accident can have completely different results. You think, and you end up, we had what looked like a relatively innocuous damage where we got turned around by another car and then tapped again. Compared to whacking it into the wall, it was quite limited, but unfortunately it broke the rear suspension somewhere, and then the damn computer wouldn't bend it again properly, so we had a permanently crabbing car, and that was it. One of the Williams went heavily into, one of the esports cars went heavily into the wall, and seems to have got away with perhaps only a couple of tenths at most of slowdown out of it. So it's all quite random, but you can look at a car that looks perfect, and it has got, even down to, you can be down on power because it's hit something, it's taken into the algorithm. That particular bit of damage is going to reduce your top speed. So the cars, as you go on, they're more and more walking wounded, because obviously, in a multi-class race, the GT3s are passing the TCRs and the GT4 cars probably every 10 laps. So there's a lot of lappery that's going on without even having to get past the faster cars. And all those little dinks and dings, finally, when you just put your nose in where it shouldn't be, someone's going to shut their tail there, and you're going to pick up a little bit of damage.
Yeah, really, really frustrating, particularly if you do it very early in the race and you've got to live with it, or very early in a stint and you've got to live with it for the rest of that time. But again, of course, it's the big question: how much is it delaying you? Is it just annoying in terms of the performance of the car, or is it just annoying because it's making the car harder to drive? But again,
or is it entirely psychosomatic, and that can happen as well? You can have a little thing, think there's a problem. This actually happened to my team in Le Mans. We had one of our drivers had an accident, and so we ripped him out of the car and said, "Yeah, we ruined our lives." And we thought the car was way slower, and we thought, "Oh God, we lost loads and loads and loads of time." But we was actually just down to the fact that it coincided with it getting cold at night. Our car wasn't very happy in the cold weather with the setup it had, and it was just losing pace there. When the sun came up and it got bright again, it was basically back onto the pace it had been before. So
did you apologise?
No, because he still crashed it. Damage we thought we had was actually entirely a setup issue, and in fact the actual amount of damage that had done to the car was about half a second over the Le Mans lap, which is virtually nothing. So the way we drive, it's nothing. We can lose more than that in half a corner.
Yeah. No, surely not.
Well, I say yes. I must eliminate our star driver, Mr. Morris, who comprehensively was the fastest person out there in our class, but out of anybody.
So how do you go about finding star drivers, Nick?
Well, this is you're like this. Lee used to watch F1 Digital.
Good Lord.
And I was chatting to him, and he apparently has got most of the races from that 1 year it was on Sky. He's got them on disc, which is more than I've got.
Well, I've never seen them. We were involved in that show, Nick, weren't we?
I know. So he's actually a fan of us both, or not, as the case may be. No, so we got chatting about something, and he also listens to me with motorsport. And I was just chatting about something. He asked me a bit of advice about virtual racing because he wanted to get back into it again. I went, okay, but I didn't realise the level he'd been at 5 or 6 years ago. He'd been in the GT Academy competitive trials and that sort of thing in the year that Lucas Ordonez won. So he was a really, really good. He was a really, really good sim racer who kind of got disillusioned with it, dropped it for 4 or 5 years, and then picked it back up again. Recently he was talking about he used to race Rudy Van Buren and that sort of thing, and beat him regularly, and he had this 7,000 iRating he hadn't used for 6 years, and he sort of came back, and it's kind of newfound lease of life, and I just thought asked him to come along because we realised after early testing that we were going to need a little bit of extra speed in our team, and I said to the boys, well, I know someone who's got a good rating and they might be free, and very kindly Lee joined the team. Even more kindly, he set the car up. Even more kindly, he gave us all personal tuition to get faster. So, hence the reason the irritation is none of us were able to show the massive improvement we've made from the previous absolute debacle at the Spa 12 hours we had. And there is no other way of describing it. So we've done all these
where and when is your next debacle, Nick?
Well, we have the next debacle for Coventry, of course, is the Sebring race in November. But we're slightly concerned that Lee will have found a real team by then. So one that might actually pay him or something, which is a bit worrying. So this could be a one-time shot that we got taken out by car 22. Just so I mention that again. So I think it's with a clean run we'd have got a podium. Whether we would have been the proud owner of a set of tyres we couldn't use, I don't know. But yeah.
But you were racing. You were in the GT4 class.
Yeah, we dropped it with the GT3 class. There are a lot of incredibly good sim drivers in there, and a lot of teams with full sim drivers, and it was just a bit pointless really. We were not so much off the pace as in a different postcode.
Yeah.
So we thought we'd drop to GT4 because we knew there were 2 or 3 cars we could race against. We knew what the because it's quite scientific actually. We worked out what the pace the GT4s were doing at Spa, and then we did a practice the following day at Spa and saw if we were close to it. We were. And whilst there were 3 or 4 very, very good teams in GT4, there's 3 or 4 teams of people like us who were having a bit of a laugh. So we thought we'd go in that, and then we had this sort of window of opportunity to have Lee in the team with a bit of talent, and he stuck the car virtually on pole and was leading, of course, the class. In the stop, he was leading in the race that got stopped, and then he was leading again in the restart until he got taken out. And a lot quicker. And and given the fact that we've all improved certainly in GT4 levels, we were quite confident that when everyone else got onto their less good drivers as well, our overall package wouldn't have been that far off, and certainly looking at the results, we'd have been somewhere near the podium. But ifs and buts and maybes. But it was. It is, as Lee said in his interview, the annoying thing is we've actually really tried on this one. We put a huge amount of hours into it. 3 of us didn't get to drive, and it's one of those things. Perhaps next time you just not care.
No, you can never do it without caring.
It's the hope that gets you. You see, we had 0 expectations with all the other races. In this race, we had an expectation. It didn't even get going. Oh no!
Well, it's been a cracking race at the front. It's actually very.
Yeah.
I like it when not everyone's running the same tactic. So gap first to second, just waiting to have that confirmed. But came down from 29 seconds to 25, just waiting to see that again. But again, of course, the chasing number 34 Williams Esports Audi is on 4 fresh tyres, whereas the 16 Modern Motorsport Ferrari is on, we think, just the 2. And Josh Anderson doing a very, very good job, but he's going to have a bit of a problem as he gets towards the end of this stint. Still some way off, but again, different way of rolling the dice.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an important point you made earlier on about the track is getting cooler, and that is much, much kinder on the tyres as you go forward, and the track will get quicker as well. It's already down to sort of 88 degrees Fahrenheit, about 28, 29 degrees, 32, 33 degrees centigrade. It will cool right down. And of course, what we're all forgetting is there's 3 hours of darkness at the end of the race. Official sunset, I think, is 8:29. So yeah, I think it's an interesting situation that there is going to be a huge temperature inversion, and one of the problems is that you have very little setup changes you can do on the fly within iRacing. Once you put your big setups, the only things you can change are the ABS settings, the traction control settings, and the brake bias. Now, in a real race car, obviously what you start thinking about doing is adjusting the tyre pressures, but because of the particular tyre model that iRacing use, everyone's effectively on the lowest tyre pressure to begin with, and if they could go lower they would, so you can't actually change that around as well. So you kind of have to choose a setup, and then it is going to be better at a certain time of day than others, because a car that works brilliantly with the track temperature at 24 is not going to be the same when the track temperature is 42.
Don't tell everyone; they'll all catch on.
I think these people have caught on. Chatting to John, actually, it's really interesting. The last big race we did for RSL was the Spa 24 hour, and that was, of course, an all GT3 event. Now that had virtually all the cars were either the BMW Z4 or the McLaren, and there are no BMW Z4s or McLarens in this field, which is interesting. So I've just actually realised why that is.
Different platform?
No, I've said that twice now. I think very confidently the first time. And you know how when you say something really confidently, they get this nagging thing saying, "Nick, you're missing something," and I've just realised what it is. Neither of those 2 cars were eligible for this race.
No, but it's important to point these things out to stress the difference. I find.
Well, I'll stress the difference, and then I'll shoot myself in the foot with my own forgetting, of course, how things work. I mean, one of the things about iRacing is there is a maximum of 7 different cars on each track. In a multi-class race, you can have 7 different models. And what they did, because they opened up GT4 to 2 cars, the BMW M4 and the Porsche Cayman, they dropped the BMW Z4 from the GT3 class. So there actually are only 3 choices in the GT3 class. So that I've now got. So if everyone listens to the last 2 minutes, I'll just forget it because I'm just countering it. But I'm imparting information. That's why they can only choose the Audi, the Ferrari, or the Mercedes, because those are the 3 GT3 choices. Then you have the Porsche 911, the Porsche 911 choice. You have the Porsche or the BMW in the GT4, and of course the Audi is the only TCR, and that's your 7 different models that you can have in a multi-class iRacing event. That is why.
No scope for Duesenberg.
I've answered my own question. Only I asked. No one else interested, and no one else asked.
I was interested in it because I think it's a factor. Because as people have been watching, particularly this year, in increasing numbers watching racing in the virtual world, there are different rules for different championships, and you do go, hold on, that was going very well. And I think again, people consider what it might be like to be you, for example, choosing what you're going to race at any given circuit. Certainly in some championships we've been commentating on, certain cars aren't ready, and then a few rounds in, suddenly, for example, the BMW M4 is eligible to come out and play, and you see teams trying it in testing, thinking, is it better? Are we going to learn it fast enough? Or, is it worth the risk? Go with what we know, or go for something that might potentially offer us a little bit more scope. So it's always changing. I think that's the thing.
We and obviously we ran both cars. We ran both the M4 and the Porsche as we switched to GT4, which is one of the great things about virtual racing. You haven't got to go down to Stuttgart or Munich and give them $200,000 or $300,000. You just go and pay $11.95 and buy the new car, and then you've all got it, and you just test it. And we didn't really get on with the BMW. The BMW is faster in a straight line, which is why I think it's now. John was saying it's beginning to do quite well at the Nürburgring. But it's not as good in the twisty stuff, and obviously Barcelona is all about corners, and there's not a lot, and the straights are much less. So it was an easy bet to go with the Cayman in this one.
Yeah, exactly. But you were listed on as a different Cayman to there were 718 Caymans, and you were in a different one. You were in the CS MR, which is the Manti Racing.
I think there was a slight. I haven't noticed that, but that would be because there was a slight entry list kerfuffle. Can you believe that?
You sure you just didn't order your car from last year's catalogue?
No, because we'd entered because we changed classes. We were in the wrong class for a bit. We had the right car on the wrong class. And I think when they swapped us across, these obviously the template they're using is a template they use for the full metal version. And I think that was why the error came through. We have exactly the same car as anybody else in the Porsche 718.
Okay, I'm just going to blow fanfare. The lead, just while we've been talking, has come down by 7 seconds.
Wow!
I said over about 5 or 6 laps, but of course the Ferrari that's leading, the Team Modena Motorsport Ferrari, is on just, we think, 2 fresh tyres for this stint, whereas the chasing number 34 Audi from Williams Esports has had a full set of boots put on last time round. So it's the reverse of the previous stint, where the Ferrari on 4 new tyres was hunting down the Williams Audi on only 2, and this time around the gap is coming down with the Audi now closing in on the Ferrari, and the sister Audi from Williams Esports, that's the number 33 car, with Arthur Le Huc at the wheel, French racer, is about 7 seconds further back in 3rd place overall. So different ways of doing things. Air temperature dropping a bit, track temperature dropping a bit, and right now, maybe the Ferrari's got it right, because as the track temperature falls away, then the deficit of running just 2 new tyres won't be as great as it was even in the previous stint. That's my theory.
No, I think you're right. I think I haven't run long runs in GT3s yet. I've obviously run some long runs in the Caymans. The Caymans have no issues on tyres at all. They're probably on the edge of being able to double stint them, and double stinting that would be 3 hours and 20 minutes. So it's a much longer situation. The front left is the one that takes all the damage. They may have gone left side, or they may have gone front axle. And I think it would probably be okay. You will lose a little bit of drive towards the end of the second hour from the rears, but it's not a massive degradation. The rears aren't doing an awful lot on the whole. One of the things about Barcelona is it kind of evens things out, and you tend to be accelerating in a straight line, and so you're not putting a lateral and a forward thrust to the tyres too much. Most of the time you're slightly off throttle here, and then you're just putting it on now, and you're virtually straightened up. And then the fastest way around it is to have the power on where the wheels as straight as possible, almost all the time, because it's just the way it has these long radius corners. So beloved of Adrian Newey, he's going to be a bit careful there. But yeah, it's just realised. Apologies that statement. He'd be a bit careful there, because I'm actually looking. I'm watching that. I actually have the race up on my race screen as well. The picture I was looking at was of our leader getting very close to a TCR car, realising, of course, the actual shots you'll see on the race spot are slightly different. So I should now look to my left more often to avoid doing that.
Well, I'm just very glad you spotted that dichotomy at this early stage in the commentary. But now, I think it's about time we started talking about curbing. What is it like? Where are the curbs? Where are you able to drive over them without penalty, and where are you able to, cut the insides of corners? And where is it absolutely a no-no to try it here at Barcelona?
Well, they're quite generous on the curbs on the whole. I mean, you can take quite a lot of the green. You see the green there on the inside of those corners. You can take all that. You can take all the curb here, and you take a little bit of dirt. You don't want to. Here, you can take the curb up to the yellow. You can go out all the way on the green on the outside. There's a lot of time to be gained, but you don't want to put a wheel any further than that. A, because you'll get an instant point, and B, because it gets very scruffy and dirty, and you can actually lose the whole rear end if you go too wide, because there's kind of a intersection at the beginning of out of campus at 9, where actually it's suddenly you go curb and then you don't go anything. You go straight to gravel. It's kind of like a triangle, a bit of gravel meets the corner there. So that's not what you want to do.
Okay, what's it like coming out of the messy chicane at the end of the lap? Because
here, that is the one that's really, really, really aggressive on as far as an instant is concerned. Is that final one, turn 15? You cannot cut anything on the inside of that curb. It will give you a point. It won't even let you have half a tyre there.
Okay.
So you're coming down here. You can go all the way out to the curb on the left-hand side, and all the two wheels, half a car over the green as well, if you want to. There's a question whether the actual vibration of the curbs unsettles the car and whether it's worth it or not. Again, coming through here, the inside's fine. The outside, you can go all the way. So you're driving along with two wheels on the green. You don't want to go off it because there's grass, and over this one but they can go both a bit wider than that, and then they get an instant point. But that is smooth, so it's worth going out wide there on the turn into 4. It isn't going to unsettle the car. Here, the line doesn't mean you want to go out too wide. Coming in now here, hard brake. You can take about half of this internal green corner there on the inside of 5. You can go, as you see, you can go right out wide onto that green exit there. So it is a generous circuit with the curves, apart from places where I think there's a real gain to be made. Like, you can't go inside of that yellow sausage curve. That'll give you a point there as well. So they come up here. One of the key corners, obviously, because you carry the speed all the way down the straight into the CAXA 10. And obviously the 10, the slightly irritating thing is if you overshoot this corner, which is quite easy to do, and go wide and see on the outside there and just go past that yellow curb there, you've actually lost time. And then to add insult to injury, it gives you an instant point. And if you lose too much time and go really, really wide, it gives you a slowdown. It's like, hang on, I've not gained from this. There's no route around where I could use this as a faster route around the track. I've missed my braking, and now you're just double punishing me. But that's one of the vagaries of the way these things are policed.
Yeah, and of course, when you run wide at 10, you're on a large expanse of painted tarmac, which offers you next to no grip whatsoever, and particularly if it's been wet and you've just overshot by out-braking yourself.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes some of the track limits, which are put in, which obviously you need, because otherwise, we've all raced, PlayStation games where you could effectively. I remember one of the early PlayStation games at Albert Park, you could completely ignore the chicane at the back of the circuit, just straight lined it, and it didn't work out, and you gained like 4 seconds over Michael Schumacher every single time. So it's very carefully policed to make for fair racing within iRacing. Some of the places you go off, you think that's ridiculous. Why have I got a point for that? Others, you think, I cheated. I did really push that one. It's 100 instant points for. Before you get a penalty, and the penalty is a drive-through. Realistically, it's not going to be an issue for any of the good drivers here. I did 25, 26 laps yesterday pushing in a practice session and got 1 point. So, it is actually very easy to stay on the track. You really only get those instant points if you make a mistake. Or the other time, of course, is if you kind of trying to get out of the way of someone who's lapping you, or if you're lapping someone and having to take a slightly unusual route to get past them. But in general lappery, there isn't really anywhere where cheating the track worked, because all the places where you can gain on, they've already given you the allowance of the green curve, which is as much as you want to go wide anyway, because after that there's less grippy, be it, as you say, painted tarmac, be it gravel, be it grass. So this is quite an easy circuit not to build up points on, unless you're having to do something you're not expected to do, either overtaking or being overtaken.
I want you to have a guess now, Nick. I said 25 seconds not so long ago, came down by about 4 and a bit seconds. Gap between first and second, how many seconds now? What's your guess?
11?
8.2
Really?
seconds last time around. 34,
Wow.
charging
Free game,
forward.
yeah.
Agustin Canapino, the Argentinian racer, really starting with his fresher rubber. It's not only fresher, but he's got 4 fresh tyres rather than the start of the stint, which is about 4 laps earlier for the Modena Motorsport Ferrari. So the tyres are A, older, and B, we think only 2 fresh tyres last time around, and it's really starting to wind right in. So still Modena Motorsport, car number 16, the red and white Ferrari, leading the way, but is being hunted down very quickly indeed, it must be said, at the moment.
Well, Agustin Canapino is sort of doing the lap times we were seeing when I was on originally, so in the first couple of hours. There's 1:46 halves, plus or minus a few tenths either way. We did see some 45s earlier on, but pretty quickly the track goes off and it's less easy to do, and they're all carrying a little bit of scuffage and damage. So last time round, Josh Anderson did a 1:49.7. 1:49.9, and this time he's done a 1:49.7. So he's done 2 really, really poor laps, losing 3 seconds of time. And the lead, you rightly say, Bruce, he's had 6 seconds. Now, whether this is because he's been getting past traffic the whole time, I can't see behind it, or whether he's actually. See, I'm wondering. You were pointing out his front right problem. I'm wondering if he's had a little bit of a dink or a bonk with someone he was going past, and that compound has finally given him an actual bit of an issue, because those last 2 laps were very, very slow, 3 seconds off the pace, or 2.5 seconds off the pace. And I think he might be carrying a problem at the moment, because he's going that slowly, but relative to the pace he should have. But he has been, you'll see him soon, because he's only about half a straight ahead of the BenQ Williams on screen. Now that's in the white car just ahead of you, so you can see how much has been gained. So it's less than he is now going round 8, and so you just have to do this. The length of this straight now, there's a distance between the 2 cars down to 4.1 seconds. Yeah, definitely there's an issue for Anderson. Anderson is losing time hand over fist. He's had a clean lap this time. There's been no traffic, and he's still being pegged back by, I would say, the equivalent of 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap. So that's really interesting, because I don't believe that would be an issue with front tyres or 2 tyres wearing out, because he's not long enough into his second stint yet to make a difference.
No, he's about 4 laps further into that second stint, so he will have a marginal difference. But again, I think it's just the difference between 2 tyres and 4 tyres, and throw into the mix that slight front crimping on the Modena Motorsport Ferrari.
I think he's coming in. He's picked up more damage. He's double damaged it in some way, and I don't think that's. Maybe I might be wrong. It might be he's picked up terminal tyre issues, but it just seemed a bit too soon if he had changed 2 tyres, Bruce, because he would have changed the 2 which are wearing the most. So it looks like he's picked up a problem. So problem for our leader. Comes to the pits. Into the lead goes Agustin Canapino. Be interesting to see how long he stops. Is he just going to do a 4 tyre and fuel, cutting his losses because of the problems, or is there actually repairs to be done?
Well, the car's sitting on the deck, so the erstwhile leader now fallen to 3rd place behind the 2 Williams Esports Audis, and still being refueled, that red and white Modena Motorsport Ferrari. And Josh Anderson, well, those last few laps were, it came down super rapidly. Blink, it was fallen 5 seconds from 29 to 24 seconds. Blink again, and suddenly it was down to 11, and then down very quickly from there.
So Benny Simonson's got back in the car again. Now the thing is, it didn't seem like a tyre situation, because if your tyres go off, they go off slowly, don't they? You do 46, 46, 46 and a half, 47, 47, 47. But no, he just lost 3 seconds instantaneously between 2 laps. So now, the fact that Benny's got in the car, was it Josh who's having a problem? Was Josh having an issue with his rig?
Oh well, perhaps okay, car's back on terra firma, getting going, and it's only a 2 tyre stop as far as I reckon, because you gain about 14 seconds, and he's coming out 1 minute 11.6. That's a 2 tyre stop, and the word
so
tyres
he's not
put on.
had a repair either.
No.
So he's not had a repair.
Actually, the front corner doesn't look. I'm trying to see.
Quite as bad.
No, it doesn't look quite as bad. Maybe they took a bit of time on that. Okay.
So interesting. So, well, perhaps he didn't change his tyres. Perhaps he just picked up a minor repair. I don't know.
It would make sense you're in there anyway to make the most of the rain down the pit lane, pick up a fuel set of fuel, pick up tyres. But as you quite rightly say, Bruce, he's cleared up that front right. There's been some virtual hammers and some virtual duct tape and some virtual spanners and a virtual iPhone torch. And they've managed to do the magic they do in the pit lanes every endurance race around the world. Now, once Benny gets up to the temperature with the tyres, we need to see where he can get to and whether we're back on these 146, 47s or we are looking at a more structural problem back on the 49s. Opens a can of worms of questions about why then, because he's not done a 4-tyre stop, which you would expect to be the problem, and certainly he's expecting to do if he needed to. So they've only done 2 tyres or a repair, and obviously they're taking fuel.
Yeah, the fuel goes in every time, but yeah, it does look slightly tired in the front corner. But obviously now the lead back in the hands of not just one, but 2, both Williams Esports Audis. And don't forget that in the sequence of events, the number 33 car, Arta Lehuc at the wheel at the moment, tends to come in 4, possibly even 5 laps earlier, because a couple of pit stops ago they scrambled and did a shortish stint, something like 30 laps rather than 34. Whereas the number 34 seems to pit on 34 laps like clockwork, and it could be a tactic that works. But I ought to explain that when the sister car at the time, driven by Josh Thompson, seemed to come in a little bit early, it did so because it was catching the Modena Motorsport Ferrari and the number 34 sister Audi really quickly, because the Ferrari was holding back the Audi. But there was no point, because about 3 more laps he would have been onto their tail. But then there's no way, if Sami Matti Trogan had tried for 15 laps at least to get past the race-leading Ferrari, that he'd expect to come up, this is Josh Thompson, to get on his tail and do the trick that Sami Matti hadn't got around to doing. So just deciding, get the rubber on, let's use it really, really as soon as possible. And I think that has brought it back into the mix. But 3 cars, Nick, doing things differently, so certainly keep us on our toes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. I mean, this is the good thing about this race. We've managed to get ourselves a proper endurance race. There's people running different tactics. Sometimes because for the hands being full. Sometimes because they actually were initially slightly more economical. We've had multiple tyre choices, and all the time we've got 3 other races going on, which are providing that incident. And certainly, at the earlier stage, we have lost a few cars now. We're getting some great clumping of cars. We're getting some real issues of people, where a particular TCR is getting in between the top 3 and being annoyed and being annoying by the situation. There was a lot of light flashing going on earlier, where people were just getting grumpy about being overtaken or not being allowed to overtake. But yeah, so we're getting a good mixture. I'm glad we got 2 different chassis. That also helps. It's interesting that we've not seen anything much from the Merc so far. Where's the highest Merc? It's Adam, isn't it? Adam Christodoulou with the Team Avo Racing in 9th is the highest Merc. So you got 1, 2. It's Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari. So these are the fastest choices.
Yeah, but I tell you what, just looking at Adam's lap time last time around, he's not going to be the problem. But 1 minute 48.5, 2 cars at the front of the field, 1 minute 46.2 seconds. Those 2 Williams Esports Audis, absolutely at the top of their game. And Adam, he's going to be quick in that Mercedes. But at the moment, it's 14 seconds to the good over the number 55 that's giving chase, but struggling.
Not sure the Mercedes would be the car of choice for this particular track. It's a bit of a big bruiser. It's it's a Monza car. It's not so much a car for the complex high cornering forces of the Circuit de Catalunya. So that isn't entirely surprising. Now I'm going to give you a number here, and it's 146.4, and that's the first lap out by Benny Simonsen.
He's hungry.
Well, I don't know. I can't see what they would have done in 52 seconds, which would have found them 3 seconds apart from the driver change. So was there an issue with Josh Thompson? Josh Thompson's rig? Was it a rig issue? That was the thing. Is that what's caused the problem for Modena Motorsports? That there's been a problem with the actual driver, who was struggling around 3 seconds off the pace, because they've not done the tyre changes. They obviously were only 52 seconds in the pits, and that includes the fuel stop. So they got a little bit of repair in there, but they're back on the pace again. So something mysterious happened. My CSI virtual racing in Barcelona tells me I think the problem was the driver, not his driving style, but or driving ability, but something to do with the technical element of how he was driving the car, the connection, all that sort of thing.
That's still something that catches me out. I try and look for any visual clue I can get off a timing screen, any visual on the car. But one thing I still haven't learnt to detect is a possible rig problem for a driver. But you're aware of the many elements that can go wrong, and probably tiny little loose connection, and suddenly you're looking at nothing.
Well, also the biggest problem is we are racing on Bill Gates' child, and anyone who's ever dealt with Microsoft knows that just because it's working on a Tuesday doesn't mean it's working on the Wednesday. The whole system. I mean, obviously, it gets better and better and better, but it's not. I shouldn't do adverts, but it's not like an Apple where you always know it's going to work. If it doesn't work, you know how to fix it because every single one fixes the same way. Because every PC is a unique beast, and you have to fix it in a unique way.
Oh yes, I think a lot of my problems on my computers are just unique to me because of me. But one thing I'm really enjoying actually in this, we've got this great battle at the front of the field, but Leipert Esports, their number 10 entry, Nicholas Heider, pushing very, very hard in his Audi, but he's been harried for lap after lap by the number 28, one of the two Atlantis racing teams Ferrari, the Polish Ferraris, and Jakub Widerka is really, really having a huge amount of fun, but I think it's gone from that moment where it's fun for 2 or 3 laps, but actually after 10 laps, a dozen laps, and you're always within a second of someone, frustration really must start to creep in, Nick.
Yeah, and that's the point where you start thinking, do we run an alternate strategy? I am behind this guy. I can't overtake him come in Barcelona. I don't know. Obviously, it is easier to stay behind because you do get a little bit of help from the toe in 2 parts of the track. So you are gaining 2-3 tenths just by being behind them. But do you think, right, I'm going to pull myself in 2 laps early than I need to be and absolutely gun the thing out of the pit and see if I can, just do an undercut? Is that what you do? Or do you, if you've got the option, which is less likely on fuel, to try and do an overcut? Because otherwise you're going to come in because of the fact that iRacing fueling is perfect every time and the same speed every time. You haven't got Barry getting it slightly wrong with the nozzle. You are not going to gain it in the pit. So you start thinking, right, let's do something different. Come in early, come in late, and try and get use your ground speed for those couple of laps when you've not got the Audi in front of you to get ahead.
Yeah, having to really, really think on their feet at the moment, but it must be said that Widerka has spent a very, very long time tucked in behind the yellow and black Audi from Leipert Esports, Nicholas Heider at the wheel. And the next round of pit stops, well, as you say, Nick, one of them is going to decide to do something different, and the onus is very much on the second of the 2 Atlantis racing team Ferraris. In fact, they're running 6th and 8th, but it's the one in 8th with Josef Widerka at the wheel at the moment. They've got to be thinking, what can we do? Because what we're doing now isn't working. We're losing time behind the Audi. Audi's being driven very, very well indeed by Nicholas Heider. Not his job to get out of the way, but right now it's a chance for the Atlantis racing team to say, okay, we've got to do something different. But then again, you automatically think there's a whole team. In some cases there is, but sometimes it's just 3 drivers taking turns. That sounds quite crude, but that can be the case.
Well, you're absolutely right, Bruce, because you envisage a team as we would envisage a team at, an ordinary preventing event. So you've got a garage, and you've got a team manager, and you've got 3 mechanics, and you've got possibly someone doing strategy, and someone making the teas, and someone doing the food, and someone doing the tyres.
Very important, yeah.
But in a virtual team, obviously the top sim racing teams have the full support, but even some of these good teams, they are just the 3 drivers or the 4 drivers, or and they will be chatting amongst themselves, and they may have a chat going on. But there are times, even you've got 3 drivers, the one driver will be out on his own because the other ones are off doing other things or getting lunch, whatever it is. Oh, well, finally a great run for the Atlantis car, and he's going to get him. That's wow! How many laps left behind? Finally, just got him on the simple drag. So
15.
Great move.
Perseverance pays, they've always told me. Try again. But interestingly, that was a move made without outside assistance, because often when you have a stalemate like this, the nut is only cracked if you have interference or from a car in a different category that just gets in their path. But that wasn't the case, so I don't know whether there was a slip up from Nicholas Heider, but certainly Josef Widerka ready to jump at the moment. But it's amazing he was still so focused, having not found any gaps in the armour for lap after lap after lap. But he, great move, well done.
It must have been a poor exit from the chicane and therefore a poor run down the straight, and you just lose a bit of drive, made a minor error, and then of course you're not carrying the speed the whole way down the straight, and then of course the following car has a slipstream too, so comes quite simple. Now what's happened now is Heider's going to prove that it was all down to the slipstream and just sit on the tail of Jakub Widerka in the Atlantis racing team and not be dropped at all.
Yeah, but in fact, having just made the move, the driver of the black Atlantis Racing Ferrari then made a bit of a mistake, and that's allowed the Audi right onto his tail all over again. This time, of course, the roles reversed. I fancy there's a little bit of front left damage on the yellow Audi. I need another look at the front end of that car. It might have just been the way the light was hitting it. In fact, in fairness, that may well be the case. But with Widerka, the Polish racer in the black Atlantis Racing Ferrari, nice, decent exit from the chicane, so he doesn't provide an opportunity for the the chasing Audi to get close coming out of the corner. Started to get the slipstream back over the curbing onto the start-finish straight. Everybody running a little bit wide through that final corner. Traffic ahead of them, but not close enough in front of them to look as though it's going to trip them up down into turn 1. So the black Atlantis Ferrari turning in, and for Viderka, he should now start to escape. He was quick enough to catch the Audi. Now let's see, without being obstructed by it, whether he can pull further clear. I fancy he can. And just to talk about who's doing what in the classes, by the way, Nick, in the Porsche 911 Cup class, 18th overall, it's 976 leading the way. That's a car that from Duo by Sim RC, and it's.
I've got 914 as leading.
Sorry, I just accidentally touched my screen the wrong way. Alex Ardisana, sorry, you're quite right. 3 places further up, 15th overall. It's funny, I was just going through my mind. I thought 914 was leading. Why am I saying 916? But it's the MSI Esports Cup car from Spain. Alex Ardisana, all Spanish lineup in there. In the GT4 class, Marcel Fassbender, 476. That's also Duo by Sim RC. Can you spot a little bit of
yes,
parallel action there? So they're enjoying their afternoon. And in the TCR class, you have to scroll down to 26th position, Victor Lobato, car 111. That's MSI Esports, so another team that's featuring well in all sorts of levels. And Victor Lobato sharing with Oriol Bohe and David Perez, leading the way with quite a comfortable lead at the moment. But out front, first to second, it's now 12 seconds, 11.9 seconds between the two Williams Esports Audi's. Agustin Canapino leading Arthur Lehouk. They've been swapping lap times very similar. In fact, the last lap for Arthur Lehouk was under 1 minute 46 seconds, so that's a very, very good lap. Fastest lap of the race set by that same car, number 33, 1 minute 45.1 versus the last lap, 1 minute 45.9. So that's a very decent lap indeed.
Yeah, so back at the front again, I'm just trying to see whether it's stabilising a little bit. In fact, actually, anyway, Arthur Lehouk is just gaining slightly on his teammates. So Chili Blast gaining on BenQ. The lead is hovering around the 12 seconds flat. I looked up a minute ago, it's 11.5, so there's been a bit of lappery going on.
Yeah.
Benny Simonson has continued being able to do competitive laps in the 46s, so still a mystery why that car dropped down to 49s. He's obviously got a full tank of fuel as well, so he'll be going longer now for once than the two Williams machines, the Audis. He's a minute 9 back, so it's now kind of out width of his ability to just drive into the lead again, though he may actually just about pick up the lead on a stagger change during the next set of pit stops. But yeah, I mean, it's still 3 cars. I mean, the really interesting thing is how those 3 cars have consistently almost from lap 1 been faster than the rest of the field. It's currently and Simonson's just spun off. So if Hugo could pick that up, there's just been an accident for Simonson. He's just got a Medina Motorsport car just spun off.
Well, he's got going again. The Modena Motorsports Ferrari showing all of its sponsors' names by rotating, but all on his own, some unfortunately. No blame can be apportioned to anyone else, just running wide over the curbing.
So he's landing this kitty litter somehow. Yep.
Oh, got it wrong at turn
rear
7.
Wheel on the grass.
It's
Too wide, rear wheel on the grass. I've not seen anyone fall off like that.
And the Ferrari went almost up towards the concrete wall at the back of the very deep gravel trap at turn 7. Great camera work there, picking it up. That would be huge frustration because that Modena Motorsport car was starting to set some very, very good lap times. Obviously, that last one was not one of them, but it's not just the pace dropping. It's did any damage get incurred when he went out over the curbs, through the gravel trap? I sense probably not, because the gravel trap has got a nice smooth curve in front of it. It's not a curve that people use, so it's not one they need to make high.
Yeah, if you don't hit anything, you're fine. You might take a little bit of life out of the tyres or anything else. I'll tell you what happened there, though, because he went out extra wide to get an extra fast sweep into turn 7, but that would have been total shock when that went away from him. He wouldn't have realised he'd gone 10, 15 centimetres too far to the right, put his wheels on the dirt and just lost it, because I've done that myself on a number of occasions, and you were just completely surprised suddenly you're facing the wrong way. It's quite easy to do going into the second chicane at Monza as well, actually, just going out wide and just putting 2 wheels on as you brake, and suddenly you're just all over the shop and you think, well, how'd that happen? But it's because it's just a little bit of dirt, reduction in the grip, overall grip, and you are obviously right on the edge. To looking at that, and then suddenly you find yourself facing the wrong way and feeling very, very silly and also quite sorry for yourself. That cost him 10 seconds, that accident.
10 seconds, okay. Good spot. Yeah, 1 minute 56.4. So entirely so. So I actually haven't talked about a car that's working its way towards the front. It's sort of very leery and bright, and it's Bastian Dobbitz, the wheel, number 71, which is the T3 Sports Beta Audi. Bastian Dobbitz at the wheel, Patrick Dietzen and Jens Hermann. So that's working its way up the order. But it's only a second ahead of Michael Davis in the number 66 Audi from SERIES Esports. That's the orange and cream coloured car. But it's T3 is a team that in the real world is really starting to expand as it goes in recent years.
You're much more clued into the real world of GT3 because of your work with the SRO gang. So is that where they're working?
The racing in the ADAC GT Masters Championship, so a separate one. In fact, that's their stamping ground. They're running an Audi and a Bentley this year just to complicate their life, but they're coming out to play. They've just entered a car for the Creventic Hockenheim race. As the
are they the Bentley, are they?
They're the Bentley, the black Bentley. Well, tends to be sort of an acid yellow and blue, a bit like the Audi we can see coming down to turn number 10 on the infield, being hunted down because it's very busy. Dobbit's trying to hold on at the moment, but the car giving chase with Michael Davis has been lapping about a third of a second faster per lap. And so two Audis. It's Audi is the sweet car to have.
Yeah, I mean, there's as I say, one of the advantages, of course, of racing iRacing is if you can try all the cars that you're allowed and decide which one you want. It doesn't cost you €500,000; it just costs you $11, and you can try the next one and then try the next one and decide of those which ones you want to do. Some teams obviously do have tie-ups with manufacturers and try and stick with them, but most of the esports teams are pretty manufacturer agnostic and just will choose the best car for the event. I think it's pretty fair to say that I think the Audi and the Ferrari both have things going for them and things against them, but I would say certainly the Mercedes is not the car to have here this weekend at all.
No, you think of the format of the track, and that needs, the Mercedes has fabulous punch. We see it again and again on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It can look very well balanced, but that's a totally different combination of corners. Basically, here at the Barcelona circuit, it's very, very fiddly. Of course, this is the circuit where all the Formula 1 testing used to take place out of season because they thought there was a bit of everything around the course of the lap. But of course, the thing they were almost guaranteed in winter testing was massive wind would pick up in the afternoon. It was something just to provide a variable, but in a way it was such a regular variable. It was a fixed variable, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's essentially. I mean, interesting. Remember so far that both the races in the Creventic Series, Monza and at Spa, have been won by Audi, but really Ferrari should have won. Not Ferrari the manufacturer, but a virtual Ferrari should have won at Monza. The teams running Ferraris dropped the ball rather than the Ferrari chassis dropping the ball. The Audi was definitely the class of the field in Spa, and won by quite a distance with a team which included Mirko Bortolotti in the sort of the bio circle cars. But I mean, it looks like the Audi again is showing some strength here, but early on it looked like the Ferrari had a certain edge over it, but both of them just turned so much better than the Mercedes.
No, entirely so, but the Mercedes is very kind to its tyres, so I gather, but then it just doesn't seem to have the nimbleness. And in fact, I'm trying to think who we heard from just before you came on air, and he was talking, I know who it was young 17-year-old Gustas Grimbergus, the Lithuanian racer. He was just talking about really when choosing which car to compete with in the GT3 class, it was a question of they just decided the Audi was really comfortable for all of them, and that to them was more important over the course of a 12-hour race than something that maybe was a tenth of a second potentially faster per lap.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, Andy, because there are cars which are quick but rather unpleasant. I mean, when you have a absolute free choice of GT3, there are a lot of, GTE. In the GTE class, a lot of people drive the BMW, even though it's actually not the fastest, but it is by far the easiest to drive. The Porsche is a completely separate beast, and you have to learn how to drive it from scratch. It's different, so it's kind of like horses for courses. But as most people in virtual racing are not very good, and I include myself in this, you need a car that's going to help you out. This is the higher echelons of. Certainly, it's the highest echelon I would think of. A combo real and virtual racing driver environment, but in the full virtual environment, they go for edgy cars as you'd expect. But once you go down the levels, what you want is something that's safe and secure, and you can lean on a little bit. It isn't going to just bite you every time. And to hell with that extra half second.
Yeah, no, entirely. And also particularly on a circuit where you might have to take a line that's not the optimum one when going past other cars.
Yeah,
other cars in
exactly.
your class, and if you get offline and your car just doesn't want to play, then obviously that's not exactly what the doctor ordered.
No, and it's a really good point actually, Bruce, because it's a very, very different job trolling around on your own, even within a race, or certainly in practice, and getting involved in traffic. I mean, even traffic. Oddly, traffic you're going to pass is often a much bigger challenge than traffic that's going to pass you, because you can kind of, on the whole, you can kind of work out from the body language of the person behind whether they're going to be a complete idiot or whether they're going to actually drive sensibly. And so, when the idiots are coming through, you have to leave a bit more space or be prepared to find something not where you don't expect it. Some of the more respectful drivers, I can ease off the throttle and let you through, and you'll realise that's what I'm doing. But getting past cars is a nightmare, because some of them don't understand that, in the lower echelons of ordinary day-to-day racing, don't understand the fact that you actually have to, you should allow yourself to be lapped. They decide that everything's a race, and they'll block you even though you're in a different class and much quicker. So it's it is a challenge on all levels, as is all motorsport. But of course, because the level of jeopardy is much lower. If you were driving a TCR car in a multi-class full metal race, you don't want to weave it all over the track, because if the other car hits it, you've got to pay for the repairs. Out with whether you hurt yourself or not. But of course, it's a much less jeopardy within a scale race. A virtual race. So that's one of the problems you come across as you fight for the track.
Exactly so. Well, we've just completed 4 hours of racing, and it's Audi leading the way. So Williams Esports first and second at the moment, and the Ferrari was giving chase. The modern motorsport Ferrari is the only one that's able to live with the pace of the Williams Esports Audis, but just as it was getting back up to speed, unfortunately, a rotation in this virtual 24H series race, and that lost them about 10 seconds as Benny Siemens right-hand wheels on the